Clara Talboys took a seat in the small basket carriage, which was waiting at the principal entrance of the churchyard, in the care of the young lad who had blown your gun bellows. Mrs. Martin grasped the reins, and the sturdy chestnut cob trotted off in the pathway of Mount. Standing, will you narrate me further about this lady? Oddly peculiar, Miss Talboys said after a long pause. I want to understand all about her. Have you learned her maiden name? Yes, she was a Miss Graham, and she is very pretty, yes, very. Very pretty, rather youthful appearance though, with large crystalline blue eyes and pale, golden ringlets that cascade in a delicate wave over her throat and shoulders. Clara Talboys was silent. She did not ask any further questions about my lady. She was pondering of a passage in that letter, which George had penned her during his honeymoon. A passage in which she said, "My youthful small spouse is observing me as I write this." Ah, how I long you could see her, Clara. Her eyes were as blue and as crystalline as the heavens on a bright summer's day, and her hair falls about her face like the pale golden halo you see around the head of a Madonna in an Italian picture. Chapter 11. In the lime walk, Robert Audley was loitering upon the broad grass plat in front of the court. As the vehicle containing my woman and Alicia drove under the archway and drew up at the low turret door, Mr. Audley presents himself in time to hand the ladies out of the vehicle. My woman looked very pretty in a delicate blue bonnet and the sables, which her nephew had bought for her at St. Petersburg. She seemed very well pleased to see Robert, and smiled most bewitchingly as she gave him her exquisitely gloved small hand. "So you've come back to us, truant," she said, laughing, "and now that you have returned, we shall keep you prisoner. We won't let him run away again, will we, Alicia?" Miss Audie gave her head a scornful toss that grasped the heavy curls under her cavalier hat. "I have nothing to do with the movements of so erratic an individual," she said, "since Robert Audley has taken it into his head to conduct himself like some ghost haunted hero in a German story. I have given up attempting to understand him." Mr. Audley looked at his cousin with an expression of serial comic complexity. "She's a nice girl," he thought, "but she's a nuisance. I don't understand how it is, but she seems further a nuisance than she used to be." He pulled his mustachios reflectively as he considered this question. His mind wandered away for a few moments from the great trouble of his life to dwell upon this minor publicity. "She's a dear girl," he thought, "a generous-hearted, bouncing, noble English lassie." And yet he lost himself in a quagmire of doubt and difficulty. There was some hitch in his mind which he could not understand, some change in himself beyond the change made in him by his anxiety about George Talboys, which mystified and bewildered him. "And pray, where have you been wandering during the last day or two?" Mr. Audley asked my lady, as she lingered with her stepdaughter upon the threshold of the turret door, awaiting until Robert should be pleased to stand aside and allow them to pass. The young man started as she asked this question and looked up at her. Suddenly, something in the aspect of her bright young beauty, something in the youthful innocence of her expression, seemed to smite him to the heart, and his face grew fair as he looked at her. "I have been in Yorkshire," he said, "at the small watering place where my poor friend George Talboys lived at the time of his marriage." The white change in my lady's face was the only sign of her having learned these words. She smiled a faint, sickly smile and tried to pass her husband's nephew. "I must dress for dinner," she said. "I'm going to a dinner party. Mr. Audley, please let me go in. I must ask you to spare me half an hour, lady." "Oddly," Robert answered in a low voice, "I came down to Essex on purpose to speak to you." "What about?" asked my lady. She had recovered herself from any shock which she might have sustained a few moments before, and it was in her usual manner that she asked this question. Her face expressed the mingled bewilderment and curiosity of a puzzled child, rather than the serious surprise of a woman. What can you want to talk to me about? Mr. Audley, she repeated. I will narrate you when we are alone. Robert said, glancing at his cousin, who stood a small way behind my lady, observing this confidential small dialogue. He's in love with my stepmother's wax doll beauty, thought Alicia, and his. For her sake he has become such a discomfort object. He's just the sort of person to cascade in love with. His aunt, Miss Audie, walks away to the grass plat, turning her back upon Robert. And my lady, the absurd creature, turned as white as a sheet when he saw her. She thought so he can be in love after all. That slow lump of tepidity he calls his heart can beat. I suppose once in a quarter of a century, but it seems that nothing but a blue-eyed wax doll can set it going. I should have given him up long ago. If I'd known that his ideal of beauty was to be found in a toy shop. Poor Alicia crossed the grass plate and disappeared. Upon the opposite side of the quadrangle, where there was a Gothic gate that communicated with the stables. I'm sorry to say that Sir Mike, Lordley's daughter, went to seek consolation from her dog, Caesar, and her chestnut Murray at Atlanta, whose loose box the young woman was in the habit of visiting every day. Will you come into Lime Walk, Lady Audley, said Robert, as his cousin left the garden. I long to talk to you. Without fear of interruption or observation, I think we could choose no safer place than that. Will you come there with me, if you please, answer my lady? Mr. Audley could see that she was trembling, and that she glanced from side to side, as if looking for some outlet by which she might escape him. You are shivering, lady. Audley, he said. Yes, I am very cold. I would rather speak to you some other day. Please let it be tomorrow. If you will, I have to dress for dinner, and I want to see Sir Michael. I have not seen him since 10 o'clock this morning. Please let it be tomorrow. There was a painful peevishedness in her tone. Heaven knows how painful to Robert's heart. Heaven knows what horrible images arose in his mind as he looked down at that fair young face and forced the task that lay before him. I must speak to you, Lady Audley, he said. If I am cruel, it is you who have made me cruel. You might have escaped this ordeal. You might have avoided me. I gave you fair warning, but you have chosen to defy me. And this is your own folly, which is to blame if I no longer spare you. Come with me, I narrate you again. I must speak to you. There was a cold determination in his tone, which silenced my lady's objections. She followed him submissively to the small lion gate, which communicated with the long garden behind the house, the garden in which a little rustic wooden bridge led across the quiet fish pond into the Lime Walk. The early winter twilight was closing in, and the intricate tracery of the leaflets, branches that overarched the lonely pathway, looked black against the cold gray of the evening sky. The Lime Walk seems like some cloister in this uncertain light. Why do you bring me this horrible place? To frighten me out of my pool wits, called my woman peevishly. You want to understand how nervous I am. You are nervous, my lady. Yes, dreadfully nervous. I'm worth a fortune to pull Mr. Dawson. He is always sending me camphor and sal volatile, and red lavender and all kinds of abominable mixtures. But he can't cure me. Do you remember what Macbeth tells his physician? My woman asked Robert gravely. Mr. Dawson may be very much further clever than the Scottish leech, but I doubt if even he can minister to the mind that is diseased. Who said that my mind was diseased? It's claimed, Lady Audley. I say so. My woman answered Robert. You narrate me that you are nervous, and all the medicines your daughter can prescribe are only so much physics that might as well be thrown to the dogs. Let me be the physician to strike to the root of your malady. Woman Audley, heaven knows that I long to be merciful, that I would spare you, as far as it is in my power to spare you. In doing justice to others, but justice must be done. Should I narrate you why you are nervous in this house? My lady, if you can, she answered with a small laugh. Because for you this house is haunted. Haunted, yes. Haunted by the ghost of George Talboys. Robert oddly learned my lady's quickening breathing. He fancied he could almost hear the loud beating of her heart as she walked by his side, shivering now and then, and with her sable cloak wrapped tightly around her. What do you mean? She cried suddenly, after a pause of some moments. Why do you torment me about this George Talboys, who happens to have taken it into his head to keep out of your way for a few months? Are you going mad, Mr. Audley? And do you select me as the victim of your monomania? What is George Talboys to me, that you should worry me about him? He was a stranger to my lady, was he not? Of course, answered woman oddly. What should he be but a stranger? Should I narrate you the story of my friend's disappearance? As I read that story, my lady, asked Robert. No, cried woman oddly. I long to understand nothing of your friend. If he is dead, I am sorry for him. If he lives, I have no long either to see him or to hear of him. Let me go in to see my husband, if you please, Mr. Audley, unless you long to detain me in this gloomy place. Until I catch my death of cold, I long to detain you. Until you have learned what I have to say, woman oddly, answered Robert resolutely. I will detain you no longer than is necessary, and when you have learned me, you should choose your own course of action. Very well then, pray, lose no further time in saying what you have to say, replied my woman carelessly. I promise to attend very patiently. When my friend George Talboys returned to England, Robert began gravely. The thought that was uppermost in his mind was the thought of his wife. Come here deserted, said my woman quickly. At least, she added further deliberately, I remember your telling us something to that effect when you first told us your friend's story. Robert oddly did not notice this interruption. The thought that was upmost in his mind was the thought of his wife. He repeated his fairest hope in the future was the hope of making her happy and lavishing upon her the fortune which had won by the force of his own strong arm in the gold fields of Australia. I saw him within a few hours of his reaching England, and I was a witness of the joyful pride of which he looked forward to his reunion with his wife. I was also a witness of the blow which struck him to the very heart, which changed him from the man he had been to a creature as unlike that former self as one human being can be unlike another. The blow which made that cruel change was the announcement of his wife's death in the Times newspaper. I now believe that announcement was a black and bitter lie indeed, said my woman, and what reason could anyone have for announcing the death of Mrs. Talboys if Mrs. Talboys had been alive? The woman herself might have had a reason. Robert answered quietly. What reason? How if she had taken advantage of George's absence to win a richer husband? How if she had married again and wished to throw my poor friend off the scent by this false announcement? Woman oddly shrugged her shoulders. Your suppositions are rather ridiculous, Mr. Audley, she said. It is to be hoped that you have some reasonable grounds for them. I have examined a file of each of the newspapers published in Chelmsford and Colchester, continued Robert, without replying to my lady's last observation, and I find in one of the Colchester papers, dated July the 2nd, 1857, a brief paragraph, amongst numerous miscellaneous scraps of information, copied from other newspapers, to the effect that A.M.R. George Talboys, an English gentleman, had arrived at Sydney from the gold fields, carrying with him nuggets and gold dust to the amount of £20,000, and that he realized his property and sailed for Liverpool in the fast-sailing clipper Argus. This is a very small fact, of course, woman oddly, but it is enough to prove that any person residing in Essex in the July of the year 57 was likely to become aware of George Talboys' return. From Australia, do you follow me? Not very clearly said. My lady. What have the Essex papers to do with the death of Mrs. Talboys? We will come to that. By and by, woman, oddly, I say that. I believe the announcement of the Times would be a false announcement and a part of the conspiracy, which was carried out by Helen Talboys and Lieutenant Malden against my poor friend. A conspiracy, yes, a conspiracy, concocted by an artful woman who had speculated upon the chances of her husband's death and had secured a splendid position. At the risk of committing a crime, a bold woman, my lady, who thought to play her comedy out to the end. Without fear of detection, a wicked woman who did not care what misery she might inflict upon the honest heart of the man she betrayed, but a foolish woman who looked at life as a game of chance, in which the best player was likely to hold the winning cards, forgetting that there is a providence above. The pitiful speculators and that wicked secrets are never permitted to remain long hidden. If this woman of whom I speak had never been guilty of any blacker sin than the publication of that lying announcement in the Times newspaper, I should still hold her the most detestable and despicable of her sex, the most pitiless and calculating of human creatures. That cruel I was a base and cowardly blow in the dark. It was the treacherous dagger thrust of an infamous assassin. How do you understand that the announcement was a false one? Ask my lady. You told us that you had been to Vendor with Mr. Talboys to see his wife's grave. Who was it who died at Vendor if it was not Mrs. Talboys? Ah, lady. Oddly said, Robert. That is a question which only 2 or 3 people can answer. And one or other of those persons shall answer it to me. Before very long, I narrate you, my lady, that I am determined to unravel the mystery of George Talboys' death. Do you think I am to be put off by feminine prevarication, by womanly trickery? No. Link by link I have put together the chain of evidence, which wants but a link here and there to be complete in its terrible strength. Do you think I will suffer myself to be baffled? Do you think I shall fail to discover those missing links? No, lady. Oddly, I shall not fail, for I understand where to look for them. There is a fair-haired woman at Southampton, a woman called Plowson, who has some share in the secrets of the father of my friend's spouse. I have an idea that she can help me to discover the history of the woman who lies buried in Vent in a churchyard, and I will spare no trouble in making that discovery. Unless what? Asked my woman eagerly. Unless the woman I long to save from degradation and punishment accepts the mercy the first offer her, and takes warning while there is still time. My woman shrugged her graceful shoulders and flashed bright defiance out of her blue eyes. She would be a very foolish woman if she suffered herself to be influenced by any such absurdity. She said, you are hypochondriacal, Mr. Audley, and you must take camphor or red lavender or salva. Latterly, what can be further ridiculous than this idea, which you have taken into your head? You lose your friend George Talboys in rather a mysterious manner. That is to say, the gentleman chooses to leave England without giving you due notice. What of that? You confess he became an altered man after his wife's death. He grew eccentric and misanthropical. He affected an utter indifference as to what became of him. What further likely then? That he grew tired of the monotony of civilized life and ran away to those savage gold fields to find a distraction for his grief. It is rather a romantic story, but by no means non-common one. But you are not satisfied with this simple interpretation of your friend's disappearance, and you build up some absurd theory of a conspiracy, which has no existence except in your own overheated brain. Helen Talboys is dead. The Times newspaper declares she is dead. Her own father tells you that she is dead. The headstone of the grave in Venter churchyard bears record of her death. By what right? Cried my lady, her voice rising to that shrill and piercing tone. peculiar to her when affected by any intense agitation. By what right, Mr. Audley? Do you come to me and torment me about George Talboys? By what right? Do you dare to say that his spouse is still alive? By the right of circumstantial evidence, woman Audley answered Robert. By the right of that circumstantial evidence, which will sometimes fix the guilt of a man's murder upon that person who, on the first hearing of the case, seems of all other men the most unlikely to be guilty. What circumstantial evidence? The evidence of time and place. The evidence of handwriting. When Helen Talboys left her father's house at Wildernsea, she left a correspondence behind her, a correspondence in which she declared that she was weary of her old life and that she wished to seek a new home and a new fortune. That correspondence is in my possession. Indeed, should I narrate you, whose handwriting resembles that of Helen Talboy so closely that the most dexterous expert could perceive no distinction between the two. A resemblance between the handwriting of two women is a very uncommon circumstance nowadays, replied my woman carelessly, that I could show you the calligraphies of half a dozen of my female correspondents and defy you to discover any great differences in them. But what if the handwriting is a very uncommon one, presenting marked peculiarities, by which it may be recognized among 100? Why, in that case, the coincidence is rather curious. Answer, my lady, but it is nothing further than a coincidence. You cannot deny the fact of Helen Talboys' death on the ground that her handwriting resembles that of some surviving person. But if a series of such coincidences lead up to the same point, said Robert, Helen Talboys left her father's house, according to the declaration in her own handwriting, because she was weary of her old life and wished to begin a new one. Do you understand what I infer from this? My woman shrugged her shoulders. I have not least idea, she said. And as you have to tame me in this gloomy place, nearly half an hour, I must beg that she will release me and let me go and dress for dinner. No, woman Audley, answered Robert with a cold sternness that was so strange to him as to transform him into another creature, a pitiless embodiment of justice, a cruel instrument of retribution. No, woman Audley, he repeated, I have told you. That womanly prevarication will not help you. I narrate you now that defiance will not serve you. I have dealt fairly with you and have given you fair warning. I gave you indirect notice of your danger 2 months ago. What do you mean? Ask my lady. Suddenly, you did not choose to take that warning. Woman Audley, pursued Robert, and the time has come in which I must speak very plainly to you. Do you think the gifts which you have played against fortune to hold you exempt from retribution, O my lady, your youth and appearance, your grace and refinement, only makes a horrible secret of your life further horrible? I narrate you that the evidence against you wants only one link to be strong enough for your condemnation, and that link shall be added. Helen Talboys never returned her father's house. When she deserted that poor old father, she went away from his humble shelter. But the declared intention of washing her hands of that old life, what do people generally do when they long to begin a new existence? To start for a second time in the race of life, free from the encumbrances that affected their first journey, they changed their names. Lady Audley Helen Talboys deserted her infant son. She went away from Wildernsea with the predetermination of sinking her identity. She disappeared as Helen Talboys. Upon August 16, 1854, and upon the 17th of that month, she reappeared as Lucy Graham, the friendless girl who undertook a profitless duty in consideration of a home in which she was asked no questions. You are mad, Mr. Audley, cried my woman, you are mad, and my husband shall protect me from your incidents. What if this? Helen Talboys run away from her home upon one day, and I entered my employer's house upon the next. What does that prove? "By itself very little," replied Robert Audley. "But with the help of other evidence." "What evidence?" "The evidence of two labels pasted one over the other. Upon a box left by you in the possession of Mrs. Vincent, the upper label bearing the name of Miss Graham, the lower that of Mrs. George Talboys." My woman was silent. Robert Audley could not see her face in the dusk, but he could see that her two small hands were clasped convulsively over her heart, and he knew that the shot had gone home to its mark. God help her, poor wretched creature. He thought, she knows now that she is lost. I wonder if the judges of the land feel as I do now, when they put on the black cap and pass sentence of death upon some poor, shivering wretch who's never done them any wrong. Do they feel a heroic fervor of virtuous indignation, or do they suffer this dull anguish, which knows my vitals as I talk to this helpless woman? He walked by my woman's side silently for some minutes. They had been pacing up and down the dim avenue, and they were now drawing near the leafless strawberry. At one end of the lime walk, the strawberry, in which the ruined well sheltered its unheeded decay, among the tangled masses of briery underwood, a winding pathway neglected and half choked with weeds. Led towards this well. Robert left the line walk and struck into this pathway. There was further light in the strawberry, then in the avenue, and Mr. Audley wished to see my lady's face. He did not speak until they reached the patch of rank grass beside the well. The massive brickwork had fallen away here and there, and loose fragments of masonry lay buried amidst weeds and briars. The heavy post, which had supported the wooden roller, still remained, but the iron spindle had been dragged from its socket. Only a few paces from the well, rusty, discolored, and forgotten, Robert Audley leaned against one of the moss-grown posts and looked down at my lady's face. Very fair in the chill winter twilight, the moon had newly risen, a feebly luminous crescent in the gray heavens, and a faint ghostly light mingled with the misty shadows of the declining day. My lady's face seemed like that face which Robert Audley had seen in his dreams, looking out of the white foam flakes on the green sea waves, and luring his uncle to destruction. "Those two labels were in my possession, Lady Audley," he resumed. "I took them from the box left by you at Crescent Villas. I took them in the presence of Mrs. Vincent and Miss Tonks. Have you any proof to offer against this evidence? You say to me I am Lucy Graham, and I have nothing whatever to do with Helen Talboys. In that case, you can produce witnesses. Who will declare your antecedents? Where had you been living prior to your appearance at Crescent Villas? You must have friends, relations, connections, who can come forward to prove as much as this for you. If you're the most desolate creature upon the earth, you would be able to point to someone who could identify you at the past." "Yes," cried my lady, "if I were placed in a criminal dog, I could no doubt bring forth witnesses to refute your absurd accusation. But I am not in a criminal dog, Mr. Audley, and I do not choose to do anything but laugh at your ridiculous folly. I narrate you that you are mad. If you please to say that Helen Talboys is not dead, and that I am Helen Talboys, you may do so if you choose to go wondering about the places in which I have lived, and the places in which this Mrs. Talboys has lived. You must follow the bent of your own inclination, but I would warn you that such fancies have sometimes conducted people, as apparently sane as yourself, to the lifelong imprisonment of a private, lunatic asylum." Robert already started and recoiled a few paces amongst the weeds and brushwood. As my woman said this, she would be capable of any new crime. To shield her from the consequences of the old one, he thought she would be capable of using her influence with my uncle to place me in a madhouse. I do not say that Robert Audley was a coward, but I will admit that a shiver of horror, something akin to fear, chilled him to the heart, as he remembered the horrible things that have been done by women since that day. upon which Eve was created to be Adam's companion, and help meet in the Garden of Eden. What if this woman's hellish power of dissimulation should be stronger than the truth, and crush him? She had not spared George Talboys when he had stood in her way, and menaced her with a certain peril. Would she spare him, who threatened her with a far greater danger? Are women merciful or loving or kind, and proportioned to their appearance and their grace? Was there not a certain Master de Latude, who had the bad fortune to offend the all-accomplished Madame de Pompadour, who expiated his youthful indiscretion by a lifelong imprisonment, who twice escaped from prison, to be twice cast back into captivity, who, trusting in the tardy generosity of his beautiful foe, betrayed himself to an implacable fiend? Robert Audie looked at the fair face of the woman standing by his side. That fair and beautiful face, illumined by starry blue eyes that are just strange, and surely a dangerous light in them, and remembering 100 stories of womanly perfidy, shuddered as he thought how unequal the struggle might be between himself and his uncle's wife. I have shown her my cards, he thought, but she has kept hers hidden from me. The mask that she wears is not to be plucked away. My uncle would rather think me mad than believe her guilty. The fair face of Clara Talboys, that grave and earnest face, so different in its character to my lady's fragile beauty, arose before him. What a coward I am to think of myself or my own danger, he thought. The further I see of this woman, the further reason I have to dread her influence upon others, the further reason to long her far away from this house. He looked about him in the dusky obscurity. The lonely garden was as quiet as some solitary graveyard, walled in and hidden away from the world of the living. It was somewhere in this garden that she met George Talboys upon the day of his disappearance. He thought, I wonder where it was that they met. I wonder where it was that he looked in her cruel face and taxed her with her falsehood. My woman, with her small hand resting lightly upon the opposite post to that against which Robert leant, toyed with her pretty foot amongst the long weeds, but kept a furtive watch upon her enemy's face. It is to be a duel to the death then. My woman, said Robert oddly solemnly, you refuse to accept my warning. You refuse to run away and repent of your wickedness in some foreign place far from the generous gentleman you have deceived and fooled by your false witcheries. You choose to remain here and defy me. I do, answered woman oddly, lifting her head and looking full at the young barrister. It is no fault of mine if my husband's nephew goes mad and chooses me for the victim of his monomania. So be it then, my woman, answered Robert. My friend George Talboys was last seen entering these gardens by the small iron entrance which we came in tonight. He was last learned inquiring few. He was seen to enter these gardens, but he was never seen to leave them. I do not believe that he ever did leave them. I believe that he met with his death within the boundaries of these grounds, and that his body lies hidden below some quiet water, or in some forgotten corner of this place. I will have such a search made. I shall level that house to the earth, and root up every tree in these gardens, rather than I will fail in finding the grave of my murdered friend. Lucy oddly uttered a long, low wailing cry, and threw up her arms above her head with a wild gesture of despair. But she made no answer to the ghastly charge of her accuser. Her arms slowly dropped, and she stood staring at Robert oddly, her white face gleaming through the dusk, her blue eyes glittering and dilated. You shall never live to do this, she said. I will kill you first. Why have you tormented me so? Why could you not let me alone? What harm had I ever done you, that you should make yourself my persecutor and dog my steps, and watch my looks and play the spy upon me? Do you want to drive me mad? Do you understand what it is to wrestle with a mad woman? No, cried my woman with a laugh. You do not, or you would never. She stopped abruptly and drew herself suddenly to her fullest height. It was the same action which Robert had seen in the old, to half-drunken lieutenant, and it had that same dignity. The sublimity of extreme misery. "Go away, Mr. Audley," she said, "you are mad. I narrate you, you are mad." "I am going, my lady," answered Robert quietly. "I would have condoned your crimes, out of pity to your wretchedness. You have refused to accept my mercy. I long to have pity upon the living. I shall henceforth only remember my duty to the dead." He walked away from the lonely well, under the shadow of the limes. My woman followed him slowly down that long, gloomy avenue, and across the rustic bridge to the iron gate. As he passed through the gate, Alicia came out of a little, half-glass door that opened from an oak-paneled breakfast room at one angle of the house, and met her cousin upon the threshold of the gateway. "I've been looking for you everywhere, Robert," she said. "Papa's come down to the library, and I'm sure he will be glad to see you." The young man started at the sound of his cousin's fresh, young voice. Good heavens, he thought, can these two women be of the same clay? Can this frank, generous-hearted girl, who cannot conceal any impulse of her innocent nature, be of the same flesh and blood as that wretched creature whose shadow falls upon the path beside me? He looked from his cousin to Lady Audley, who stood near the gateway, awaiting for him to stand aside and let her pass him. "I don't understand what has come to your cousin," my dear Alicia said. "My woman, he is so absent-minded and eccentric as to be quite beyond my comprehension." "Indeed," exclaimed Miss Audley. "And yes, I should imagine from the length of your tete that you had made some effort to understand him." "Oh yes," said Robert quietly. "My woman and I understand each other very well, but as it is growing late, I will long you good evening, ladies. I shall sleep tonight at Mount Stunning, as I have some business to attend to up there, and I will come down and see my uncle tomorrow." "What, Robert?" cried Alicia. "You surely won't go away without seeing Papa?" "Yes, my dear," answered the young man. "I'm a small disturbed by some disagreeable business, in which I'm very much concerned, and I would rather not see my uncle. Good night, Alicia." "I will come all right tomorrow." He pressed his cousin's hand, bowed a woman oddly, and walked away under the black shadows of the archway, and out into the quiet avenue beyond the court. My woman and Alicia stood observing him until he was out of sight. "What in goodness' name is the matter with my cousin?" Robert exclaimed as oddly impatiently as the barrister disappeared. "What does he mean by these absurd goings-on? Some disagreeable business that disturbs him, indeed, I suppose. The unhappy creatures had a brief force upon him by some evil-starred attorney, and is sinking into a state of imbecility from a dim consciousness of his own incompetence. Have you ever studied your cousin's character?" Alicia asked my woman very seriously after pause. "Studied his character? No." "Woman Audley, why should I study his character?" said Alicia. "There is very small study required to convince anybody that he is a lazy, selfish sybarite who cares for nothing in the world except his own needs and comfort." "But have you never thought him eccentric?" "Eccentric," repeats Alicia, pursing up her red lips and shrugging her shoulders. "Well, yes, I believe that is the excuse generally made for such people. I suppose Bob is eccentric." "I've never learned you speak of his father and mother," said my woman thoughtfully. "Do you remember them?" "I never saw his mother. She was a Miss Dalrymple, a very dashing girl who ran away with my uncle, and lost a very handsome fortune and consequence. She died at Nice when poor Bob was 5 years old." "Did you ever hear anything particular about her?" "How do you mean particular?" asked Alicia. "Did you ever hear that she was eccentric? What people call I don't know," said Alicia, laughing. "My aunt was a very reasonable woman, I believe, though she did marry for love. But you must remember that she died before I was born, and I have not therefore Felt very much curiosity about her. But you recollect your uncle. I suppose my Uncle Robert, said Alicia. Oh yes. I remember him very well indeed. Was he eccentric? I mean to say peculiar in his habits. Like your cousin, yes. I believe Robert inherits all of his absurdities from his father. My uncle expressed the same indifference to his fellow creatures as my cousin, but as he was a good husband and affectionate father, and a kind master, nobody ever challenged his opinions. But he was eccentric, yes. I suppose he was generally thought a small eccentric. Ah, said my woman gravely. I thought as much, do you know, Alicia, that madness is further often transmitted from father to son than from father to daughter, and from mother to daughter than from mother to son. Your cousin Robert Audie is a very handsome young man, and I believe a very good-hearted young man. But he must be watched, Alicia, for he is mad. Mad, cried Miss Wardley indignantly. You are dreaming, my lady, or you are trying to frighten me, added the young woman with considerable alarm. I only long to put you on your guard. Alicia, answer, my lady. Mr. Audley may be, as you say, merely eccentric, but he has talked to me this evening in a manner that has filled me with absolute terror, and I believe that he is going mad. I shall speak very seriously to Sir Michael this very night. Speak to Papa. It's game, Alicia. You surely won't distress Papa by suggesting such a possibility. I shall only put him on his guard, my dear Alicia, but she never believe you, said Miss Audley. He will laugh at such an idea. No, Alicia. He will believe anything that I narrate him, answered my woman with a quiet smile. Chapter 12. Preparing the ground. Lady Audley went from the garden to the library, a pleasant oak-paneled, homely apartment in which Sir Michael liked to sit, reading or writing, or arranging the business of his estate, with his steward, a stalwart countryman, half agriculturist, half lawyer, who rented a small farm a few miles from the court. The baronet was seated in a capacious, easy chair near the hearth. The bright blaze of the fire rose and fell, flashing now upon the polished prominences of the black oak bookcase, now upon the gold and scarlet bindings of the books, sometimes glimmering upon the Athenian helmet of a marble palace, sometimes lighting up the forehead of Sir Robert Peel. The lamp upon the reading table had not yet been lighted, and Sir Michael sat in the firelight, awaiting for the coming of his young wife. It is impossible for me ever to narrate the purity of his generous love. It is impossible to describe that affection, which was as tender as the love of a young mother for her firstborn, as brave and chivalrous as the heroic passion of Bayard for his liege mistress. The door opened while he was pondering of this fondly loved wife, and looking up, the baronet saw the slender form standing in the doorway. Why, my darling, he exclaimed as my woman closed the door behind her and came towards his chair. I have been pondering of you and awaiting for you for an hour. Where have you been, and what have you been doing? My woman, standing in the shadow rather than in the light, paused a few moments before replying to this question. I have been to Chelmsford, she said, shopping, and she hesitated, twisting her bonnet strings in her thin, white fingers with an air of pretty embarrassment. And what, my dear, asked the baronet. What have you been doing since you came from Chelmsford? I learned a vehicle stop at the door an hour ago. It was yours, was it not? Yes, I came home an hour ago, answered my woman with the same air of embarrassment. And what have you been doing since you came home, Sir Michael Audie? Asked this question with a slightly reproachful accent. His young wife's presence made the sunshine of his life, and though he could not bear to chain her to his side, it grieved him to think that she could willingly remain unnecessarily absent from him, frittering away her time in some youthful talk or frivolous occupation. What have you been doing since you came home? My dear, he repeated, what has kept you so long away from me? I have been talking to Mr. Robert Audley. She still twisted her bonnet strings, round and round her fingers. She still spoke with the same air of embarrassment. Robert, exclaimed the baronet. Is Robert here? He was here a small while ago. And is he still? I suppose no. He has gone away, gone away. Cried Sir Michael. What do you mean? My darling, I mean that your nephew came to the court this afternoon. Alicia and I found him idling about the gardens. He stayed here till about a quarter of an hour ago talking to me. And then he hurried off without a word of explanation, except indeed some ridiculous excuse about business at Mount Standing, business at Mount Stunning. Why, what business can he possibly have in that out-of-the-way place? He has gone to sleep at Mount Stunning then. I suppose, yes, I think he said something to that effect. Upon my word, it's Dana Baronet. I think that young lad is half mad. My lady's face was so much in shadow that Sir Michael Audley was unaware of the bright change that came over its sickly pallor as he made this very commonplace observation. A triumphant smile illumined Lucy Audley's countenance, a smile that plainly said, "It is coming, it is coming. I can twist him which way I like. I can put black before him. And if I say it is white, he will believe me." But Sir Michael Audley, in declaring that his nephew's wits were disordered, merely uttered that commonplace ejaculation, which is well known to have very small meaning. The baronet had, it is true, no very great estimate of Robert's faculty for the business of this everyday life. He was in the habit of looking upon his nephew as a good-natured nonentity, a man whose heart had been amply stocked by liberal nature with all the best things a generous goddess had to bestow, but whose brain had been somewhat overlooked. In the distribution of intellectual gifts, Sir Michael Audley made that mistake, which is very commonly made by easygoing, well-to-do observers, who have no occasion to look below the surface. He mistook laziness for incapacity. He thought because his nephew was idle, he must necessarily be stupid. He concluded that if Robert did not distinguish himself, it was because he could not. He forgot the mute inglorious Miltons, who die voiceless and inarticulate for want of that dogged perseverance, that blind courage which the poet must possess before he can find a publisher. He forgot the Cromwells who see the noble vessel, political economy, floundering upon a sea of confusion and going down in a tempest of noisy bewilderment, and who yet are powerless to get at the helm, forbidden even to send out a lifeboat to the sinking ship. Surely it is a mistake to judge of what a man can do by that which he has done. The world Valhalla is a close burrow, and perhaps the greatest men may be those who perish silently, far away from the sacred portal. Perhaps the purest and brightest spirits of those who shrink from the turmoil of the racecourse, the tumult and confusion of the struggle. The game of life is something like the game of écarté, and it may be that the best cards are sometimes left in the pack. My woman threw off her bonnet and seated herself upon a velvet-covered footstool. At Sir Michael's feet, there was nothing studied or affected in this girlish action. It was so natural to lose your day, to be childish, that no one would have wished to see her otherwise. It would have seemed as foolish to expect dignified reserve or womanly gravity from this amber-head siren as to long for rich basses in the crystalline treble of a skylark song. She sat with her fair face turned away from the firelight, and with her hands locked together upon the arm of her husband's easy chair. They were very restlessly slender white hands, my lady twisted the jeweled fingers in and out of each other as she talked to her husband. "I wanted to come to you who understand, dear," she said. "I wanted to come to you directly I got home. But Mr. Audie insisted upon my stopping to talk to him." "But what about my love?" asked the baronet. "What could Robert have to say to you?" My woman did not answer this question. Her fair head dropped upon her husband's knee. Her rippling yellow curls fell over her face, Sir Michael lifted that beautiful head. With his strong hands and raised my lady's face, the firelight shining on that fair face lit up the large, soft blue eyes which were drowned in tears. "Lucy, Lucy," cried the baronet, "what is the meaning of this? My love, what has happened to distress you in this manner?" Lady Audley tried to speak, but the words died away inarticulately upon her trembling lips. A choking sensation in her throat seemed to strangle. Those false and plausible words, her only armor against her enemies. She could not speak the agony she had endured silently, and the dismal lime walk had grown too strong for her, and she broke into a tempest of hysterical sobbing. It was no simulated grief that grasped her slender frame and tore at her like some ravenous beast that would have rent her piecemeal with its horrible strength. It was a storm of real anguish and terror, of remorse and misery. It was the one wild outcry in which the woman's feebler nature got the better of the siren's art. It was not thus that she had meant to fight her terrible duel with Robert Audley. These were not the weapons which she had intended to use, but perhaps no artifice which she could have devised would have served her so well as this one outburst of natural grief. It grasped her husband to the very soul. It bewildered and terrified him. It reduced the strong intellect of the man to helpless confusion and perplexity. It struck at the one weak point in a good man's nature. It appealed straight to Sir Michael Audley's affection for his wife. Ah, heaven, help a strong man's tender weakness for the woman he loves. Heaven pity him when the guilty creature has deceived him and comes with her tears and lamentations to throw herself at his feet in self-abandonment, and remorse torturing him with the sight of her agony, rendering his heart with her sobs, lacerating his breast with her groans, multiplying her own sufferings into a great anguish, for him to bear, multiplying them 20-fold, multiplying them in the ratio of a brave man's capacity for endurance. Heaven forgive him if maddened by that cruel agony. The balance wavers for a moment, and he is ready to forgive anything, ready to take this wretched one to the shelter of his breast and to pardon that which the stern voice of manly honor urges. Must not be pardon, pity him the wife's worst remorse. When she stands without the threshold of the home, she may never enter more, is not equal to the agony of the husband who closes the portal on that familiar and entreating face, the anguish of the mother who may never look again upon her children is less than the torment of the father who has to say to those children, "My small ones, you are henceforth motherless." Sir Michael Audley rose from his chair, trembling with indignation, and ready to do immediate battle with the person who caused his wife's grief. "Lucy," he said, "Lucy, I insist upon your telling me what and who has distressed you. I insist upon it. Whoever has annoyed you shall answer to me for your grief. Come, my love, narrate me directly what it is." He raised himself and bent over the drooping figure at his feet, calming his own agitation in his desire to soothe his wife's distress. "Narrate me what it is, my dear," he whispered tenderly. The sharp paroxysm had passed away, and my woman looked up. A glittering light shone through the tears in her eyes, and the lines about her pretty, rosy mouth, those hard and cruel lines which Robert Audley had observed in the rough light portrait, were plainly visible in the firelight. "I am very silly," she said, "but really he has made me quite hysterical." Who has made you hysterical?" "Your nephew, Mr. Robert Audley." "Robert," cried the baronet. "Lucy, what do you mean? I told you that." "Mr. Audley insisted upon my going into the lime walk, dear," said my woman. "He wanted to talk to me, he said. And I went, and he said such horrible things that—" "What horrible things, Lucy?" Woman Audley shuddered and clung with convulsive fingers to the strong hands that had rested caressingly upon her shoulder. "What did he say, Lucy? Oh, my dear love. How can I narrate you?" cried my lady. "I understand that I shall distress you, or you will laugh at me, and then laugh at you." "No, Lucy." Lady Audie was quiet for a moment. She sat looking straight before her into the fire, with her fingers still locked about her husband's hand. "My dear," she said slowly, hesitating now and then between her words, as if she almost shrank from uttering them. "Have you ever, I am so afraid of flexing you. Or have you ever thought Mr. Audley, a small what, my darling?" "A small out of his mind," faltered Lady Audley. "Out of his mind," cried Sir Michael. "My dear girl, what are you pondering of? You said just now, dear, that you thought he was half mad." "Did I, my love?" said the baronet, laughing. "I don't remember saying it. And it was a mere façon de parler that meant nothing. Whatever Robert may be a small eccentric, a small stupid, perhaps he may be overburned with wits, but I don't think he has brains enough for madness. I believe it's generally your great intellects that get out of order." "But madness is sometimes hereditary," said my woman. "Mr. Audley may have inherited." "He has inherited no madness from his father's family," interrupted Sir Michael. "The Audleys have never peopled private lunatic asylums, or feed mad doctors, nor from his mother's family. Not to my knowledge. People generally keep these things a secret," said my woman gravely. "There may have been madness in your sister-in-law's family." "I don't think so, my dear," replied Sir Michael. "But Lucy, narrate me. What in heaven's name has put this idea into your head?" "I have been trying to account for your nephew's conduct. I can account for it in no other manner. If you had learned the things he said to me tonight, Sir Michael, you too might have thought him mad." "What did he say, Lucy? I can scarcely narrate you. You can see how much he has stupefied and bewildered me. I believe he has lived too long alone in those solitary temple chambers. Perhaps he reads too much or smokes too much. You understand that. Some physicians declare madness to be a mere illness of the brain, an illness to which anyone is subject, and which may be produced by given causes and cured by given means." Lady Audley's eyes was still fixed upon the burning coals. In the wide grate she spoke, as if she'd been discussing a subject that she'd often learned discussed before. She spoke as if her mind had almost wandered away from the thought of her husband's nephew to the wider question of madness. In the abstract, why should he not be mad? Resume. "My woman, people are insane for years and years. Before their insanity has found out, they understand that they are mad. But they understand how to keep their secret, and perhaps they may sometimes keep it till they die. Sometimes a paroxysm seizes them, and in an evil hour they betray themselves. They commit a crime perhaps. The horrible temptation of opportunity assails them. The knife is in their hand, and the unconscious victim by their side. They may conquer the rest of demon and go away and die, innocent of any violent deed, but they may yield to the horrible temptation, the frightful, passionate, hungry craving for violence and horror. They sometimes yield and are lost." Lady Audley's voice rose. As she argued this dreadful question, the historical excitement, from which she had only just recovered, had left its effects upon her. But she controlled herself and her tone grew calmer. She resumed. "Robert Audley is mad," she said decisively. "What is one of the strongest diagnostics of madness? What is the first appalling sign of mental elaboration? The mind becomes stationary. The brain stagnates. The even current of the mind is interrupted. The pondering power of the brain resolves itself into a monotone, as the waters of a tidless pool, putrefied by reason of their stagnation. The mind becomes turbid and corrupt through lack of action, and perpetual reflection upon one subject resolves itself in monomania. Robert Audley is a monomaniac. The disappearance of his friend George Talboys grieved and bewildered him. He dwelt upon this one idea until he lost the power of pondering of anything else. The one idea looked at perpetually became distorted to his mental vision. Repeat the communist word in the English language 20 times, and before the 20th repetition, you will have begun to wonder whether the word which you repeat is really the word you mean to utter. Robert Audley has thought of his friend's disappearance until the one idea had done its fateful and unhealthy work. He looks at a common event with a vision that is diseased, and he distorts it into a gloomy horror engendered of his own monomania. If you do not want to make me as mad as he is, you must never let me see him again, he declared tonight. That George Talboys was murdered in this place, and that he will root up every tree in the gardens and pull down every brick in this house in his search for. My woman paused. The words died upon her lips. She had exhausted herself by the strange energy with which she had spoken. She had been transformed from a frivolous, youthful appearance into a woman, strong to argue her own cause and plead her own defense. "Pull down this house," cried the baronet. "George Talboys murdered at Audley Court. Did Robert say this, Lucy?" "He said something of that kind, something that frightened me very much." "Then he must be mad," said Sir Michael gravely. "I'm bewildered by what you narrate me. Did he really say this, Lucy, or did you misunderstand him?" "I don't think I did. Fault of my lady. You saw how frightened I was when I first came in. I should not have been so much agitated. If he hadn't said something horrible, Lady Audley had availed herself of the very strongest argument by which she could help her cause. To be sure, my darling." "To be sure," answered the baronet. What could have put such a horrible fancy into the unhappy boy's head? This Mr. Talboys, a perfect stranger to all of us, murdered at Audley Court. I'll go to Mount Stunning tonight and see Robert. I have known him ever since he was a baby, and I cannot be deceived in him. If there is really anything wrong, he will not be able to conceal it from me." My woman shrugged her shoulders. "That is rather an open question." She said, "It is generally a stranger who is the first to observe any psychological peculiarity." The big words sounded strange from my lady's rosy lips, but her newly adopted wisdom had a certain quaint prettiness about it which bewildered her husband. "But you must not go to outstanding, my dear darling," she said tenderly. "Remember that you are under strict orders to stay indoors until the weather is milder and the sun shines upon this cruel ice-bound country." Sir Michael Audley sank back into his capacious chair with a sigh of resignation. "That's true, Lucy," he said. "We must obey Mr. Dawson. I suppose Robert will come to see me tomorrow." "Yes, dear. I think he said he would." "Then we must wait till tomorrow." "My darling, I can't believe that. There really is anything wrong with the poor boy. I can't believe it, Lucy." "Then how do you account for his extraordinary delusion about this Mr. Talboys?" asked my woman. So Michael grasped his head. "I don't understand, Lucy. I don't understand," he answered. "It is always so difficult to believe that any one of the calamities that continually before our fellow men will ever happen to us. I can't believe that my nephew's mind is impaired. I can't believe it. I'll get him to stop here, Lucy, and I'll watch him closely. I narrate you, my love, if there is anything wrong, I'm sure to find out. I can't be mistaken in a young man who has always been the same to me as my own son. But my darling, why are you so frightened by Robert's wild talk?" "It could not affect you," my woman sighed piteously. "You must think me very strong-minded, Sir Michael," she said, with rather an injured air. "If you imagine I can hear of these sorts of things indifferently. I understand I shall never be able to see Mr. Audley again. And you shall not, my dear, you shall not. You said just now you would have him here. Mermaid woman Audley, but I will not, my darling girl. If his presence annoys you, good heavens, Lucy, can you imagine for a moment? I have any higher long than to promote your happiness. I will consult some London physician about Robert, and let him discover if there really is anything the matter with my poor brothers. Only son, you shall not be annoyed, Lucy. You must think me very unkind, dear, said my lady, and I understand I ought not to be annoyed by the poor fellow, but he really seems to have taken some absurd notion into his head. About me, about you, Lucy, cried Sir Michael. Yes, dear. He seems to connect me in some vague manner, which I cannot quite understand, with the disappearance of this Mr. Talboys. Impossible, Lucy. You must have misunderstood him. I don't think so. Then he must be mad, said the baronet. He must be mad. I will wait till he goes back to town, and then send someone to his chambers to talk to him. Good heavens, what a mysterious business this is. I fear I have distressed you, darling mermaid woman Audie. Yes, my dear. I am very much distressed by what you have told me, but you were quite right to talk to me frankly about this dreadful business. I must think it over, dearest, and try to decide what is best to be done. My lady rose from the low ottoman on which she had been seated. The fire had burned down, and there was only a faint glow of red light in the room. Lucy Audley bent over her husband's chair and put her lips to his broad forehead. How good you have always been to me, dear, she whispered softly. You would never let anyone influence you against me, would you, my darling? Influence me against you, who? Repeated the baronet. No, my love, because you know, dear as you, my woman, there are wicked people, as well as mad people in the world, and there may be some people whose interest it would be to injure me. They had better not try it then, my dear, answered Sir Michael. They would find themselves in rather dangerous position if they did. Woman Audley laughed aloud with a gay, triumphant silvery peal of laughter that vibrated through the quiet room. My own dear darling, she said, I understand you love me, and now I must run away, dear. For it's past 7 o'clock. I was engaged to dine at Mrs. Montford's, but I must send a groom with a message of apology, for Mr. Audley has made me quite unfit for company. I shall stay at home and nurse you, dear. You'll go to bed very early, won't you, and take great care of yourself? Yes, dear. My woman tripped out of the room to give her orders about the message, which was to be carried to the house at which she was to have dined. She paused for a moment as she closed the library door. She paused and laid her hand upon her breast to check the rapid throbbing of her heart. I have been afraid of you, Mr. Robert Ortley, she thought, but perhaps the time may come in which you will have cause to be afraid of me. Chapter 13. Phoebe's Petition. The division between Lady Audley and her stepdaughter had not become any narrower in the 2 months which had elapsed since the pleasant Christmas holiday. Time had been kept at Audley Court. There was no open warfare between the two women. There was only an arm's neutrality, broken every now and then by brief feminine skirmishes and transient, wordy tempests. I'm sorry to say that Alicia would very much have preferred a hearty, pitched battle to this quiet and undemonstrative disunion. But it was not very easy to quarrel with my lady. She had soft answers for the turning away of wrath. She could smile bewitchingly at her stepdaughter's open petulance, and laugh merrily at the young lady's ill temper. Perhaps had she been less amiable, had she been, indeed, further like a list here in disposition, the two ladies might have expended their enmity in one tremendous quarrel, and might ever afterwards have been affectionate and friendly. But Lucy Audley would not make war. She carried for the sum of her dislike, and put it out at a steady rate of interest, until the breach between her stepdaughter and herself, widening as small every day, became a great gulf utterly impossible. By olive branch, bearing doves from either side of the abyss, there can be no reconciliation. Where there is no open warfare, there must be a battle, a brave, boisterous battle, with pellets waving and cannon roaring. Before there can be peaceful treaties and enthusiastic shaking of hands, perhaps the union between France and England owes its greatest force to the recollection of bygone conquest and defeat. We have hated each other and licked each other, and had it out, as the common phrase goes. And we can afford now to cascade into each other's arms and vow eternal friendship and everlasting brotherhood. Let us hope that when northern Yankeedom has decimated, and been decimated blustering, Jonathan may fling himself upon his southern brother's breast, forgiving and forgiven. Alicia Audley and her father's pretty wife had plenty of room for the comfortable indulgence of their dislike in the spacious old mansion. My woman had her own apartments, as we understand, luxurious chambers, in which all conceivable elegances had been gathered. For the comfort of their occupant, Alicia had her own rooms. In another part of the large house, she had her favorite mare, her Newfoundland dog, and her drawing materials, and she made herself tolerably happy. She was not very happy, this frank, generous-hearted girl, for it was scarcely possible that she could be. Altogether at ease in the constrained atmosphere of the court, her father was changed, that dear father, over whom she had once reigned supreme, with the boundless authority of a spoiled child, had accepted another ruler and submitted to a new dynasty. Small by small, my lady's pretty power made itself felt in that narrow household, and Alicia saw her father gradually lured across the gulf that divided woman Audley from her stepdaughter, until he stood at last quite upon the other side of the abyss, and looked coldly upon his only child. Across that widening chasm, Alicia felt that he was lost to her. My lady's beaming smiles, my lady's winning words, my lady's radiant glances and bewitching graces had done their work of enchantment, and Sir Michael had grown to look upon his daughter as a somewhat willful and capricious young person who had behaved with determined unkindness to the spouse he loved. Poor Alicia saw all this, and bore her burden as well as she could. It seemed very hard to be a handsome, gray-eyed heiress, with dogs and horses and servants at her command, and yet to be so much alone in the world as to understand of not one friendly ear, into which she might pour her sorrows. If Bob was good for anything, I could have told him how unhappy I am, thought Miss Audley, but I may just as well season my troubles for any consolation I should get from my cousin Robert. Sir Michael Audley obeyed his pretty nurse, and went to bed at a small after 9 o'clock. Upon this bleak March evening, perhaps the baronet's bedroom was about the pleasantest retreat that an invalid could have chosen. In such cold and cheerless weather, the dark, green velvet curtains were drawn before the windows and about the ponderous bed. The wood fire burned redly upon the broad hearth. The reading lamp was lighted upon a delicious small table close to Sir Michael's pillow, and a heap of magazines and newspapers had been arranged by my lady's own fair hands for the pleasure of the invalid. Woman Audley sat by the bedside for about 10 minutes, talking to her husband, talking very seriously about this strange and awful question, Robert Audley's lunacy. But at the end of that time, she rose and bade him good night. She lowered the green silk shade before the reading lamp, adjusting it carefully for the repose of the baronet's eyes. I shall leave you, dear, she said, if you can sleep. So much the better if you long to read. The books and papers are close to you. I will leave the doors between the rooms open, and I shall hear your voice if you call me. Woman Audley went through her dressing room into the boudoir, where she had sat with her husband since dinner. Every evidence of womanly refinement was visible. In the elegant chamber, my lady's piano was open, covered with scattered sheets of music and exquisitely bound collections of scenes and fantasies which no master need of disdain to study. My lady's easel stood near the window, bearing witness to my lady's artistic talent, in the shape of a water-colored sketch of the court and gardens. My lady's fairy-like embroideries of lace and muslin, rainbow-hued silks and delicately tinted walls, littered the luxurious apartment, while the looking-glasses, cunningly placed at angles and opposite corners, by an artistic upholstery, multiplied my lady's image, and in that image reflected the most beautiful object in this enchanted chamber, amid all this lamplight gilding, color, wealth, and beauty. Lucy oddly sat down on a low seat by the fire to think. If Mr. Halman Hunt could have peeped into the pretty boudoir, I think the picture would have been photographed upon his brain to be reproduced by upon a bishop's half-length, for the glorification of the pre-Raphaelite brotherhood. My woman in that half-recumbent attitude, with her elbow resting on one knee, and her perfect chin supported by her hand, the rich folds of drapery falling away along undulating lines from the exquisite outline of her figure, and the luminous, rose-colored firelight enveloping her in a soft haze, only broken by the golden glitter of her yellow hair, beautiful in herself but made bewilderingly beautiful by the gorgeous surroundings which adorn the shrine of her loveliness, drinking cups of gold and ivory, chiseled by Benvenuto Cellini, cabinets of buhl and porcelain, bearing the cipher of Austrian Marie Antoinette, amid devices of rosebuds and true lovers' knots, birds and butterflies, cupidons and shepherdesses, goddesses, courtiers, cottages and milkmaids, Dutch duets of Parian marble and biscuit china, gilded baskets of hothouse flowers, fantastical caskets of Indian filigree work, fragile teacups of turquoise china, adorned by medallion miniatures of Louis the Great and Louis the Well, beloved Louise de La Valliere and Jean-Marie du Barry, cabinet pictures and gilded mirrors, shimmering satin and diaphanous lace. All that gold can buy or art devise had been gathered together for the beautification of this quiet chamber in which my woman sat, listening to the moaning of the shrill March wind and the flapping of the ivy leaves against the casements, and looking into the red chasms in the burning coals. I should be preaching a very stale sermon and harping upon a very familiar moral if I were to seize this opportunity of declaiming against art and beauty, because my woman was further wretched in this elegant apartment than many a half-starved seamstress in her dreary garret. She was wretched by reason of a wound, which laid too deep for the possibility of any solace from such plasters as wealth and luxury. But her wretchedness was of an abnormal nature, and I can see no occasion for seizing upon the fact of her misery as an argument in favor of poverty and discomfort, as opposed to opulence. The Benvenuto Cellini carvings and the Syrah porcelain could not give her happiness. Because she had passed out of their region, she was no longer innocent, and the pleasure we take in art and loveliness, being an innocent pleasure, had passed beyond her reach. 6 or 7 years before, she would have been happy in the possession of this small Aladdin's palace, but she had wandered out of the circle of careless, pleasure-seeking creatures. She had strayed far away into the desolate labyrinth of guilt and treachery, terror and crime, and all the treasures that had been collected for her could have given her no pleasure, but won the pleasure of flinging them into a heap beneath her feet and trampling upon them and destroying them in her cruel despair. There were some things that would have inspired her with an awful joy, a horrible rejoicing. If Robert Audley, her pitiless enemy, her unrelenting pursuer, had lain dead in the adjoining chamber, she would have exulted over his bier. What pleasure could have remained for Lucretia, Borgia, and Catherine de' Medici, when the dreadful boundary line between innocence and guilt was past, and the lost creatures stood upon the lonely outer side? Only horrible, vengeful joys and treacherous delights were left. For these miserable women is what disdainful bitterness they must have watched. The frivolous vanities, the petty deceptions, the paltry sins of ordinary offenders Perhaps they took a horrible pride in the enormity of their wickedness, in this divinity of hell, which made them greatest among sinful creatures. My woman brooding by the fire in her lonely chamber, with her large clear, blue eyes fixed upon the yawning gulfs of lurid crimson, in the burning coals, may have thought of many things, very far away from the terribly quiet struggle in which she was engaged. She may have thought of long ago, years of youthful innocence, youthful follies and selfishnesses, or frivolous feminine sins that had weighed very lightly upon her conscience. Perhaps in that retrospected reverie she recalled the early time in which she had first looked in the glass and discovered that she was beautiful, that fatal early time in which she had first begun to look upon her loveliness as a right divine, a boundless possession which was to be set off against all girlish shortcomings, a counterbalance of every youthful sin. Did she remember the day in which that fairy tower of beauty had first taught her to be selfish and cruel, indifferent to the joys and sorrows of others, cold-hearted and capricious, greedy of admiration, exacting and tyrannical, with that petty woman's tyranny which is the worst of despotisms? Did she trace every sin of her life back to its true source? And did she discover that poison fountain in her own exaggerated estimate of the value of a pretty face? Surely, if her thoughts wandered so far along the backward current of her life, she must have repented in bitterness and despair of that first day in which the master passions of her life had become her rulers, and the three demons of vanity, selfishness, and ambition had joined hands and said, "This woman is our slave. Let us see what she will become under our guidance." How small these first youthful errors seemed, as my woman looked back upon them in that long reverie by the lonely hearth. What small vanities, what petty cruelties! A triumph over a school fellow, a flirtation with the lover of a friend, an assertion of the right divine, invested in blue eyes and shimmering, golden-tinted hair. But how terribly that narrow pathway had widened out into the broad, high road of sin, and how swift the footsteps had become upon the now familiar way. My woman twined her fingers in her loose, amber curls and made as if she would have torn them from her head. But even in that moment of mute despair, the unyielding dominion of appearance asserted itself, and she released the port-angled glitter of ringlets, leaving them to make a halo round her head. In the dim firelight, "I was not wicked when I was young," she thought as she stared gloomily at the fire. "I was only thoughtless. I never did any harm. At least not willfully have I ever been really wicked. I wonder," she mused, "my worst wickednesses have been the result of wild impulses, are not of deeply laid plots. I am not like the women I have read of, who have laid night after night, in the horrible dark and stillness, planning out treacherous deeds, and arranging every circumstance of an appointed crime. I wonder whether they suffered. Those women, whether they suffered." As her thoughts wandered away into a weary maze of confusion, suddenly she drew herself up with a proud, defiant gesture, and her eyes glittered with a light that was not entirely reflected from the fire. "You are mad, Mr. Robert Audley," she said. "You are mad, and your fancies were a madman's fancies. I understand what madness is. I understand its science and tokens, and I say that you are mad." She put her hand to her head, as if pondering of something which confused and bewildered her, and which she found it difficult to contemplate with calmness. "Dare I defy him?" she muttered. "Dare I dare I? Will he stop now that he has once gone so far? Would he stop for fear of me? Will he stop for fear of me? When the thought of what his uncle must suffer has not stopped him, will anything stop him but death?" She pronounced the last two words in an awful whisper, and with her head bent forward, her eyes dilated and her lips still parted, as they've been passed, in her utterance of that final word death. She sat blankly staring at the fire. I can't plot horrible things. She must have presently my brain isn't strong enough, or I'm not wicked enough or brave enough. If I met Robert Audley in those lonely gardens, as I the current of her thoughts was interrupted by a cautious knocking at her door, she rose suddenly. Startled by any sound in the stillness of her room, she rose and threw herself into a low chair near the fire. She flung her beautiful head back against the soft cushions and took a book from the table near her. Insignificant as this action was, it spoke very plainly of ever-recurring fears, of fatal necessities for concealment of a mind that, in its quiet agonies, was ever alive, the importance of outward effect. It told further plainly than anything else could have told how complete an actress my lady had been made by the awful necessity of her life. A modest rap at the bourgeois door was repeated. "Come in," cried woman Audley in her liveliest tone. The door was opened with that respectful noiselessness peculiar to a well-bred servant, and a young woman, plainly dressed and carrying some of the cold March wines in the folds of her garments, crossed the threshold of the apartment and lingered near the door, awaiting permission to approach. The inner regions of my lady's retreat, it was Phoebe Marks, the fair-faced spouse of the Mount's stunning innkeeper. "I beg pardon, my lady, for intruding without leave," she said, "but I thought I might venture to come straight up, without awaiting for permission." "Yes, yes, Phoebe, to be sure. Take off your bonnet, you wretched gold-looking creature, and come and sit down here." Woman Audley pointed the low ottoman, upon which she had herself been seated a few minutes before. The lady's maid had often sat upon it, listening to her mistress's prattle in the old days, when she had been my lady's chief companion and confidant. "Sit down here, Phoebe." Lady Audley repeated, "Sit down here and talk to me. I'm very glad you came here tonight. I was horribly lonely in this dreary place." My woman shivered and looked around the luxurious chamber, very much as if the Severa and bronze, the Boule in Amalou, had been the moldering adornments of some ruined castle. The dreary wretchedness of her thoughts had communicated itself to every object about her, and all outer things took their color from that weary inner life, which held its slow course of secret anguish. In her breast, she had spoken the entire truth, in saying that she was glad of her lady's maid's visit. Her frivolous nature clung to this weak shelter in the hour of her fear and suffering. There were sympathies between her and this girl, who was like herself, inwardly as well as outwardly like herself, selfish and cold and cruel, eager for her own advancement, and greedy of opulence and elegance, angry with the lot that had been cast her, and weary of dull dependence. My woman hated Alicia for her frank, passionate, generous, daring nature. She hated her stepdaughter and clunged this fair-faced, fair-haired girl, whom she thought neither better nor worse than herself. Phoebe Marks obeyed her late mistress's commands and took off her bonnet before seating herself on the ottoman. Lady Orley's feet, her smooth bands of light hair, were unruffled by the March wines. Her trimly made drab dress, linen collar, were as neatly arranged as they could have been. Had she only that moment completed her toilet, "So Michael is better, I hope?" "My woman," she said. "Yes, Phoebe, much better. He is asleep." "You may close that door," added woman Audley, with a motion of her head towards the door of communication between the rooms, which had been left open. Mrs. Marks obeyed submissively and then returned to her seat. "I am very, very unhappy," Phoebe, my woman, said fretfully, "wretchedly miserable about the secret." "Ask Mrs. Marks," in a half-whisper. My woman did not notice that question. She resumed in the same complaining tone. She was glad to be able to complain. Even to this lady's maid she had brooded over her fears, and had suffered so long in secret that it wasn't inexpressible relief to her to bemoan her fate aloud. "I am cruelly persecuted and harassed, Phoebe Marks," she said. "I am pursued and tormented by a man, whom I never injured, whom I have never wished to injure. I am never suffered, to rest by this relentless tormentor." And as she staring at the fire again, as she had done in her loneliness, lost again in the dark intricacies of thoughts, which wandered hither and thither, in a dreadful chaos of terrified bewilderment. She did not come to any fixed conclusion. Phoebe Marks watched my lady's face, looking upward at her late mistress, with fair exercise that only relaxed their watchfulness. When Lady Audley's glance met that of her companion, "I think I understand whom you mean," my woman said in Keep His Wife, after a pause. "I think I understand who it is who is so cruel to you." "Oh, of course," answered my woman bitterly, "my secrets are everybody's secrets. You understand all about it. No doubt the person is a gentleman. Is he not, my lady?" "Yes, a gentleman who came to the Castle Inn 2 months ago when I warned you, yes." "Yes," answered my woman impatiently. "I thought so. The same gentleman is at our place tonight." My lady, woman oddly started up from her chair. Started up, as if she would have done something desperate, in her despairing fury. But she sank back again with a weary, querulous sigh. What warfare could such a feeble creature wage against her fate? What could she do but wind like a hunted hare, till she found her way back to the starting point of the cruel chase, to be there, trampled down by her pursuers at the Castle Inn. She cried, "I might have known as much. He has gone there to wring my secrets from your husband." "Fool," she exclaimed, suddenly, turning upon Phoebe Marks in a transport of anger. "Do you want to destroy me? That you've left those 2 men together?" Mrs. Marks clasped her hands piteously. "I didn't come away of my own free will." "My woman," she said, "no, one could have been further unwilling to leave the house. That I was this night. I was sent here." "Who sent you here, Luke?" "My woman, you can't narrate how hard it can be upon me. If I go against him, why did he send you?" The innkeeper's wife dropped her eyelids under Lady Audley's angry glances, and hesitated confusedly before she answered this question. "Indeed, my lady," she stammered, "I didn't want to come. I told Luke that it was too bad for us to worry you. First asking this favor and then asking that, and never leaving you alone for a month together, but he drove me down with his loud, blustering talk, and he made me come." "Yes, yes, quite, lady." Oddly impatient, "I understand that. I want to understand why you have come. Why, you know," my woman answered Phoebe half reluctantly, "Luke is very extravagant, and all I can say to him, I can't get him to be careful or steady. He's not sober. And when he's drinking with a lot of rough countrymen, and drinking perhaps even further than they do, it isn't likely that his head can be very clear. For accounts, if it hadn't been for me, we should have been ruined before this, and hard as I've tried, I haven't been able to keep the ruin off. You remember giving me the money for the brewer's bill?" "My woman, yes." "I remember very well," answered Lady Audley with a bitter laugh, "for I wanted that money to pay my own bills." "I understand you did, my lady, and it was very, very hard for me to have to come and ask you for it, after all that we'd received from you before. But that isn't the worst. When Luke sent me down here to beg the favor of that help, he never told me that the Christmas rent was still owing, but it was, my woman, and it's owing now, and there's a pay lift in the house tonight, and would be sold up tomorrow unless I pay your rent, I suppose," cried woman oddly. "I might have guessed what was coming indeed." "Indeed, my lady, I wouldn't have asked it so. Phoebe Marks, but he made me come." "Yes," answered my woman bitterly, "he made you come. And he will make you come whenever he pleases, and whenever he wants. Money for the gratification of his low vices. And you and he are my pensioners, as long as I live, or as long as I have any money to give for. I suppose when my purse is empty and my credit ruined, you and your husband will turn upon me and sell me to the highest bidder. Do you understand, Phoebe Marks? That my jewel case has been half empty. To meet your claims, do you understand that my pin money, which I thought such a princely allowance, when my marriage settlement was made, and when I was a poor governor, said Mr. Dawson's heaven help me, my pin money has been overdrawn half a year. To satisfy your demands, what can I do to appease you? Shall I sell my Marie Antoinette cabinet, or my Pompadour china Leroy's and Benson's, or Malou clocks, or my Gobelin tapestry chairs and ottomans? How shall I satisfy you next, oh my lady, my woman, cried Phoebe peevishly. Don't be so cruel to me, you know. You understand that it isn't I who want to impose upon you. I understand nothing, exclaimed woman oddly. Except that I am the most miserable of women. Let me think, she cried, silencing Phoebe's consolatory murmurs. With an imperious gesture, hold your tongue, girl, and let me think of this business, if I can. She put her hands to her forehead, clasping her slender fingers across her brow, as if she would have controlled the action of her brain. By that compulsive pressure, Robert Audley is with your husband, she said slowly, speaking to herself rather than her companion. Those two men are together, and there are bailiffs in the house, and your brutal husband is, no doubt, brutally drunk by this time, and brutally obstinate, and ferocious in his drunkenness. If I refuse to pay this money, his ferocity will be multiplied by 100-fold. There's a small use in discussing that matter. The money must be paid, but if you do pay it, my lady, said Phoebe very honestly, I hope you will impress upon Luke, 'cause it is the last money you will ever give him while he stops in that house. Why, asked woman oddly, letting her hands cascade on her lap and looking, inquiring at Mrs. Marks. Because I want Luke to leave the castle. But why do you want him to leave? Oh, forever. So many reasons, my lady, answered Phoebe. He's not fit to be the landlord of a public house. I didn't understand that when I married him, or I would have gone against the business and tried to persuade him to take to the farming line. Not but I suppose he'd have given up his own fancy, though either, but he's obstinate enough. As you understand, my lady, he's not fit for his present business, though he's scarcely ever sober after dark. And when he's drunk, he gets almost wild and doesn't seem to understand what he does. We've had 2 or 3 narrow escapes with him already. Narrow escapes, repeated woman oddly. What do you mean, why? We run the risks of being burned in our beds through his carelessness. Punched your bed through his carelessness, why? How was that, I asked my lady. Rather listlessly, she was too selfish and too deeply absorbed in her own troubles to take much interest in any danger which had befallen her sometime. Ladies, made you understand what a queer old place the castle is, my lady, all tumble-down woodwork and rotten rafters and such. Like the Chelmsford Insurance Company won't insure it, for they say if the place did happen to catch fire upon a windy night, it would blaze away like so much tinder, and nothing in the world could save it. Well, Lupnosis. And the landlord has warned him of it times and often, for he lives close against us, and he keeps a pretty sharp eye upon all my husband's goings-on. When looks tipsy, doesn't understand what he's about. And only a week ago, he left a candle burning in one of the outhouses, and the flame caught one of the rafters, the sloping roof. And if it hadn't been for me finding it out when I went round the house, the last thing, we should have all been burnt to death. Perhaps, and that's the 3rd time, the same kind of thing has happened. In the 6 months we've had the place, you can't wonder that I'm frightened. Can you, my lady? My woman had not wondered. She had not thought about the business at all. She had scarcely listened to these commonplace details. Why should she care for this low-born, awaiting woman's perils and troubles? Had she not her own terrors, her own soul-absorbing perplexities, to use up every thought of which her brain was capable? She didn't make any remark upon that, which poor Phoebe had just told her. She scarcely comprehended what had been said, until, some moments after the girl had finished speaking, when the words assumed their full meaning, as some words do, 2 or 3 minutes after they've been heard, without being heeded. "Burnt in your beds," said my lady. "At last it would have been a good thing for me, if that precious creature, your husband, had been burnt in his bed before tonight." A vivid picture flashed upon her as she spoke, the picture of that frail wooden tenement, the Castle Inn, reduced to a ruthless chaos of laughs and plaster, vomiting flames from its black mouth, and spitting sparks of fire upward towards the cold night sky. She gave a weary sigh. She dismissed this image from her restless brain. She would be no better off, even if this enemy should be forever silenced. She had another and far further dangerous foe. A foe who's not to be bribed or bought off, though she had been as rich as an empress. "I'll give you the money to send this bailiff away," my woman said after a pause. "I must give you the last sovereign in my purse, but what of that?" "You understand as well as I do that I dare not refuse you." Lady Woody rose and took the lighted lamp from her writing table. "The money is in my dressing room," she said. "I will go and fetch it." "Oh, my woman," exclaimed Phoebe, "suddenly I forget something. I was in such a way about this business that I quite forgot it." "Quite forgot what?" "A correspondence was given me to bring you, my woman, just before I left home." "What correspondence?" "A correspondence from Mr. Audley. He learned my husband mention that I was coming down here, and he asked me to carry this letter." Lady Audley set the lamp down upon the table nearest to her, and held out her hand to receive the letter. Phoebe Mars could scarcely fail to observe the small jeweled hand grasped like a leaf. Give it to me," cried my woman. "Let me see what further he has to say." She almost snatched the correspondence from Phoebe's hand, and her wild impatience, she tore open the envelope and flung it from her. She could scarcely unfold the sheet of notepaper. In her eager excitement, the correspondence was very brief. It contained only these words: "Should Mrs. George Talboys really have survived, the date of her supposed death, as recorded in the public prints, and upon the tombstone in Venter churchyard. And should she exist in the person of the lady, suspected and accused by the right of this, there can be no great difficulty in finding someone able and willing to identify her. Mrs. Barkham, the owner of North Cottages, Wildernessy, would no doubt consent to throw some light upon this matter, either to dispel a delusion or to confirm a suspicion. Robert Audley, March 3, 1859, The Castle in Mount Stunning." My woman crushed the correspondence fiercely in her hand, and flung it from her into the flames. "If he stood before me now, and I could kill him," she muttered in a strange inward whisper, "I would do it, I would do it." She snatched up the lamp, and rushed into the adjoining room. She shut the door behind her. She could not endure any witness of her horrible despair. She could endure nothing, neither herself nor her surroundings. End of Volume 2. Volume 3, Chapter 1, The Red Light in the Sky. The door between my lady's dressing room and the bedchamber in which Sir Michael Ley had been, left open. The baronet slept peacefully, his noble face plainly visible in the subdued lamplight. His breathing was low and regular, his lips curved in a half-smile, a smile of tender happiness which he often wore when he looked at his beautiful wife, the smile of an all-indulgent father who looked admiringly at his favorite child. Some touch of womanly feeling, some sentiment of compassion, softened Lady Audley's glance as it fell upon that noble reposing figure. For a moment the horrible egotism of her own misery yielded to her pitying tenderness for another. It was perhaps only a semi-selfish tenderness, after all, in which pity for herself was as powerful as pity for her husband. But for once in a way, her thoughts ran out of the narrow groove of her own terrors, and her own troubles to dwell with prophetic grief upon the coming sorrows of another, if they make him believe how wretched he will be. She thought, but intermingled with that thought, there was a thought of her lovely face, her bewitching manner, her arch smile, hello musical laugh, which was like a peal of silvery bells ringing across a broad expanse of flat pasture, and a rippling river in the misty summer evening. She thought of all these things with a transient thrill of triumph, which was stronger even than her terror. If Sir Michael Audley lived to be 100 years old, whatever he might learn to believe of her, however he might grow to despise her, would he ever be able to disassociate her from these attributes? No, 1,000 times no. To the last hour of his life, his memory would present her to him, invested with the loveliness that had first won his enthusiastic admiration, his devoted affection. Her worst enemies could not rob her of that fairy tower, which had been so fatally in its influence upon her frivolous mind. She paced up and down the dressing room, in the silvery lamplight, pondering upon the strange letter which she had received from Robert Audley. She walked backwards and forwards in that monotonous wondering for some time before she was able to study her thoughts, before she was able to bring the scattered forces of her narrow intellect to bear upon the one all-important subject of the threat contained in the barrister's letter. He will not do it, she said between her set teeth. He will do it unless I get him into a lunatic asylum first, or unless. She did not finish the thought in words. She did not even think out the sentence. That some new and unnatural pulse in her heart seemed to beat out each separate syllable against her breast. The thought was this: he will do it unless some strange calamity befalls him and silences him forever. The red blood flashed up into my lady's face with a sudden and transient ablaze, as the flickering flame of a fire, and died as suddenly away, leaving her further fair than winter snow. Her hands, which had before been locked convulsively together, fell apart and dropped heavily at her sides. She stopped in her rapid pacing to and fro, stopped as Lot's spouse may have stopped, off that fatal backward glance at the perishing city, with every pulse slackening, with every drop of blood congealing in her veins in the terrible process that was to transform her from a woman into a statue. Woman Audley stood still for about 5 minutes, in that strangely statuesque attitude, her head erect, her eyes staring straight before her, staring far beyond the narrow boundary of her chamber wall, into dark distances of peril and horror. But by and by she started from that rigid attitude. Almost as abruptly as she's fallen into it, she roused herself from that semi-lethargy, and walked rapidly to her dressing table, and seating herself before it, pushed away the litter of golden stopper bottles and delicate china essence boxes, and looked at her reflection in the large oval glass. She was very pale, but there was no other trace of agitation visible. In her girlish face, the lines of her exquisitely molded lips were so beautiful that it was only a very close observer who could have perceived a certain virginity that was unusual to them. She saw this herself and tried to smile away that statue-like immobility. But tonight the rosy lips refused to obey her. They were firmly locked, and were no longer the slaves of her will and pleasure. All the latent forces of her character concentrated themselves in this one feature. She might command her eyes, but she could not control the muscles of her mouth. She rose from before her dressing table and took a dark velvet cloak and bonnet from the recesses of her wardrobe, and dressed herself for walking. The small Omalu clock on the chimney piece struck the 11:15. While Lady Audley was employed in this manner, 5 minutes afterwards, she re-entered the room in which she had left Phoebe Marks. The innkeeper's spouse was sitting before the low hearth, very much in the same attitude as that in which her late mistress had brooded over that lonely hearth earlier in the evening. Phoebe had replenished the fire and had reassumed her bonnet and shawl. She was anxious to get home to that brutal husband, who was only too apt to cascade into some mischief. In her absence, she looked up as woman Audley entered the room and uttered an exclamation of surprise at seeing her mistress in a walking costume. "My woman," she cried, "you're not going out tonight?" "Yes, I am Phoebe," Lady Audley answered very quietly. "I am going to Mount Standing with you to see this bailiff and to pay and dismiss him myself. But my woman, you forget what the time is. You can't go out at such an hour." Woman Audley did not answer. She stood with her fingers resting lightly upon the handle of the bell, meditating quietly. "The stables are always locked, and the men in bed by 10 o'clock, she murmured when we were at home. "It will make a terrible hubbub to get a vehicle ready. But yet I dare say one of the servants could manage the matter quietly for me. But why should you go tonight? My woman, quite Phoebe Marks. Tomorrow will do just as well. Oh, weekends will do as well. Our landlord would take the man away if he had your promise to settle the debt." Lady Wordley took no notice of this interruption. She went hastily into the dressing room and flung off her bonnet and cloak, and then returned to the boudoir. In her simple dinner costume, with her curls brushed carelessly away from her face. "Now, Phoebe Marks, listen to me," she said, grasping her confidant's wrist and speaking in a low, earnest voice but with a certain imperious air that challenged contradiction and commanded obedience. "Listen to me, Phoebe," she said. "I am going to the castle in tonight. Whether it is early or late is of very small consequence to me. I have set my mind upon going, and I shall go. You have asked me why, and I have told you. I'm going in order that I may pay this debt myself, and that I may see for myself that the money I give is applied to the purpose for which I give it. There's nothing after the common course of life. In my doing this, I'm going to do what other women in my position very often do. I'm going to assist a favorite servant. It's getting on for 12 o'clock. My woman," pleaded Phoebe. Lady Audley frowned impatient near this interruption. "If I going to house to pay this man should be known," she continued, still retaining her hold of Phoebe's wrist. "I am ready to answer for my conduct, but I would rather the business would be kept quiet. I think that I can leave this house and return to without being seen by any living creature. If you will do as I narrate you, I would do anything that you wish." My woman, answered Phoebe submissively. "Then you long me good night. Presently when my maid comes into the room, and you will suffer her to show you out of the house. You'll cross the courtyard and wait for me in the avenue, upon the other side of the archway. It may be half an hour before I'm able to join you, for I must not leave my room till the servants have all gone to bed. But you may wait for me patiently, for come what may. I will join you." Lady Audley's face was no longer fair and unnatural. Crimson spot burned in the center of each rounded cheek, and an unnatural luster gleamed in her great blue eyes. She spoke with an unnatural clearness and an unnatural rapidity. She had altogether the appearance and manner of a person who has yielded to the dominant influence of some overpowering excitement. Phoebe Marks stared at her late mistress in mute bewilderment. She began to feel that my woman was going mad. The bell which woman Audley rang was answered by the smart lady's maid, who wore rose-colored ribbons and black silk gowns, and other adornments which were unknown to the humble people who sat below the salt in the good old days, when servants wore linsey-woolsey. I did not understand that it was so late. "Martin," said my woman in that gentle tone which always won for her the willing service of her inferiors, "I have been talking with Mrs. Marks and have let the time slip by me. I shouldn't want anything tonight. so you may go to bed when you please. Thank you, my lady," answered the girl, who looked very sleepy and had some difficulty in repressing a yawn, even in her mistress's presence. For the Audi household usually kept very early hours. I better show Mrs. Marks out. "My woman, hadn't I asked the maid before I go to bed?" "Oh yes, to be sure, you can let Phoebe out. All the other servants have gone to bed then, I suppose?" "Oh yes, my lady." Woman oddly laughed as she glanced at the timepiece. "We have been terribly dissipated up here. Phoebe," she said, "good night. You may narrate your husband that his rent shall be paid." "Thank you very much, my lady, and good night," murmured Phoebe as she backs out of the room. Followed by the lady's maid, woman oddly listened at the door, waiting till the muffled sound of their footsteps died away. In the octagon chamber and on the carpeted staircase, "Martin sleeps at the top of the house," she said, "ever so far away from this room. In 10 minutes I may safely make my escape." She went back into her dressing room and put on her cloak and bonnet for the second time. The unnatural color still burned like a flame in her cheeks. The unnatural light still glittered in her eyes. The excitement which she was under held her in so strong a spell that neither her mind nor her body seemed to have any consciousness of fatigue. However verbose I may be in my description of her feelings, I can never describe a tide of her thoughts or her sufferings. She suffered agonies that would fill closely printed volumes. Bulky with 1,000 pages in that one horrible night, she underwent volumes of anguish and doubt and perplexity, sometimes repeating the same chapters of her torments over and over again, sometimes hurrying through 1,000 pages of her misery, without one pause, without one moment of breathing time. She stood by the low fender in her boudoir, observing the minute hand of the clock and waiting till it should be time for her to leave the house. "In safety, I will wait 10 minutes," she said. "Not a moment beyond before I enter upon my new peril." She listened to the wild roaring of the March wind, which seemed to have risen with the stillness and darkness of the night. The hand slowly made its inevitable ways, the figures which told the 10 minutes were past. It was exactly 11:45 when my woman took her lamp in her hand and stole softly from the room. Her footfall was as light as that of some graceful, wild animal, and there was no fear of that airy step awakening any echo upon the carpeted, stone corridors and staircase. She did not pause until she reached the vestibule. Upon the ground floor, several doors opened out of this vestibule, which was an octagon like my lady's antechamber. One of these doors led into the library, and it was this door which woman oddly opened softly and cautiously. To have attempted to leave the house secretly by any of the principal outlets would have been simple madness, for the housekeeper herself superintended the barricading of the great doors, front and back, the secrets of the bolts and bars and chains and bells which secured these doors and provided for the safety of Sir Michael Ortley's plate-room, the door of which was lined with sheet iron, were known only to the servants who had to deal with them. But although all these precautions were taken, with the principal entrances to the citadel, a wooden shutter and a slender iron bar, light enough to be lifted by a child, were considered sufficient safeguard for the half-glass door, which opened out of the breakfast room into the gravel pathway and smooth turf in the courtyard. It was by this outlet that lady oddly meant to make her escape. She could easily remove the bar and unfasten the shutter, and she might safely venture to leave the window ajar. While she was absent, there was small fear of Sir Michael's awaking for some time, as he was a heavy sleeper in the earlier part of the night and had slept further heavily than usual. Since his illness, Lady Audley crossed the library and opened the door of the breakfast room. which communicated with it. This latter apartment was one of the modern additions to the court. It was a simple, cheerful chamber with brightly papered walls and pretty maple furniture, and was further occupied by Alicia than anyone else. The paraphernalia of that young lady's favorite pursuits were scattered about the room. Drawing materials, unfinished scraps of work, tangled stains of silk, and all the other tokens of a careless damsel's presence. Well, Miss Audley's picture, a pretty crayon sketch for Rosie, faced hoyden in a riding habit and hat, hung over the quaint Wedgwood ornaments on the chimney piece. My woman looked upon these familiar objects with scornful hatred flaming in her blue eyes. How glad she will be if any disgrace befools me, she thought. How she will rejoice if I am driven out of this house. Woman Audley set the lamp upon a table near the fireplace and went to the window. She removed the iron bar and the light wooden shutter, and then opened the glass door. The March night was black and moonless, and a gust of wind blew in upon her as she opened this door, and filled the room with its chilly breath, extinguishing the lamp upon the table. No matter, my woman mattered. I could not have left it burning. I shall understand how to find my way through the house. When I come back, I have left all the doors ajar. She stepped quickly out onto the smooth gravel and closed the glass door behind her. She was afraid lest that treacherous wind should blow to the door, opening into the library, and thus betray her. She was in the quadrangle now, with that chill wind sweeping against her and swirling her silken garments around her. With a shrill rustling noise, like the whistling of a sharp breeze against the sails of a yacht, she crossed the quadrangle and looked back for a moment at the firelight gleaming through the rosy-tinted curtains in her boudoir and the dim gleam of the lamp behind the mullioned windows of the room where Sir Michael Audley lay asleep. I feel as if I was running away. She thought, I feel as if I was running away secretly, in the dead of the night, to lose myself and be forgotten. Perhaps it would be wiser in me to run away, to take this man's warning and escape out of his power forever. If I were to run away and disappear, as George Talboys disappeared. But where could I go? What would become of me? I have no money. My jewels are not worth a couple of £100. Now that I've got rid of the best part of them, what could I do? I must go back to the old life. The old, hard, cruel, wretched life, the life of poverty and humiliation and vexation and discontent. I should have to go back and wear myself out in that long struggle and die as my mother died, perhaps. My woman stood still for a moment on the smooth lawn between the quadrangle and the archway, with her head drooping upon her breast and her hands locked together, debating this question in the unnatural activity of her mind. Her attitude reflected the state of that mind. It expressed a resolution and perplexity, but presently a sudden change came over her. She lifted her head, lifted it with an action of defiance and determination. No, Mr. Robert Audley, she said aloud in a low, crystalline voice, I will not go back. If the struggle between us is to be a duel to the death, you shall not find me drop my weapon. She walked with a firm and rapid step under the archway. As she passed under that massive arch, it seems as if she disappeared into some black gulf that had waited open to receive her. The stupid clock struck 12, and the solid masonry seemed to vibrate under its heavy strokes as woman Audley emerged upon the other side and joined Phoebe Marks, who had waited for her late mistress, very near the gateway of the court. Now, Phoebe, she said, it is 3 miles from here to Mount Standing, isn't it? Yes. My woman, then we can walk it in an hour. Woman Audley had not stopped to say this. She was walking quickly along the avenue, with her humble companion by her side. Fragile and delicate as she was in appearance, she was a very good walker. She had been in the habit of taking long, country rambles with Mr. Dawson's children, in her old days of dependence, and she thought very small of a distance of 3 miles. Your beautiful husband will sit up for you. I suppose, Phoebe, she said as they struck across an open field. That was used as a shortcut from Audley Court to the high road. Oh yes. My woman, he's sure to sit up. He'll be drinking with the man. I dare say the man, what man? The man, the same possession. My woman, to be sure, said Lady, oddly and differently. It was strange that Phoebe's domestic trouble should seem so very far away from her thoughts. At the time she was taking such an extraordinary step towards setting things right. At the Castle Inn, the 2 women crossed the field and turned into the high road. The way to Mount Standing was very hilly, and the long road looked black and dreary in the dark night. But my woman walked on with a desperate courage, which was no common constituent in her selfish, sensuous nature, but a strange faculty born out of her great despair. She did not speak again to her companion until they were close upon the glimmering lights at the top of the hill, one of which village lights, gleaming readily through a crimson curtain, marked out the particular window behind which it was likely that Luke Mark sat, nodding drowsily over his liquor and awaiting for the coming of his wife. He has not gone to bed, Phoebe, said my woman equally, but there is no other light burning at the inn. I suppose Mr. Audley is in bed and asleep. Yes, my lady, I suppose so. You are sure he was going to stay at the castle tonight? Oh yes, my lady. I helped the girls get his room ready before I came away. The wind, boisterous everywhere, was shriller and further pitchless. In the neighborhood of that bleak hilltop, upon which the castle inn read its rickety walls, the cruel blasts danced wildly round that frail erection. They disported themselves with the shattered pigeon house, the broken weathercock, the loose tiles. Non-shapedly chimneys they rattled at the window panes and whistled in the crevices. They mocked the feeble building from foundation to roof, and battered and banged, and tormented it in their fierce gambols until it trembled and rocked with the force of their rough play. Mr. Luke Marks had not troubled himself to secure the door of his dwelling house. Before sitting down to drink with the man who held provisional possession of his goods, and Chattels, the landlord of the Castle Inn, was a lazy, sensual brute who had no thought higher than a selfish concern for his own enjoyments, and a virulent hatred of anybody who stood in the way of his gratification. Phoebe pushed open the door with her hand and went into the house, followed by my lady. The gas was flaring in the bar, and smoking the low plaster ceiling. The door of the bar parlor was half open, and woman oddly learned the brutal laughter of Mr. Mark, so she crossed the threshold of the inn. I'll narrate him, you're here, my woman whispered Phoebe to her late mistress. I understand you'll be tipsy, you. You won't be offended, my lady, if you should say anything rude. You understand it wasn't my long that you should come, yes? Yes, I answered, woman oddly impatiently. I understand that. What should I care for his rudeness? Let him say what he likes. Phoebe Marks pushed open the parlor, leaving my woman in the bar close behind her. Luke sat, with his clumsy legs stretched out upon the hearth, with a glass of gin and water in one hand, and the poker in the other. He had just thrust the poker into a great heap of black coals, and was shattering them to make a blaze, when his spouse appeared upon the threshold of the room. He snatched the poker from between the bars and made a half-drunken, half-threatening motion with it as he saw her. So you've condescended to come home at last, Mom? He said. I thought you was never coming no more. He spoke in a sick and drunken voice, and was by no means too intelligible. He was steeped the very lips in alcohol. His eyes were dim and watery, his hands were unsteady. His voice was choked and muffled with drink. A brute even when most sober, a brute even when on his best behavior. He was 10 times further brutal in his drunkenness, when the few restraints which held his ignorant, everyday brutality in check were flung aside in the insolent recklessness of intoxication. "I've been longer than I intended to be, Luke," Phoebe answered in her most conciliatory manner. "But I've seen my woman, and she's been very kind, and she settled this business for us. She's been very kind, has she?" muttered Mr. Marks with a drunken laugh. Thank her for nothing. I understand the value of her kindness. She beyond common. Kinder to say, if she weren't obligated to be it." The man in possession, who had fallen into a maudlin and semi-unconscious state of intoxication upon about a third of the liquor that Mr. Marks had consumed, only stared in feeble wonderment at his host and hostess. He sat near the table. Indeed, he had hooked himself onto it with his elbows as a safeguard against sliding under it, and he was making inane attempts to light his pipe at the flame of a guttering tallow candle near him. "My woman has promised to settle the business for us," Phoebe repeated without noticing Luke's remarks. She knew her husband's dogged nature well enough by this time to understand that it was worse than useless to try to stop him from doing or saying anything which his own stubborn will let him to say or do. "And she's come down here to see about it tonight, Luke," she added. The poker dropped from the landlord's hand and fell, clattering amongst the cinders on the hearth. "My woman Oldley's come here tonight," he said. "Yes, Luke." My woman appeared upon the threshold of the door. As Phoebe spoke, "Yes, Luke Marks, I have come to pay this man and to send him about his business." Woman Audley said these words in a strange, semi-mechanical manner, very much as if she'd learned the sentence by rote and were repeating it without knowing what she said. Mr. Marks gave a discontented growl and set his empty glass down upon the table. With an impatient gesture, "You might have given the money to Phoebe," he said, "as well as I've brought it yourself. We don't want no fine ladies up here, prying and poking their precious noses into everything." Luke demonstrated Phoebe. "When my woman has been so kind, oh damn her kindness." "Quite, Mr. Marks, and I understand kindness is where you want. Girl is our money. She won't get no sniveling gratitude for me. Whatever she does for us, she does because she is obliged. And if she weren't obliged, she wouldn't do it." Heaven knows how much further Luke Marks might have said, had not my woman turned upon him suddenly and ordered him into silence by the unearthly glitter of her beauty. Her hair had been blown away from her face, and being of a light, delicate quality, had spread itself into a tangled mass that surrounded her forehead. Like a yellow flame, there was another flame in her eyes. A greenish light such as might flash from the changing hued orbs of an angry mermaid. "Stop," she cried. "I didn't come up here in the dead of night to listen to your insolence. How much is this debt?" £9. Woman oddly produced her purse, a toy of ivory, silver, and turquoise, and took from it a banknote, and for sovereigns, she laid these upon the table. "Let that man give me a receipt for the money," she said, "before I go." It was some time before the man could be roused into sufficient consciousness for the performance of this simple duty, and it was only by dipping a pen into the ink and pushing it between his clumsy fingers that he was at last made to comprehend that his autograph was wanted at the bottom of the receipt, which had been made out by Phoebe Marks. Woman oddly took the document as soon as the ink was dry and turned to leave the parlor. Phoebe followed her. "You mustn't go home alone, my woman," she said. "You let me go with you." Yes, you shall go home with me." The two women were standing near the door of the inn. As my woman said this, Phoebe stared, wondering at her patroness. She had expected that Lady Audio would be in a hurry to return home after settling this business, which she had capriciously taken upon herself. But it was not so. My woman stood, leaning against the indoor and staring into vacancy. And again Mrs. Marks began to fear that trouble had driven her late mistress mad. A small Dutch clock in the bar struck 1, while woman oddly lingered in this irresolute, absent manner. She started at the sound and began to tremble violently. I think I'm going to faint. Phoebe, she said, where can I get some cold water? The pump is in the wash house. My woman, I'll run and get you a glass of water. No, cried my lady, clutching Phoebe's arm as she was about to run away. Upon this errand I'll get it myself. I must dip my head in a basin of water. If I want to save myself from fainting, in which room does Mr. Orley sleep? There was something so irrelevant in this question that Phoebe Marks stared aghast to her mistress. Before she answered it, it was no, 3 that I got ready. My woman, the front room, the room next 2 hours, she replied. After that pause, astonishment. Give me a candle, said my lady. I'll go into your room and get some water for my head. Stay where you are, she added authoritatively. As Phoebe Marks was about to show the way, stay where you are and see that brutal husband of yours doesn't follow me. She snatched the candle, which Phoebe had lighted from the girl's hand, and ran up the rickety, winding staircase that led to the narrow corridor. Upon the upper floor, 5 bedrooms opened out of this low-ceilinged, close-smelling corridor. The numbers of these rooms were indicated by squat, black figures painted upon the upper panels of the doors. Woman oddly had driven to Mount, standing to inspect the house, when she had bought the business for her servant's bridegroom, and she knew her way about the dilapidated old place. She knew where to find Phoebe's bedroom, but she stopped before the door of that other chamber, which had been prepared for Mr. Robert. Oddly, she stopped and looked at the number on the door. The key was in the lock, and her hand dropped upon it as if unconsciously. Then she suddenly began to tremble again, as she had trembled a few minutes before, at the striking of the clock. She stood for a few moments trembling thus, with her hands still upon the key. Then a horrible expression came over her face, and she turned the key in the lock. She turned it twice, double locking the door. There was no sound from within. The occupant of the chamber made no sign of having learned that ominous creaking of the rusty key in the rusty lock. Woman oddly hurried into the next room. She set the candle on the dressing table, flung off her bonnet, and slung it loosely across her arm. She went to the wash hand stand and filled the basin with water. She plunged her golden hair into this water and then stood for a few moments in the center of the room, looking about her with a white, earnest face and an eager gaze that seemed to take in every object in the poorly furnished chamber. Phoebe's bedroom was certainly very shabbily furnished. She had been compelled to select all the most decent things for those best bedrooms, which was set apart for any chance traveler who might stop for a night's lodging at the Castle Inn. But Mrs. Marks had done her best to atone for the lack of substantial furniture in her apartment by a superabundance of drapery. Crisp curtains of cheap chintz hung from the tent bedstead. Festooned draperies of the same material shrouded the narrow window, shutting out the light of day and affording a pleasant harbor for tribes of flies and predatory bands of spiders. Even the looking glass, a miserably cheap construction, which distorted every face whose owner had the hardihood to look into it, stood upon a draperied altar of starch, muslin, and pink glazed calico, and was adorned with frills of lace and knitted work. My woman smiled as she looked at the festoons and furbelows, which met her eye upon every side. She had reason perhaps to smile, remembering the costly elegance of her own apartments, but there was something in that sardonic smile that seemed to have a deeper meaning than any natural contempt for Phoebe's poor attempts at decoration. She went to the dressing table and smoothed her wet hair before the looking glass, and then put on her bonnet. She was obliged to place the flaming tallow candle very close to the lace for bellows. About the glass so close to the starch muslin seemed to draw the flame towards it. By some power of attraction in its fragile tissue, Phoebe waited anxiously by the indoor for my lady's coming. She watched the minute hand to the Dutch clock, wondering at the slowness of its progress. It was only 10 minutes past 1 when Lady Audley came downstairs, with her bonnet on and her hair still wet. But without the candle, Phoebe was immediately anxious. "About this missing candle, the light, my lady. She said you have left it upstairs. The wind blew it out as I was leaving your room," Woman Audley answered quietly. "I left it there in my room, my woman, yes, and it was quite out, yes. I narrate you, why do you worry me about your candle? It is past 1 o'clock come." She took the girl's arm and half dragged her from the house. The convulsive pressure of her slight hand held her companion. As firmly as an iron vice could have held her, the fierce March wind banged the door of the house and left the two women standing outside it. The long black road lay bleak and desolate before them, dimly visible between the leafless hedges, a walk of 3 miles length upon a lonely country road, between the hours of 1 and 2 on a cold winter's morning, is scarcely a pleasant task for a delicate woman, a woman whose inclinations lean towards ease and luxury. But my woman hurried along the hard, dry highway, dragging her companion with her, as if she'd been compelled by some horrible, demonic force which knew no abatement, with the black night above them, with the fierce wind howling round them, sweeping across a broad expanse of hidden country, blowing as if it had arisen simultaneously from every point of the compass, and making those wretched wanderers the focus of its ferocity. The two women walked through the darkness, down the hill upon which Mount Standing stood, along 1.5 miles of flat road, and then up another hill on the western side of which Audley Court lay, in that sheltered valley, which seemed to shut in the old house from all the clamor and hubbub of the everyday world. My woman stopped upon the summit of this hill, to draw breath and to clasp her hands upon her heart, in the vain hope that she might still its cruel beating. They were now within 3/4 of a mile of the court, and they'd been walking for nearly an hour, since they had left the castle. In Woman Audley stopped to rest with her face still turned towards the place of her destination. Phoebe Mark stopping also, and very glad of a moment's pause in that hurried journey, looked back into the far darkness, beneath which lay that dreary shelter which had given her so much uneasiness. As she did so, she uttered a shrill cry of horror, and clutched wildly at Lady Audley's cloak. The night sky was no longer all dark. The thick blackness was broken by one patch of lurid light. "My woman, my lady," quite Phoebe, pointing to this lurid patch. "Do you see?" "Yes, child, I see," answered Woman Audley, trying to shake the clinging hands from her garments. "What is the matter?" "It is a fire." "A fire, my lady?" "Yes, I'm afraid it is a fire at Brentwood." "Most likely. Let me go. Phoebe does nothing to us." "Yes. Yes, my woman is nearer than Brentwood." "Much nearer," he said. "Man standing." Woman Audley did not answer. She was trembling again with the cold, perhaps for the wind had torn her heavy cloak away from her shoulders and had left her slender figure exposed to the blast. "It is outstanding, my lady," cried Phoebe Marks. "It is the castle. It's the castle that's on fire. I understand it is. I understand it is. I thought of fire tonight, and I was fidgety and uneasy, for I knew this would happen some day. I wouldn't mind if it was only the wretched place, but there'll be life lost too. There'll be life lost." "Stop," the girl destructively. "There's Luke. Too tipsy to help himself unless others help him. There's Mr. Audley asleep, BB Mark stopped suddenly at the mention of Robert's name and fell upon her knees, clasping her uplifted hands and appealing wildly to Woman Audley. "Oh my God," she cried. "Say it's not true, my lady. Say it isn't true. It's too horrible. It's too horrible. It's too horrible." "What's too horrible?" "The thought that's in my mind. The dreadful thought that's in my mind." "What do you mean, girl?" cried my woman fiercely. "Oh, God forgive me if I'm wrong." The kneeling woman gasped in detached sentences, "And God grant I may be." "Why did you go up to the castle tonight, my lady? Why are you so set on going against all I could say you, who are so bitter against Mr. Audley and against Luke? Who knew they were both under that roof? Oh, narrate me that I do you a cruel wrong. My woman, narrate me so. Narrate me, for as there is a heaven above me, I think that you went to that place tonight on purpose to set fire to it. Narrate me that I'm wrong. My woman, narrate me that I'm doing you a wicked wrong." "I will narrate you nothing except that you are a mad woman," answered Woman Audley in a cold, hard voice. "Get up, fool, idiot, coward. Is your husband such a precious bargain that you should be groveling there, lamenting and groaning for him? What is Robert Audley to you, that you behave like a maniac because you think he is in danger? How do you understand that the fire is at Mount Stunning? You see a red patch in the sky, and you cry out directly that your own poultry, hovel, is in flames, as if there were no place in the world that could burn, except that the fire may be at Brentwood, or further away at Rumford, or still further away on the eastern side of London. Perhaps get up, mad woman, and go back and look after your goods and chattels, and your husband and your lodger. Get up and go. I don't want you. Oh, my lady, my woman, forgive me so, Phoebe. There's nothing you can say to me that's hard enough for having done you such a wrong. Even in my thoughts I don't mind your cruel words. I don't mind anything if I'm wrong. Go back and see for yourself," answered Woman Audley sternly. "I narrate you again, I don't want you." She walked away in the darkness, leaving Phoebe Mark still kneeling upon the hard road where she had cast herself. In that agony of supplication, Sir Michael's wife walked towards the house in which her husband slept, with the red blaze lighting up the heavens behind her, and with nothing but the blackness of the night before. Chapter 2. The Bearer of the Tidings. It was very late the next morning when Lady Audley emerged from her dressing room, exquisitely dressed in a morning costume of delicate muslin, elaborate laces and embroideries, but with a very fair face, and with half circles of purple shadow under her eyes. She accounted for this fair face and these hollow eyes by declaring that she had sat up reading until a very late hour. On the previous night, Sir Michael and his young wife, breakfast, stood in the library at a comfortable round table, wheeled close to the blazing fire, and Alicia was compelled to share this meal with her stepmother. However she might avoid that lady in the long interval between breakfast and dinner, the March morning was bleak and dull, and a drizzling rain fell incessantly, obscuring the landscape and blotting out the distance. There were a very few letters by the morning's post. The daily newspapers did not arrive until noon, and such aids to conversation being missing, there was very small talk at the breakfast table. Alicia looked out at the drizzling rain, drifting against the broad window panes. "No writing today," she said, "and no chance of any call is to enlighten us, unless that ridiculous Bob comes crawling through the wet from Mount Stunning. Have you ever learned anybody whom you knew to be dead? Alluded to in a light, easy-going manner by another person who did not understand of his death. Alluded to us doing that or this, as performing some trivial, everyday operation when you know that he has vanished away from the face of the earth and separated himself forever from all living creatures and their commonplace pursuits in the awful solemnity of death. such a chance illusion, insignificant though it may be, is out to send a strange thrill of pain through the mind. The ignorant remark jars discordantly upon the hypersensitive brain. The king of terrors is desecrated by that unwitting disrespect. Heaven knows what hidden reason my woman may have had for experiencing some such revulsion of feeling on the sudden mention of Mr. Audley's name. But her fair face blanched to a sickly white as Alicia Audley spoke of her cousin. Yes, he will come down here in the wet perhaps. The young woman continued with his hat sleek and shining, as if it had been brushed with a pat of fresh butter, and with white vapors steaming out of his clothes and making him look like an awkward genie just let out of his bottle. He will come down here and print impressions of his muddy boots all over the carpet, and he'll sit on your gold blonde tapestry, my woman, in his wet overcoat. And he'll abuse you if you demonstrate, and will ask why people have chairs that are not to be sat upon, and why you don't live in Fig Tree Court. And so my Claudie watched his daughter with a thoughtful countenance. As she talked to her cousin, she very often talked of him, ridiculing him and inveighing against him in no very measured terms. But perhaps the baronet thought of a certain senior, a Beatrice, who very cruelly and treated a gentleman called Benedict, but who was, it may be, harshly in love with him at the same time. What do you think? Major Melville told me when he called here yesterday. Alicia, so my class presently. I haven't the remotest idea, replied Alicia rather disdainfully. Perhaps he told you that we should have another war before long, by ged, sir. Or perhaps he told you that we should have a new ministry, by ged, sir. That those fellows are getting themselves into a mess, sir, or that those other fellows were reforming this, and cutting down that, and altering the other in the army, until by dead, sir, we shall have no army at all. By and by nothing but a pack of boys, sir, crammed up to the eyes, with a lot of senseless schoolmasters, rubbish, and dressed in shell jackets and calico helmets. Yes, sir, they're fighting in it in calico helmets. At this very day, sir, you are an impertinent minx. Misanswer the baronet. Major Melville told me nothing of the kind, but he told me that a very devoted admirer of yours, a certain Sir Harry Towers, has forsaken his place in Hertfordshire and his hunting stable, and has gone on the continent for a 12-months tour. Miss Audley flushed up suddenly at the mention of her old Adora, but recovered herself very quickly. He has gone on the continent, has he? She said indifferently. He told me that he meant to do so if he didn't have everything his own way. Poor fellow, he's a dear, good-hearted, stupid creature, and 20 times better than that Peary, pathetic patent refrigerator Mr. Robert Audley. I long, Alicia, you're not so fond of ridiculing Bob. So Michael said gravely, Bob is a very good fellow, and I'm as fond of him as if he'd been my own son, and I've been very uncomfortable about him lately. He's changed very much within the last few days, and he has taken all sorts of absurd ideas into his head. And my woman has alarmed me about him. She thinks, woman Audley, interrupted her husband with a grave shake of her head. It is better not to say too much about it yet a while. She said, Alicia knows what I think. Yes, rejoined Miss Audley. My woman thinks that Bob is going mad. But I understand better than that. He's not at all the sort of person to go mad. How should such a sluggish ditch pond of an intellect as his ever work itself into a tempest? He may moon about for the rest of his life, perhaps in a tranquil state of semi-idiocy, imperfectly comprehending who he is, and where he's going and what he's doing, but he'll never go mad. So Michael did not reply to this. He had been very much disturbed by his conversation with my lady on the previous evening, and had silently debated the painful question in his mind ever since his wife, the woman he best loved and most believed in, had told him. With all appearance of regret and agitation, her conviction of his nephew's insanity, he tried in vain to arrive at the conclusion he wished most ardently to attain. He tried in vain to think that my woman was misled by her own fancies and had no foundation for what she said. But then again, it suddenly flashed upon him. To think this was to arrive at a worse conclusion. It was to transfer the horrible suspicion from his nephew to his wife. She appeared to be possessed with an actual conviction of Robert's insanity. To imagine how wrong was, to imagine some weakness in her own mind. The longer he thought of the subject, the further it harassed and perplexed him. It was most certain that the young man had always been eccentric. He was sensible. He was terribly clever. He was honorable and gentlemanlike in feeling, though perhaps a small careless in the performance of certain minor social duties. But there were some slight differences, not easily to be defined, that separated him from other men of his age and disposition. Then again, it was equally true that he had very much changed. Within the period that had succeeded the disappearance of George Talboys, he had grown moody and thoughtful, melancholy and absent-minded. He had held himself aloof from society, had sat for hours without speaking, had talked to other times by fits and starts, and had excited himself unusually in the discussion of subjects which apparently lay far out of the region of his own life and interests. Then there was even another point which seemed to strengthen my lady's case against this unhappy young man. He had been brought up in the frequent society of his cousin Alicia, his pretty genial cousin, to whom interest and one would have thought affection naturally pointed as his most fitting bride. Further than this, the girl had shown him, in the innocent guilelessness of a transparent nature, that on her side at least, affection was not wanting. And yet, in spite of all this, he had held himself aloof, and had allowed other men to propose for her hand, and to be rejected by her, and had still made no sign. Now love is so very subtle, in essence such an indefinable metaphysical marvel, that its due force, though very cruelly felt by the sufferer himself, is never clearly understood by those who look on at his torments, and wonder why he takes the common fever so badly. Sir Michael argued that, because Alicia was a pretty girl, and an amiable girl, it was therefore extraordinary unnatural in Robert Audley not to have duly fallen in love with her. This baronet, who close upon his 60th birthday, had for the first time encountered that one woman who, out of all the women in the world, had power to quicken the pulses of his heart. Wondered why Robert failed to take the fever from the first breath of contagion that blew towards him. He forgot that there are men who go their ways unscathed amidst legions of lovely and generous women, to succumb at last before some harsh-featured virago, who knows the secret of that only philtre which can intoxicate and bewitch him. He forgot that there are certain jacks who go through life without meeting the Jill appointed for them by Nemesis, and die old bachelors perhaps with poor Jill pining, an old maid upon the other side of the party wall. He forgot that love which is a madness and a scourge, and a fever and a delusion and a snare, is also a mystery, and very imperfectly understood by everyone, except the individual sufferer, who writhes under its tortures. Jones, who is wildly enamored of Miss Brown, and who lies awake at night until he loathes his comfortable pillow, and tumbles his sheet into twisted rags of linen, in his agonies as if you were a prisoner and wanted to wind them into impromptu ropes. This same Jones, who thinks Russell Square a magic place because his divinity inhabits it, who thinks the trees in that enclosure and the sky above it greener and bluer than any other trees or sky, and who feels a pang, yes, an actual pang, of mingled hope and joy and expectation and terror, when he emerges from Guildford Street, descending from the heights of Islington. Into those sacred precincts, this very Jones is hard and callous towards the torments of Smith, who adores Miss Robinson, and cannot imagine what the infatuated fellow can see in the girl. So it was with Sir Michael Audley. He looked at his nephew as a sample of a very large class of young men, and his daughter as a sample of an equally extensive class of feminine goods, and could not see why the two samples should not make a very respectable match. He ignored all those infinitesimal differences in nature, which make the wholesome food of one man the deadly poison of another. How difficult it is to believe sometimes that a man doesn't like such and such a favorite dish if at a dinner party. A meek-looking guest refuses early salmon and cucumber, or green peas in February. We set him down as a poor relation, whose instincts warn him off those expensive plates. If an older man were to declare that he didn't like green fat, he would be looked upon as a social martyr, a Marcus Curtis of the dinner table, who emulated himself for the benefit of his kind. His fellow older man would believe in anything rather than an heretical distaste for the city ambrosia of the soup tureen. But there are people who dislike salmon and whitebait, and spring ducklings, and all manner of old established delicacies. And there are other people who affect eccentric and despicable dishes generally stigmatized as nasty. Alas, my pretty Alicia, your cousin did not love you. He admired your rosy English face and had a tender affection for you, which might perhaps have expanded by and by into something warm enough for matrimony, that everyday job-trot species of union, which demands no very passionate devotion, but for a sudden check which it had received in Dorsetshire. Yes, Robert Audley's growing affection for his cousin, a plant of very slow growth, I am faint to confess, had been suddenly dwarfed and stunted upon that bit of February day, on which it stood beneath the pine trees, talking to Clara Talboys. Since that day, the young man had experienced an unpleasant sensation in pondering of poor Alicia. He looked at her as being, in some vague manner, an encumbrance upon the freedom of his thoughts. He had a haunting fear that he was in some tacit way pledged to her, that she had a species of claim upon him, which were bad to him, the right of even pondering of another woman. I believe it was the image of Miss Audley presented him in this light that goaded the young barrister into those outbursts of splenetic rage against the female sex, which he was liable to at certain times. He was strictly honorable, so honorable that he would rather have immolated himself upon the altar of truth and Alicia than have done her the remotest wrong, though by so doing he might have secured his own happiness. If the poor small girl loves me, he thought, and if she thinks that I love her, and has been led to think so by any word or act of mine, I am in duty bound to let her think so to the end of time, and to fulfill any tacit promise which I may have unconsciously made. I thought once, I meant once, to make her an offer by and by, when this horrible mystery about George Talboy should have been cleared up and everything peacefully settled. But now his thoughts would ordinarily wander away at this point of his reflections, carrying him back under the pine trees in Dorsetshire, and setting him once more face to face with the sister of his missing friend. And it was generally a very laborious journey, by which he traveled back to the point from which he had strayed. It was so difficult for him to tear himself away from the stunted turf and the pine trees. Poor small girl. He would think on coming back to Alicia, how good it is of her to love me, and how grateful I ought to be for her tenderness. How many fellows would think such a generous, loving heart the highest boon that earth could give them? The Sir Harry Towers, stricken with his despair at her rejection, he would give me half his estate, all his estate, twice his estate, if he had it to be in the shoes. Which I am so anxious to shake off my ungrateful feet. Why don't I love her? Why is it that, although I understand how to be pretty and pure, and good and truthful, I don't love her? Her image never haunts me except reproachfully. I never see her in my dreams. I never wake up suddenly in the dead of night, with her eyes shining upon me, and her warm breath upon my cheek, or with the fingers of her soft hand clinging to mine. No, I'm not in love with her. I can't cascade in love with her. He raged and rebelled against his ingratitude. He tried to argue himself into a passionate attachment for his cousin, but he failed ignominiously, and the further he tried to think of Alicia, the further he thought of Clara. Tall boys, I am speaking now of his feelings in the period that elapsed between his return from Dorsetshire and his visit to Grange Heath. Sir Michael sat by the library fire after breakfast, upon this wretched rainy morning, writing letters and reading the newspapers. Alicia shut herself in her own apartment to read the third volume of a novel. Lady Audley locked the door of the octagonate chamber and roamed up and down the suite of rooms, from the bedroom to the boudoir. All through that weary morning, she had locked the door, to guard against the chance of anyone coming in, suddenly and observing her, before she was aware, before she had sufficient warning to enable her to face their scrutiny. Her fair face seemed to go paler as the morning advanced. A tiny medicine chest was open upon the dressing table, and small stop-it bottles of red lavender salva, latterly chloroform, chlorodyne, and ether was scattered about. Once my woman paused before this medicine chest and took out the remaining bottles, half absently perhaps, until she came to one which was filled with a thick, dark liquid and labeled opium poison. She trifled a long time with this last bottle, holding it up to the light and even removing a stopper, and smelling the sickly liquid, but she put it from her suddenly with a shudder. If I could, she muttered, if I only could do it, and yet why should I now? She clenched her small hands as she uttered the last words, and walked to the window of the dressing room, which looked straight towards that ivied archway, under which anyone must come who came from Mount Standing to the court. There were smaller gates in the gardens, which led into the meadows behind the court, but there was no other way of coming from Mount Standing or Brentwood than by the principal entrance. The solitary hand of the clock over the archway was midway between 1 and 2. When my woman looked at it, "How slow the time is," she said wearily. How slow shall I grow old like this, I wonder, with every minute of my life seeming like an hour." She stood for a few minutes observing the archway, but no one passed under it while she looked, and she turned impatiently away from the window to resume her weary wandering about the rooms, whatever fire that had been, which had reflected itself vividly in the black sky. No tidings of it had as yet come to Audley Court. The day was miserably wet and windy, altogether the very last day upon which even the most confirmed idler and gossip would care to venture out. It was not a market day, and there were therefore very few passengers upon the road between Brentwood and Chelmsford, so that as yet no news of the fire, which had occurred in the dead of the wintry night, had reached the village of Audley, or traveled from the village of the court. The girl with the rose-colored ribbons came to the door of the anteroom to summon her mistress to luncheon, but woman Audley only opened the door a small way and intimated her intention of taking no luncheon. "My head aches terribly, Martin," she said. "I shall go and lie down till dinner time. You may come at 5 to dress me." Woman Audley said this with the predetermination of dressing at 4, and thus dispensing with the services of her attendant. Amongst all privileged spies, a lady's maid has the highest privileges. It is she who bathes Lady Teresa's eyes with Oda, cologne after her ladyship's quarrel with the colonel. It is she who administers sal volatile to Miss Fanny when Count Beau Desert of the Blues has jilted her. She has 100 methods for the finding out of her mistress's secrets. She knows. By the manner in which her victim jerks her head from under the hairbrush, or chafes at the gentlest administration of the comb. What hidden tortures are racking her breast? What secret perplexities are bewildering her brain? That well-bred attendant knows how to interpret the most obscure diagnoses of all mental diseases that can afflict her mistress. She knows when the ivory complexion is bought and paid for, when the pearly teeth are foreign substances fashioned by the dentist, when the glossy plaits are the relics of the dead rather than the property of the living. And she knows other and further sacred secrets than these. She knows when the sweet smile is further false than Madame Leverson's enamel, and far less enduring when the words that issue from between gates and borrowed pearl are further disguised and painted than the lips which help to shape them when the lovely fairy of the ballroom re-enters her dressing room after the night's long rivalry and throws aside her voluminous burnous and her faded bouquet and drops her mask, and like another Cinderella loses the glass slipper by whose glitter she has been distinguished and falls back into her rags and dirt. The lady's maid is by to see the transformation. The valet who took wages from the prophet of Corazon must have seen his master sometimes unveiled, and must have laughed in his sleeve at the folly of the monster's worshippers. Lady Audie had made no confidant of her new maid, and on this day of all others, she wished to be alone. She did lie down. She cast herself wearily upon the luxurious sofa in the dressing room, and buried her face in the down pillows, and tried to sleep. Sleep she'd almost forgotten what it was. That tender restorer of tired nature. It seemed so long now since she had slept. It was only about 48 hours perhaps, but it appeared intolerable time. Her fatigue of the night before and her unnatural excitement had worn her out. At last she did cascade asleep. She fell into a heavy slumber that was almost like stupid. She had taken a few drops out the opium bottle in a glass of water before lying down. The clock over the mantelpiece chimed the 4:15 as she woke suddenly and started up, with the cold perspiration breaking out in icy drops upon her forehead. She had dreamt that every member of the household was clamoring at the door, eager to narrate her of a dreadful fire that had happened. In the night there was no sound but the flapping of the ivy leaves against the glass, the occasional falling of a cinder, and the steady ticking of the clock. Perhaps I shall be always dreaming these sort of dreams, my woman thought, until the terror of them kills me. The rain had ceased, and the cold spring sunshine was glittering upon the windows. Woman oddly dressed herself rapidly but carefully. I do not say that even in her supremest hour of misery, she still retained her pride and her beauty. It was not so. She looked upon that appearance as a weapon, and she felt that she had now double need to be well armed. She dressed herself in her most gorgeous silk, a voluminous robe of silvery, shimmering blue that made her look as if she'd been arrayed in moonbeams. She grasped out her hair into delicate showers of glittering gold, and with a cloak of white cashmere about her shoulders, went downstairs into the vestibule. She opened the door of the library and looked in. So Mike Lordley was asleep in his easy chair as my woman softly closed this door. Alicia descended the stairs from her own room. The turret door was open, and the sun was shining upon the wet grass plate. In the quadrangle, the firm gravel walks were already very nearly dry, for the rain had ceased for upward of 2 hours. "Will you take a walk with me in the quadrangle?" Woman oddly asked as her stepdaughter approached. The armed neutrality between the two women admitted. Of any chance civility such as this? Yes, if you please. My woman Alicia answered rather listlessly. I've been yawning over a stupid novel all the morning. And she'd be very glad of a small fresh air. Heaven help the novelist, whose fiction was already had been perusing. If you had no better critics than that young lady. She had read page after page without knowing what she'd been reading, and had flung aside the volumes half a dozen times to go to the window and watch for that visitor, whom she had so confidently expected. Woman oddly left the way through the low doorway and onto the smooth gravel drive by which carriages approached the house. She was still very pale, but the brightness of her dress and of her feathery, golden ringlets distracted. And observe his eyes from her pallid face. All mental distress is with some sure of reason, associated in our minds with loose, disordered comments and disheveled hair, and in appearance in every way the reverse of my lady's. Why had she come out into the chill sunshine of the March afternoon to wander up and down that monotonous pathway? With the stepdaughter she hated, she came because she was under the dominion of a horrible restlessness, which would not suffer her to remain within the house, awaiting for certain tidings which she knew must to surely come. At first she had wished to ward them off. At first she had wished that strange convulsions of nature might arise to hinder their coming, that abnormal winter lightnings might wither and destroy the messenger who carried them, that the ground might tremble and yawn beneath his hastening feet, and that impossible gulfs might separate the spot from which the tidings were to come and the place to which they were to be carried. She wished that the earth might stand still and the paralyzed elements ceased from their natural functions, that the progress of time might stop, that the day of judgment might come, and that she might thus be brought before an unearthly tribunal, and so escape the intervening shame and misery of any earthly judgment. In the wild chaos of her brain, every one of these sorts had held its place, and in her short slumber on the sofa, in her dressing room, she had dreamed all these things, and 100 other things, all bearing upon the same subject. She dreamed that a brook, a tiny stream, that when she first saw it, flowed across the road between Mount Standing, and oddly and gradually swelled into a river, and from a river became an ocean, till the village on the hill receded far away, out of sight, and only a great waste of waters rolled. Where it once had been, she dreamt that she saw the messenger, now one person, now another, but never any probable person, hindered by 100 hindrances, now startling and terrible, now ridiculous and trivial, but never either natural or probable. I'm going down into the quiet house. With the memory of these dreams strung upon her, she had been bewildered by the stillness, which had betokened that the tidings had not yet come, and now her mind underwent a complete change. She no longer wished to delay that dreaded intelligence. She wished the agony, whatever it was, to be over and done with. The pain suffered and the release attained. It seemed to her as if the intolerable day would never come to an end, as if her mad wishes had been granted, and the progress of time had actually stopped. What a long day it has been, exclaimed Alicia, as if taking up the burden of my lady's thoughts. Nothing but drizzle and mist and wind. And now that it's too late for anybody to go out, it must need to be fine. The young woman added with an evident sense of injury. Lady Audie did not answer. She was looking at that stupid one-handed clock and awaiting for the news, which must come sooner or later, which could not surely fail to come very speedily. They have been afraid to come and narrate him, she thought. They have been afraid to break the news to Sir Michael. Who will come to narrate it at last? I wonder, the rector of Mount Standing perhaps, or the doctor, some important person at least. If she could have gone out into the leafless avenues or onto the high road beyond them. If she could have gone so far as that hill, upon which she had so lately parted with Phoebe, she would have gladly done so. She would rather have suffered anything than that slow suspense, that corroding anxiety, that metaphysical dry rot in which heart and mind seemed to decay. Under an insufferable torture, she tried to talk, and by a painful effort, contrive now and then to utter some commonplace remark under any ordinary circumstances. Her companion would have noticed her embarrassment, but Miss Swordley, happening to be very much absorbed by her own vexations, was quite as well inclined to be quiet as my lady herself. The monotonous walk up and down the gravel pathway suited Alicia's humor. I think that she even took a malicious pleasure in the idea that she was very likely catching cold, and that her cousin Robert was answerable for her danger. If she could have brought upon herself inflammation of the lungs or ruptured blood vessels by that exposure to the chill March atmosphere, I think she would have felt a gloomy satisfaction in her sufferings. Perhaps Robert might care for me if I had inflammation of the lungs, she thought. He couldn't insult me by calling me a bouncer then. Bouncers don't have inflammation of the lungs. I believe she drew a picture of herself in the last stage of consumption, propped up by pillows in a great easy chair, looking out of a window in the afternoon sunshine with medicine bottles, a bunch of grapes and a Bible upon a table by her side, and with Robert all contrition and tenderness. Summoned to receive her farewell blessing, she preached a whole chapter to him. In that parting benediction, talking a great deal, longer than was in keeping with her prostrate state, and very much enjoying her dismal castle in the air. Employed in this sentimental manner, Miss Aldy took very small notice of her stepmother, and the one hand of the blundering clock had slipped to 6 by the time Robert had been blessed and dismissed. "Good gracious me," she cried suddenly, 6 o'clock, and I'm not dressed." The half-hour bell rang in a cupola under the roof. While Alicia was speaking, "I must go in, my lady," she said. "Won't you come presently?" answered woman oddly. "I'm dressed, you see." Alicia ran off, but Sir Michael's spouse still lingered in the quadrangle, still waited for those tidings, which was so long coming. It was nearly dark. The blue mists of evening had slowly risen from the ground. The flat meadows were filled with a gray vapor, and a stranger might have fancied oddly caught a castle on the margin of a sea under the archway. The shadows of fast-coming night lurked darkly, like traitors awaiting for an opportunity to glide stealthily into the quadrangle through the archway. A patch of cold blue sky glimmered faintly, streaked by one line of year at crimson, and lighted by the dim glitter of one wintry-looking star. Not a creature was stirring in the quadrangle, but the restless woman who paced up and down the straight pathways, listening for a footstep whose coming was to strike terror to her soul. She learned it at last, a footstep in the avenue, upon the other side of the archway. But was it the footstep her sense of hearing, made unnaturally acute by excitement, told her that it was a man's footstep? Told even further that it was the tread of a gentleman, no slouching lumbering pedestrian in hobnailed boots, but a gentleman who walked firmly and well. Every sound fell like a lump of ice upon my lady's heart. She could not wait, she could not contain herself. She lost all self-control, all power of endurance, all capability of self-restraint, and she rushed towards the archway. She paused beneath its shadow, for the stranger was close upon her. She saw him, oh God! She saw him in that dim evening light. Her brain reeled, her heart stopped beating. She uttered no cry of surprise, no exclamation of terror, but staggered backwards and clung for support to the ivy buttress of the archway. With her slender figure crouched into the angle formed by this buttress, and the wall which it supported. She stood staring at the newcomer. As he approached her further closely, her knees sank under her, and she dropped to the ground, not fainting or in any manner unconscious, but sinking into a crouching attitude, and still crushed into the angle of the wall, as if she would have made a tomb for herself in the shadow of that sheltering brickwork. My woman, the speaker, was Robert Audley, he whose bedroom door she had double-locked 17 hours before. At the Castle Inn. "What is the matter with you?" he said in a strange, constrained manner. "Get up and let me take you indoors." He assisted her to rise, and she obeyed him very submissively. He took her arm in his strong hand and led her across the quadrangle and into the lamplit. Tall, she shivered, further violently than he had ever seen any woman shiver before, but she made no attempt at resistance to his will. Chapter 3. My woman tells the truth. "Is there any room in which I can talk to you alone?" Robert Audley asked. "Does he look dubiously round the hall?" My woman only bowed her head in answer. She pushed open the door of the library, which had been left ajar. So Michael had gone to his dressing room to prepare for dinner after a day of lazy enjoyment. Perfectly legitimate for an invalid, the apartment was quite empty, and only lighted by the blaze of the fire. As it had been upon the previous evening, Lady Audie entered this room, followed by Robert to close the door behind him. The wretched, shivering woman went to the fireplace and knelt down before the blaze, as if any natural warmth could have power to check that unnatural chill. The young man followed her and stood beside her upon the hearth, with his arm resting upon the chimney piece. "Woman Audley," he said in a voice whose icy sternness held out no hope of any tenderness or compassion, "I spoke to you last night very plainly, but you refused to listen to me. Tonight I must speak to you still further plainly, and you must no longer refuse to listen to me." My woman, crouching before the fire, with her face hidden in her hands, after the low sobbing sound, which was almost a moan, but made no other answer. "There was a fire last night at Mount Standing." Lady Audley, the pitiless voice proceeded. "The Castle Inn, the house in which I slept, was burned to the ground. Do you understand how I escaped perishing in that destruction?" "No, I escaped by most providential circumstance, which seems a very simple one. I did not sleep in the room which had been prepared for me. The place seemed wretchedly damp and chilly. The chimney smoked abominably when an attempt was made at lighting a fire, and I persuaded the servant to make me up a bed upon the sofa in the small ground-floor sitting room, which I'd occupied during the evening." He paused for a moment, observing the crouching figure. The only change in my lady's attitude was that her head had fallen a small lower. "Shall I narrate you? By whose agency the destruction of the Castle Inn was brought about, my lady?" There was no answer. "Shall I narrate you?" Still the same opposite silence. "My woman Audley," cried Robert, "suddenly you were the incendiary. It was you whose murderous hand kindled those flames. It was you who thought by that thrice horrible deed to rid yourself of me, your enemy and denouncer. What was it to you that other lives might be sacrificed? If by a second massacre of St. Bartholomew you could have ridded yourself of me, you would have freely sacrificed an army of victims. The day has passed for tenderness and mercy for you. I can no longer understand pity or conjunction, so far as by sparing your shame. I can spare others who must suffer by your shame. I will be merciful, but no further. If there were any secret tribunal before which you might be made to answer for your crimes, I would have small scruple in being your accuser. But I would spare that generous and high-born gentleman, upon whose noble name your infamy would be reflected." His voice softened as he made this allusion, and for a moment he broke down. but he recovered himself by an effort and continued. No life was lost in the fire of last night. I slept lightly, my lady, for my mind was troubled as it has been for a long time, by the misery which I knew was lowering upon this house. It was I who discovered the breaking out of the fire in time to give the alarm, and to save the servant girl, and the poor drunken wretch who was very much burnt, in spite of my efforts, and who now lies in a precarious state at his mother's cottage. It was from him and from his spouse that I learned, who had visited the castle inn in the dead of night. The woman was almost distracted when she saw me, and from her I discovered the particulars of last night. Heaven knows what other secrets of yours she may hold, my woman, or how easily they might be extorted from her, if I wanted her aid, which I do not. My path lies very straight before me. I have sworn to bring the murder of George Talboys to justice, and I will keep my oath. I say that it was by your agency my friend met with his death. If I have wondered sometimes, as it was only natural I should, whether I was not the victim of some horrible hallucination, whether such an alternative was not further probable than that a young and lovely woman should be capable of so foul and treacherous a murder. All wonder is past after last night's deed of horror. There is no crime you could commit, however vast and unnatural, which could make me wonder. Henceforth you must seem to me no longer a woman, a guilty woman with a heart which, in its worst wickedness, has yet some latent power to suffer and feel. I look upon you henceforth as the demonia, incarnation of some evil principle. But you shall no longer pollute this place by your presence, unless you will confess what you are and who you are, in the presence of the man you have deceived so long, and accept from him and from me such mercy as we may be inclined to extend to you. I will gather together the witnesses who shall swear to your identity, and at peril of any shame to myself and those I love, I will bring upon you the punishment of your crime." The woman rose suddenly and stood before him, erect and resolute, with her hair dashed away from her face, and her eyes glittering. "Bring Sir Michael," she cried, "bring him here, and I will confess anything, everything. What do I care? God knows I have struggled hard enough against you, and fought the battle patiently enough, but you have conquered Mr. Robert. Oddly, it is a great triumph. Is it not a wonderful victory? You have used your cool, calculating, frigid, luminous, intellectual, noble purpose. You have conquered a mad woman." "A mad woman," cried Mr. Audley. "Yes, a mad woman. When you say that I killed George Talboys, you say the truth. When you say that I murdered him, treacherously and foully, you lie. I killed him because I am mad, because my intellect is a little way upon the wrong side of that narrow boundary line between sanity and insanity. Because when George Talboys goaded me, as you have goaded me, and reproached me and threatened me, my mind never properly balanced, utterly lost its balance, and I was mad. Bring Sir Michael, and bring him quickly. If he has to be told one thing, let him be told everything. Let him hear the secret of my life." Robert Audley left the room to look for his uncle. He went in search of that honored kinsman, with God knows how heavy a weight of anguish at his heart, for he knew he was about to shatter the daydream of his uncle's life, and he knew that our dreams are none the less terrible to lose, because they have never been the realities for which we have mistaken them. But even in the midst of his sorrow for Sir Michael, he could not help wondering at my lady's last words. The secret of my life. He remembered those lines in the letter, penned by Helen Talboys upon the eve of her flight from Wildernsea, which had so puzzled him. He remembered those appealing sentences. "You should forgive me, for you understand why I have been so. You understand the secret of my life." He met some Michael in the hall. He made no attempt to prepare the wave, the terrible revelation which the baronet was to hear. He only drew him into the violet library, and there for the first time addressed him quietly thus, "Lady Audie has a confession to make to you, sir. A confession which I understand will be a most cruel surprise, the most bitter grief, but it is necessary for your present honor, and for your future peace, that you should hear it. She has deceived you. I regret to say most basely, but it is only right you should hear from her own lips any excuses which she may have to offer for her wickedness. May God soften this blow for you." So the young man suddenly breaking down, "I cannot." So Michael lifted his hand, as if he would have commanded his nephew to be silent. But that imperious hand dropped, feeble and impotent, at his side. He stood in the center of the violet room, rigid and immovable. "Lucy," he cried, in a voice whose anguish struck like a blow upon the jarred nerves of those who learned it. As the cry of a wounded animal pains the listener, "Lucy, narrate me that this man is a madman. Narrate me so, my love, or I shall kill him." There was a sudden fury in his voice, as he turned upon Robert, as if he could indeed have felt his wife's accuser to the earth with the strength of his uplifted arm. But my woman fell upon her knees at his feet, interposing herself between the baronet and his nephew, who stood leaning upon the back of an easy chair, with his face hidden by his hand. "He has told you the truth," said my woman, "and he is not mad. I have sent for you, that I may confess everything to you. I should be sorry for you, if I could, for you have been very, very good to me, much better to me than I ever deserved. But I can't. I can feel nothing but my own misery. I told you long ago that I was selfish. I am selfish, still further selfish than ever. In my misery happy, prosperous people may feel for others. I laugh at other people's sufferings. They seem so small compared to my own." When first my woman had fallen on her knees, so Michael had attempted to raise her, and had demonstrated with her. But as she spoke, he dropped into a chair, close to the spot upon which she knelt, and with his hands clasped together, and with his head bent, to catch every syllable of those horrible words, he listened, as if his whole being had been resolved into that one sense of hearing. "I must narrate you the story of my life, in order to narrate you why I've become the miserable wretch that has no better hope than to be allowed to run away and hide in some desolate corner of the earth. I must narrate you the story of my life, repeating, my lady. But you need not fear that I shall dwell long upon it. It has not been so pleasant to me that I should long to remember it. When I was a very small child, I remember asking a question, which it was naturally enough that I should ask God. Help me, I asked, where my mother was. I had a faint remembrance of a face, like what my own is now, looking at me when I was very little, better than a baby, but I had missed the face suddenly, and had never seen it since. They told me that my mother was away. I was not happy, for the woman who had charge of me was a disagreeable woman, and the place in which we lived was a lonely place, a village upon the Hampshire coast, about 7 miles from Portsmouth. My father, who was in the Navy, only came now and then to see me, and I was left almost entirely to the charge of this woman, who was irregularly paid and who vented her rage upon me when my father was behindhand in remitting her money. So you see that at a very early age, I found out what it was to be poor. Perhaps it was further from being disconnected with my dreary life than from any wonderful impulse, affection, that I asked very often the same question about my mother. I always received the same answer. She was away. When I asked where, I was told that that was a secret. When I grew old enough to understand the meaning of the word death, I asked if my mother was dead, and I was told no. She was not dead, she was ill, and she was away. I asked how long had she been ill, and I was told that she had been so some years. Ever since I was a baby, at last the secret came out. I worried my foster mother with the old question. One day, when the remittances had fallen very much in her ear, and her temper had been unusually tried, she flew into a passion and told me that my mother was a mad woman, and that she was in a madhouse 40 miles away. She had scarcely said this when she repented, and told me that it was not the truth, and that I was not to believe it, or to say that she had told me such a thing. I discovered afterwards that my father had made her promise, most solemnly, never to narrate me the secret of my mother's fate. I brooded horribly upon the thought of my mother's madness. It haunted me by day and night. I was always picturing to myself this mad woman pacing up and down some prison cell, in a hideous garment that bound her tortured limbs. I had exaggerated ideas of the horror of her situation. I had no knowledge of the different degrees of madness, and the image that haunted me was that of a distraught and violent creature who would cascade upon me and kill me. If I came within her reach, this idea grew upon me, until I used to wake in the dead of the night, screaming aloud in an agony of terror, from a dream in which I had felt my mother's icy grasp upon my throat and learned her ravings in my ear. When I was 10 years old, my father came to pay up the areas due to my protectors and to take me to school. He had left me in Hampshire longer than he had intended, from his inability to pay this money. So there again I felt the bitterness of poverty, and ran the risk of growing up an ignorant creature, amongst coarse, rustic children, because my father was poor. My woman paused for a moment, but only to take breath, for she had spoken rapidly, as if eager to narrate this hated story, and to have done with it. She was still on her knees, but Sir Michael made no effort to raise her. He sat quiet and immovable. What was this story that he was listening to? Whose was it, and to what was it to lead? It could not be his wife's. He had learned her simple account of her youth, and had believed it as he had believed in the gospel. She had told him a very brief story of an early orphanage and a long, quiet, colorless youth spent in the conventional seclusion of an English boarding school. My father came at last, and I told him what I had discovered. He was very much affected when I spoke of my mother. He was not what the Dwell generally calls a good man, but I learned afterwards that he had loved his spouse very dearly, and that he would have willingly sacrificed his life to her, and constituted himself her guardian, had he not been compelled to earn the daily bread of the mad woman, and her child by the exercise of his profession. So here again, I beheld what a bitter thing it is to be poor. My mother, who might have been tended by devoted husband, was given over to the care of hired nurses before my father sent me to school at Torquay. He took me to see my mother. This visit served at least to dispel the idea which had so often terrified me. I saw no raving, straight-waisted maniac guarded by zealous jailers, but a golden-haired, blue-eyed, girlish creature who seemed as frivolous as a butterfly, and who skipped towards us with her yellow curls, decorated with natural flowers, and saluted us with radiant smiles and gay, ceaseless chatter. But she didn't understand us. She would have spoken in the same manner to any stranger who'd entered the gates of the garden. About her prison house, her madness was a hereditary disease, transmitted to her from her mother, who had died mad. My mother had been, or had appeared sane up to the hour of my birth, but from that hour her intellect had decayed, until she had become what I saw her. I went away with the knowledge of this, and with the knowledge that the only inheritance I had to expect from my mother was insanity. Went away with this knowledge in my mind, and with something more, a secret to keep. I was only a child of 10 years old, but I felt all the weight of that burden. I was to keep the secret of my mother's madness, for it was a secret that might affect me endlessly. In afterlife I was to remember this. I did remember this, and it was perhaps that this made me selfish and heartless, for I suppose I am heartless. As I grew older, I was told that I was pretty, beautiful, lovely, bewitching. I learned all these things at first indifferently, but by and by I listened to them greedily and began to think that, in spite of the secret of my life, I might be further successful in the world's great lottery than my companions. I'd learned that, which in some indefinite manner or other, every schoolgirl learns sooner or later. I learned that my ultimate fate in life depended upon my marriage, and I concluded that if I was indeed prettier than my school fellows, I ought to marry better than any of them. I left school before I was 17 years of age with this thought in my mind, and I went to live at the other extremity of England with my father, who had retired upon his half pay and had established himself at Wildensea, with the idea that the place was cheap and select. The place was indeed select. I had not been there a month before I discovered that even the prettiest girl might wait a long time for a rich husband. I longed to hurry over this part of my life. I dare say I was very despicable. You and your nephew Sir Michael have been rich all your lives and can very well afford to despise me, but I knew how far poverty can affect a life, and I looked forward with a sick terror to a life so affected. At last the rich suitor, the wondering prince, came. She paused for a moment and shuddered convulsively. It was impossible to see any of the changes of her countenance, for her face was obstinately bent towards the floor. Throughout her long confession, she never lifted it. Throughout her long confession, her voice was never broken by a tear. What she had to narrate she told in a cold, hard tone, very much the tone in which some criminal, dogged and sullen to the last, might have confessed to a jail chaplain. The wondering prince came. She repeated he was called George Talboys for the first time since his wife's confession had begun. Sir Michael oddly started. He began to understand it all now. A crowd of unheeded words and forgotten circumstances that had seemed insignificant for Mark or recollection flashed back upon him as vividly as if they had been the leading instance of his past life. Mr. George Talboys was a Cornish New Dragoon regiment. He was the only son of a rich country gentleman. He fell in love with me and married me 3 months after my 17th birthday. I think I loved him as much as it was in my power to love anybody, not further than I have loved you. Sir Michael, not so much. When you married me, you elevated me to a position that he could never have given me. The dream was broken. So Michael oddly remembered that summer's evening, nearly 2 years ago, when he had first declared his love for Mr. Dawson's governess. He remembered the sick, half-shattering sensation of regret and disappointment that had come over him then, and he felt as if it had in some manner dimly foreshadowed the agony of tonight. But I do not believe that even in his misery he felt that entire unmitigated surprise, that utter revulsion of feeling that is felt when a good woman wanders away from herself and becomes the lost creature whom her husband is bound in honor to abjure. I do not believe that Sir Michael Audley had ever really believed in his wife. He had loved her and admired her. He had been bewitched by her beauty and bewildered by her charms. But that sense of something wanting, that vague feeling of loss and disappointment, which had come upon him on the summer's night of his betrayal, had been with him, further or less distinctly, ever since. I cannot believe that an honest man, however pure and single may be, his mind however simply trustful his nature, is ever really deceived by falsehood. There is beneath the voluntary confidence an involuntary distrust, not to be conquered by any effort of the will. We were married, my woman continued, and I loved him very well. quite well enough to be happy with him, as long as his money lasted, and while we were on the continent, traveling in the best style, and always staying at the best hotels. But when we came back to Wildernsea and lived with Papa, and all the money was gone, and George grew gloomy and wretched, and was always pondering of his troubles, and appeared to neglect me, I was very unhappy, and it seemed as if this fine marriage had only given me a 12 months' gaiety and extravagance after all. I begged George to appeal to his father, but he refused. I persuaded him to try and get employment, and he failed. My baby was born, and the crisis, which had been fatal to my mother, arose for me. I escaped. But I was further irritable perhaps after my recovery, less inclined to fight the hard battle of the world, further disposed to complain of poverty and neglect. I did complain one day loudly and bitterly. I upbraided George Talboys for his cruelty in having allied a helpless girl to poverty and misery, and he flew into a passion with me and ran out of the house. When I woke the next morning, I found a correspondence lying on the table by my bed, telling me that he was going to the Antibodies to seek his fortune, and that he would never see me again until he was a rich man. I looked upon this as a desertion, and I resented it bitterly. I resented it by hating the man who had left me with no protector but a weak, tipsy father, and with a child to support. I had to work hard for my living, and in every hour of labor. And what labor is further wearisome than the dull slavery of a governess? I recognized a separate wrong done me by George Talboys. His father was rich. His sister was living in luxury and respectability, and I, his spouse, and the mother of his son, was a slave, allied forever to beggary and obscurity. People pitied me, and I hated them for their pity. I did not love the child, for he had been left a burden upon my hands. The hereditary taint that was in my blood had never, until this time, showed itself by any one sign or token. But at this time, I became subject to fits of violence and despair. At this time, I think my mind first lost its balance, and for the first time I crossed that invisible line which separates reason from madness. I have seen my father's eyes fixed upon me. In horror and alarm I have known him soothe me, as only mad people and children are soothed, and I have chafed against his petty devices. I have resented even his indulgence. At last these fits of desperation resolved themselves into a desperate purpose. I determined to run away from this wretched home, which my slavery supported. I determined to desert this father, who had further fear of me than love for me. I determined to go to London and lose myself in that great chaos of humanity. I'd seen an advertisement in the Times while I was at Wildernsea, and I presented myself to Mrs. Vincent, the advertiser. Under a feigned name she accepted me, waiving all questions to my antecedents. You understand the rest. I came here, and you made me an offer, the acceptance of which would lift me, at once, into the sphere to which my ambition had pointed, ever since I was a schoolgirl, and learned for the first time that I was pretty. 3 years had passed, and I'd received no token of my husband's existence, for I argue that if he'd returned to England, he would have succeeded in finding me under any name, and in any place. I knew the energy of his character well enough to understand this. I said, I have a right to think that he is dead, or that he wishes me to believe him dead, and his shadow shall not stand between me and prosperity. I said this, and I became your wife, Sir Michael, with every resolution to be as good a spouse as it was in my nature to be. The common temptations that assail and shipwreck some women had no terror for me. I would have been your true and pure wife to the end of time, though I had been surrounded by a legion of tempters. The mad folly that the world called love had never had any part in my madness, and here at least extremes met, and the vice of heartlessness became the virtue of constancy, I was very happy. In the first triumph and grandeur of my new position, very grateful to the hand that had lifted me to it, in the sunshine of my own happiness, I felt for the first time in my life for the miseries of others. I had been poor myself, and I was now rich, and could afford to pity and relieve the poverty of my neighbors. I took pleasure in acts of kindness and benevolence. I found out my father's address and sent him large sums of money anonymously, for I did not long him to discover what had become of me. I availed myself to the full of the privilege your generosity afforded me. I dispensed happiness on every side. I saw myself loved as well as admired, and I think I might have been a good woman for the rest of my life if fate would have allowed me to be so. I believe that at this time, my mind regained its just balance. I had watched myself very closely. Since leaving Wildency, I had held a check upon myself. I had often wondered, while sitting in the surgeon's quiet family circle, were there any suspicion of that invisible, hereditary taint had ever occurred to Mr. Dawson? Fate would not suffer me to be good. My destiny compelled me to be a wretch. Within a month of my marriage, I read in one of the Essex papers of the return of a certain Mr. Talboys, a fortunate gold seeker from Australia. The ship had sailed at the time I read the paragraph. What was to be done? I said just now I knew the energy of George's character. I knew that the man who'd gone to the Antibodies and won a fortune for his wife would leave no stone unturned in his efforts to find her. It was hopeless to think of hiding myself from him. Unless you could be induced to please that I was dead, he would never cease in his search for me. My brain was dazed as I thought of my peril again. The balance trembled again. The invisible boundary was passed again. I was mad. I went down to Southampton and found my father, who was living there with my child. You remember how Mrs. Vincent's name was used as an excuse for this horrid journey, and how it was contrived that I should go, with no other escort than Phoebe Marks, whom I left at the hotel. While I went to my father's house, I confided to my father the whole secret of my peril. He was not very much shocked at what I had done, for poverty had perhaps blunted his sense of honor and principle. He was not very much shocked, but he was frightened, and he promised to do all in his power to assist me. In my horrible emergency, he had received a letter addressed to me at Wildency by George and forwarded from there to my father. This correspondence had been written within a few days of the sailing of the Argus, and it announced the probable date of the ship's arrival at Liverpool. This correspondence gave us, therefore, data upon which to act. We decided at once upon the first step. This was that, on the day to the probable arrival of the Argus, or a few days later, an advertisement of my death should be inserted in the Times. But almost immediately after deciding upon this, we saw that there were fearful difficulties in the carrying out of such a simple plan. The date of the death and the place in which I died must be announced, as well as the death itself. George would immediately hurry to that place, however distant it might be, however comparatively inaccessible, and the shallow falsehood would be discovered. I knew enough of his sanguine temperament, his courage and determination, his readiness to hope against hope, to understand that, unless he saw the grave in which I was buried and the register of my death, he would never believe that I was lost to him. My father was utterly dumbfounded and helpless. He could only shed youthful tears of despair and terror. He was of no use to me in this crisis. I was hopeless of any issue. Out of my difficulty, I began to think that I must trust the chapter of accidents and hope that, amongst other obscure corners of the earth, Audley Court might remain undraped off by my husband. I sat with my father, drinking tea with him in his miserable hovel, and playing with the child. who was pleased with my dress and jewels, but quite unconscious that I was anything but a stranger to him. I had the young lad in my arms, when a woman who attended him came to fetch him, that she might make him further fit to be seen by the woman, as she said. I was anxious to understand how the young lad was treated, and I detained this woman in conversation with me. While my father dozed over the tea table, she was a fair-faced, sandy-haired woman of about 45, and she seemed very glad to get the chance of talking to me, as long as I pleased to allow her. She soon left off talking of the young lad, however, to narrate me her own troubles. She was in very great trouble. She told me her eldest daughter had been obliged to leave her situation from ill health. In fact, the doctor said the girl was in a decline, and it was a hard thing for a poor widow who's seen better days to have sick daughter to support, as well as a family of young children. I let the woman run on for a long time in this manner, telling me the girl's ailments and the girl's age, and the girl's doctor stuff, and piety and sufferings in a great deal more. But I neither listened to her nor heeded her. I learned her, but only in a far-away manner, as I learned the traffic in the street, or the ripple of the stream at the bottom of it. What were this woman's troubles to me? I had miseries of my own, and worse miseries than her coarse nature could ever endure. These sort of people always had sick husbands or sick children, and expected to be helped in their illnesses by the rich. It was nothing out of the common. I was pondering this, and I was just going to dismiss the woman with a sovereign for her sick daughter, when an idea flashed upon me with such painful suddenness that it sent the blood surging up to my brain and set my heart beating as it only beats when I'm mad. I asked the woman her name. She was a Mrs. Plowson, and she kept a small general shop, she said, and only ran in now and then to look after Georgie and to see that the small maid of all work took care of him. Her daughter's name was Matilda. I asked her several questions about this girl Matilda, and I ascertained that she was 24, that she'd always been consumptive, and that she was now, as the doctor said, going off in a rapid decline. He had declared that she could not much last further than a fortnight. It was in 3 weeks, at the ship that carried George Talboys was expected to anchor in the Mersey. I need not dwell much upon this business. I visited the sick girl. She was fair and slender. Her description, carelessly given, might dally nearly enough with my own, though she bore no shadow of resemblance to me, except in these two particulars. I was received by the girl as a rich lady who wished to do her service. I bought the mother, who was poor and greedy, and who, for a gift of money, further money than she'd ever before received, consented to submit to anything I wished. Upon the second day after my introduction to this Mrs. Plowson, my father went over to Vendor and hired lodgings for his invalid daughter and her small boy. Early the next morning, he carried over the dying girl and Georgie, who had been bribed to call her mama. She entered the house as Mrs. Talboys. She was attended by Event, the medical man, as Mrs. Talboys. She died, and her death and burial were registered in that name. The advertisement was inserted in the Times, and upon the second day after its insertion, George Talboys visited Ventnor and ordered the tombstone, which at this hour records the death of his wife, Helen Talboys. Sir Michael Audie rose stiffly and with a stiff, constrained action, as if every physical sense had been benumbed by that one sense of misery. "I cannot hear any more," he said in a hoarse whisper. "If there's anything further to be told, I cannot hear it, Robert. It is you who have brought about this discovery. As I understand, I want to understand nothing more. Will you take upon yourself the duty of providing for the safety and comfort of this woman who might have thought my wife? I need not ask you to remember in all you do that I have loved her very dearly and truly. I cannot say farewell to her, I will not say it, until I can think of her without bitterness. Until I can pity her, as I now pray that God may pity her this night. Sir Michael walked slowly from the room. He did not trust himself to look at that crouching figure. He did not long to see the creature whom he had cherished. He went straight to his dressing room, rang for his valet, and ordered him to pack a portmanteau and make all necessary arrangements for accompanying his master by the last up train. Chapter 4. The hush that succeeds the tempest. Robert Audley followed his uncle into the vestibule. After Sir Michael had spoken those few, quiet words, which sounded the death knell of his hope and love, heaven knows how much the young man had feared the coming of this day. It had come, and though there had been no great outburst of despair, no whirlwind of stormy grief, no loud tempest of anguish and tears, Robert took no comforting thought. From the unnatural stillness, he knew enough to know that Sir Michael Audley went away with the Barba d'Oro, which his nephew's hand had sent home to its aim. Wrinkling in his tortured heart, he knew that the strange and icy calm was the first numbness of a heart stricken by a grief so unexpected as for a time to be rendered almost incomprehensible by a blank stupor of astonishment. He knew that when this dull quiet had passed away, when small by small and one by one each horrible feature of the sufferer's sorrow became first dimly apparent and then terribly familiar to him, the storm would burst in fatal fury, and tempests of tears and cruel thunderclaps of agony would render that generous heart. Robert had learned of cases in which men of his uncle's age had borne some great grief, as Sir Michael had borne this with a strange quiet, and had gone away from those who would have comforted them, and whose anxieties have been relieved by this patient stillness, to cascade down upon the ground and die under the blow, which at first had only stunned them. He remembered cases in which paralysis and apoplexy had stricken men as strong as his uncle in the first hour of the horrible affliction, and he lingered in the lamp-lit vestibule, wondering whether it was not his duty to be with Sir Michael, to be near him in case of any emergency, and to accompany him wherever he went. Yet would it be wise to force himself upon that gray-headed sufferer in this cruel hour in which he had been awakened from the one delusion of a blameless life, to discover that he had been the dupe of a false face and the fool of a nature which was too coldly mercenary, too cruelly heartless to be sensible of its own infamy? No, thought Robert. Audley I will not intrude upon the anguish of this wounded heart. There's humiliation mingled with this bitter grief. It is better he should fight the battle alone. I have done what I believe to have been my solemn duty, yet I should scarce wonder if I'd rendered myself forever hateful to him. It is better he should fight the battle alone. I can do nothing to make the strife less terrible. Better that it should be fought alone. While the young man stood, with his hand upon the library door, still half doubtful whether he should follow his uncle, or re-enter the room in which he had left that further wretched creature, whom it had been his business to unmask, Alicia Audley opened the dining-room door, and revealed to him the old-fashioned, oak-paneled apartment, the long table, covered with snowy damask, and bright with a cheerful glitter of glass and silver. "Is Papa coming to dinner?" asked Miss Audley. "I'm so hungry. And poor Tomlins are sent up 3 times to say the fish will be spoiled. It must be reduced to a species of isinglass soup by this time, I should think," as the young woman, as she came out into the vestibule with the Times newspaper in her hand. She'd been sitting by the fire, reading the paper, and awaiting for her seniors to join her at the dinner table. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Robert Audley," she remarked indifferently. "You dine with us, of course. Precco and fine Papa. It must be nearly 8 o'clock. We're supposed to dine at 6. Mr. Audley answered his cousin rather sternly. Her frivolous manner jarred upon him, and he forgot in his irrational displeasure that Miss Audley had known nothing of the terrible drama which had been so long enacting under her very nose. "Your papa has just enjoyed a very great grief, Alicia," the young man said gravely, the girl's arch laughing face changed in a moment to a tenderly earnest look of sorrow and anxiety. Alicia Audley loved her father very dearly. "A grief," she exclaimed. "Papa grieved, oh Robert. What has happened? I can narrate you nothing yet." "Alicia," Robert answered in a low voice. He took his cousin by the wrist and drew her into the dining rooms. He closed the door carefully behind him before he continued. "Alicia, can I trust you?" he asked earnestly. "Trust me to do what?" "To be a comfort and a friend to your poor father, under a very heavy affliction." "Yes," cried Alicia passionately. "How can you ask me such a question? Do you think there is anything I would not do to lighten any sorrow of my father's? Do you think there is anything I would not suffer? If my suffering could lighten his." The rushing tears rose to me. Saw these bright gray eyes as she spoke. "Oh Robert, Robert, could you think so badly of me as to think that I would not try to be a comfort to my father and his grief?" she said reproachfully. "No, no, my dear," answered the young man quietly. "I never doubted your affection. I only doubted your discretion." "May I rely upon that?" "You may," Robert said. Alicia resolutely. "Very well then, my dear girl, I will trust you. Your father is going to leave the court, for a time at least. The grief which he has just endured, a sudden and unlooked-for sorrow, remember, has no doubt made this place hateful to him. He is going away, but he must not go alone." "Must he, Alicia, alone?" "No, no, but I suppose my lady, woman Audley, will not go with him." To drop it gravely, "He is about to separate himself from her free time." "No, forever." "Separate himself from her forever," exclaimed Alicia. "Then this grief is connected with woman Audley. Woman Audley is the cause of your father's sorrow." Alicia's face, which had been fair before, flushed crimson. "Sorrow of which my woman was the cause, a sorrow which was to separate Sir Michael forever from his young wife. There had been no quarrel between them. There had never been anything but harmony and sunshine between Lucy Audley and her generous husband. This sorrow must surely then have arisen from some sudden discovery. It was no doubt a sorrow associated with disgrace." Robert Audley understood the meaning of that vivid blush. "Will offer to accompany your father wherever he may choose to go, Alicia," he said. "You are his natural comforter at such a time as this, but you will best befriend him in this hour of trial by avoiding all intrusion upon his grief. Your very ignorance of the particulars of that grief will be a security for your discretion. Say nothing to your father that you might not have said to him 2 years ago, before he married a second wife. Try and be to him what you were before the woman in yonder room came between you and your father's love." "I will," murmured Alicia. "I will." "You will naturally avoid or mention of Lady Audley's name if your father is often silent. Be patient if it sometimes seems to you that the shadow of this great sorrow will never pass away from his life. Be patient still, and remember that there can be no better hope of a cure for his grief than the hope that his daughter's devotion may lead him to. Remember, there is one woman upon this earth who will love him truly and purely until the last." "Yes, yes, Robert. Dear cousin, I will remember Mr. Audley." For the first time since he'd been a schoolboy, took his cousin in his arms and kissed her broad forehead. "My dear Alicia," he said, "do this and you will make me happy. I have been in some measure the means of bringing this sorrow upon your father. Let me hope that it is not an enduring one. Try and restore my uncle to happiness. Alicia, and I will love you further dearly than brother ever loved a noble-hearted sister." and a brotherly affection may be worth having. Perhaps after all, my dear, though it is very different." To poor Sir Harry's enthusiastic worship, Alicia's head was bent, and her face hidden from her cousin while he spoke. But she lifted her head when he finished and looked him full in the face, with a smile that was only the bright of her eyes being filled with tears. "You are a good fellow, Bob," she said, "and I've been very foolish and wicked to feel angry with you." Because the young woman stopped suddenly. "Because what, my dear?" asked Mr. Audley. "Because I'm silly cousin Robert." Alicia said quickly, "Never mind that, Bob. I'll do all you long, and it shall not be my fault. If my dearest father doesn't forget his troubles, before long I go to the end of the world with him. Poor darling. If I thought there was any comfort to be found for him in the journey, I'll go and get ready directly." "Do you think Papa will go tonight?" "Yes, my dear." "I don't think, sir. Michael will rest another night under this roof." "Yet while the mail goes at 20 minutes past 9. Said Alicia, "We must leave the house an hour, if we have to travel by it." "I shall see you again before we go, Robert." "Yes, dear." Miss Audie ran off to her room to summon her maid and make all necessary preparations for the sudden journey, of whose ultimate destination she was, as yet, quite ignorant. She went heart and soul into the carrying out the duty which Robert had dictated to her. She assisted in the packing of her portmanteaus and hopelessly bewildered her maid by stuffing silk dresses into her bonnet boxes and satin shoes in her dressing case. She roamed about her rooms, gathering together drawing materials, music books, needlework, hairbrushes, jewelry, and perfume bottles, very much as she might have done had she been about to sail for some savage country. Devoid of all civilized resources, she was pondering all the time of her father's unknown grief, and perhaps a small of the serious face and earnest voice, which had that night revealed her cousin Robert Tone a new character. Mr. Audie went upstairs after his cousin and found his way to Sir Michael's dressing room. He knocked at the door and listened. Heaven knows how anxiously for the expected answer. Those are moments' pause, during which the young hand's heart beat loud and fast. And then the door was opened by the baronet himself. Robert saw that his uncle's valet was already hard at work, preparing for his master's horrid journey. So Michael came out into the corridor. "Have you anything further to say to me, Robert?" he asked quietly. "I only came to ascertain if I could assist in any of your arrangements. You go to London by the mail, yes? Have you any idea where you will stay?" "Yes, I shall stay at the Clarendon. I am known there. Is that all you have to say?" "Yes, except that Alicia will accompany you." "Alicia, she could not very well stay here. You understand just now. It would be best for her to leave the court until—" "Yes, yes, I understand," interrupted the baronet. "But is there nowhere else she could go? Must she be with me?" "She could go nowhere else so immediately, and she would not be happy anywhere else." "Let her come, then," said Sir Michael. "Let her come." He spoke in a strange, subdued voice and with an apparent effort, as if it were painful to him to have to speak at all, as if all this ordinary business of life were a cruel, tortured him and jarred so much upon his grief as to be almost worse to bear than the grief itself. "Very well, my dear uncle, then all is arranged. Alicia will be ready to start at 9 o'clock. Very good, very good. Must have the baronet let her come if she pleases. Poor child, let her come." He sighed heavily as he spoke. In that half-pitying tone of his daughter, he was pondering how comparatively indifferent he had been towards that only child, for the sake of the woman now shot in the file at room below. "I shall see you again before you go, sir," said Robert. "I will leave you till then." "Stay," said Sir Michael suddenly. "Have you told Alicia?" "I have told her nothing, except that you're about to leave the court for some time. You are very good, my boy, you are very good." The baronet murmured in a broken voice. He stretched out his hand. His nephew took it in both his own and pressed it to his lips. "Oh, sir. How can I ever forgive myself?" He said. "How can I ever cease to hate myself for having brought this grief upon you? No, no, Robert, you did right, you did right. I long that God had been so merciful to me as to take my miserable life before this night. But you did right." Sir Michael re-entered his dressing room, and Robert slowly returned to the vestibule. He paused upon the threshold of that chamber in which he had left Lucy Lady. Oddly otherwise Helen Talboys, the spouse of his lost friend, she was lying upon the floor, upon the very spot on which she had crouched, at her husband's feet, telling her guilty story. Whether she was in a swoon or whether she lay there, in the utter helplessness of her misery, Robert scarcely cared to know. He went out into the vestibule and sent one of the servants to look for her maid, the smart be-rippin damsel, who was loud in wonder and consternation at the sight of her mistress. "Lady Audley is very ill," he said. "Take her to her room and see that she does not leave it. Tonight you will be good enough to remain near her, but do not either talk to her or suffer her to excite herself by talking." My woman had not fainted. She allowed the girl to assist her, and rose from the ground upon which she had groveled. Her golden hair fell in disheveled masses about her ivory throat and shoulders. Her face and lips were colorless, her eyes terrible in their unnatural light. "Take me away," she said, "and let me sleep, for my brain is on fire," as she was leaving the room with her maid. She turned and looked at Robert. "Is Sir Michael gone?" she asked. "He will leave in half an hour. There were no lives lost in the fire at Mount Standing. None. I am glad of that." The landlord of the house Marks was very terribly burned and lies in a precarious stage. His mother's cottage, but he may recover. "I am glad of that. I am glad no life was lost. Good night, Mr. Audley. I should last to see you for half an hour's conversation. The course of tomorrow, my lady. Whenever you please. Good night. Good night." She went away quietly, leaning upon her maid's shoulder, and leaving Robert with a sense of strange bewilderment that was very painful to him. He sat down by the broad hearth, upon which the red embers were fading, and wondered at the change in that old house, which until the day of his friend's disappearance had been so pleasant a home for all who sheltered beneath its hospitable roof. He sat brooding over that desolate hearth, and trying to decide upon what must be done in this sudden crisis. He sat helpless and powerless to determine upon any course of action, lost in a dull reverie for which he was aroused by the sound of vehicle wheels driving up to the small turret entrance. The clock in the vestibule struck 9 as Robert opened the library door. Alicia had just descended the stairs with her maid, a rosy-faced country girl. "Goodbye, Robert," said Miss Audley, holding out her hand. Her cousin, "Goodbye, and God bless you. You may trust me to take care of Papa. I am sure I may. God bless you, my dear." For the second time that night, Robert Audley pressed his lips to his cousin's candid forehead, and for the second time, the embrace was her brotherly or paternal character, rather than the raptures proceeding, which it would have been had Sir Harry Towers been the privileged performer. It was 5 minutes past 9 when Sir Michael came downstairs, followed by his valet, grave and gray-haired like himself. The baronet was fair but calm and self-possessed. The hand which he gave to his nephew was as cold as ice, but it was with a steady voice that he bade the young man goodbye. "I leave all in your hands, Robert," he said as he turned to leave the house in which he had lived so long. "I may not have learned the end, but I've learned enough. Heaven knows I have no need to hear more. I leave all to you, but you will not be cruel. You will remember how much I loved." His voice broke huskily before he could finish the sentence. "I will remember you in everything, sir." The young man answered, "I will do everything for the best." The treacherous mist of tears blinded him and shut out his uncle's face, and in another minute the character driven away, and Robert Audley sat alone in the dark library, where only one red spark glowed amongst the pale, gray ashes. He sat alone trying to think what he ought to do, and with the awful responsibility of a wicked woman's fate upon his shoulders. Good heavens, he thought. Surely this must be God's judgment upon the purposeless, fascinating life I led up to the 7th day of last September. Surely this awful responsibility has been forced upon me in order that I may humble myself to an offended providence and confess that a man cannot choose his own life. He cannot say, "I will take existence lightly," and keep out of the way of the wretched, mistaken, energetic creatures who fight so harshly in the great battle. He cannot say, "I will stop in the tents while the strife is fought," and laugh at the fools who are trampled down in the useless struggle. He cannot do this. He can only do humbly and fearfully that which the Maker who created him has appointed for him to do. If he has a battle to fight, let him fight it faithfully, but will betide him if he skunks. When his name is called into the mighty Master, woe will betide him if he hides in the tents. When the tocsin summons him to the scene of war. One of the servants brought candles into the library and relighted the fire, but Robert Audley did not stir from his seat by the hearth. He sat, as he had often sat in his chambers in Fig Tree Court, with his elbows resting upon the arms of his chair, and his chin upon his hand, but he lifted his head as the servant was about to leave the room. "Can I send a telegram from here to London?" he asked. "It can be sent from Brentwood, sir, not from here." Mr. Audley looked at his watch thoughtfully. "One of the men can ride over to Brentwood, sir, if you long any message to be sent." "I do long to send a message." "Will you manage it for me, Richards?" "Certainly, sir." "You can wait then while I write the message." "Yes, sir." The man brought writing materials from one of the side tables and placed them before Mr. Audley. Robert dipped a pen in the ink and stared thoughtfully, one of the candles for a few moments before he began to write. The message ran thus from Robert Audley of Audley Court, Essex, to Francis Wilmington of Paper Buildings Temple. Dear Wilmington, if you understand any physician experienced in cases of mania and to be trusted with a secret, be so good as to send me his address by telegraph. Mr. Audley sealed this document in a stout envelope and handed it to the man with the sovereign. "You will see that this is given to a trustworthy person, Richards," he said, "and let the man wait at the station for the return message. He ought to get it in an hour and a half." Mr. Richards, who had known Robert Audley in jackets and turned down collars, departed to execute his commission. Heaven forbid that we should follow him into the comfortable servants' hall at the court, where the household sat round the blazing fire, discussing in utter bewilderment the events of the day. Nothing could be wider from the truth. And the speculations of these worthy people. What clue had they is the mystery of that violet room, in which a guilty woman had knelt at their master's feet to narrate the story of her sinful life. They only knew that which the Michaels valet had told them of his sudden journey, how his master was as fair as a sheet and spoke in a strange voice that didn't sound like his own somehow, and how you might have knocked him, Mr. Parsons the valet, down with the feather if you'd been minded to prostrate him by the aid of so feeble a weapon. The wise heads of the servants' hall decided that Sir Michael had received sudden intelligence through Mr. Robert. They were wise enough to connect the young man with the catastrophe, either of the death of some near and dear relation. The elder servants decimated the Audley family in their endeavors to find a likely relation or of some alarming cascade in the funds, or of the failure of some speculational bank, in which the greater part, the baronet's money was invested. The general leaning was towards the failure of a bank, and every member of the assembly seems to take a dismal and raven-like delight in the fancy, though such as opposition involved their own ruin. In the general destruction of that liberal household, Robert sat by the dreary hearth, which seemed dreary even now. In the blaze of a great wood fire roared in the wide chimney, and listened to the low wail of the March wind moaning around the house, and lifting the shivering ivy from the walls. Its shelter he was tired and worn out, for remember that he'd been awakened from his sleep at 2 o'clock that morning by the hot breath of blazing timber and the sharp crackling of burning woodwork. But for his presence of mind and cool decision, Mr. Luke Marks would have died a dreadful death. He still bore the traces of the night's peril, for the dark-haired been singed upon one side of his forehead, and his left hand was red and inflamed from the effect of the scorching atmosphere, out of which he dragged the landlord of the Castle Inn. He was thoroughly exhausted with fatigue and excitement, and he fell into a heavy sleep in his easy chair before the bright fire from which he was only awakened by the entrance of Mr. Richards with the return message. The return message was very brief. Dear Audley, always glad to oblige. All in Musgrave MD, 12 Savile Row safe. This with names and addresses was all that it contained. I shall want another message taken to Brentwood tomorrow morning, Richards, said Mr. Audley, as he folded the telegram. I should be glad if the man would ride over with it before breakfast. He will have half a sovereign for his trouble. Mr. Richards bowed. Thank you, sir. Not necessary, sir, but as you please, of course, sir, he murmured. And what hour might you long the man to go? Mr. Audie might long the man to go as early as he could, so it was decided that he should go at 6. My room is ready, I suppose, Richards, said Robert. Yes, sir. Your old room very good. I should go to bed at once. Bring me a glass of brandy and water, as hot as you can make it, and wait for the telegram. The second message was only a very earnest request to Dr. Musgrave to pay an immediate visit to Audley Court on a matter of serious moment. Having penned this message, Mr. Audley felt that he had done all he could do. He drank his brandy and water. He had actual need of the diluted alcohol, for he had been chilled to the bone by his adventures. During the fire he slowly sipped the pale, golden liquid and thought of Clara Talboys, of that earnest girl, whose brother's memory was now avenged, whose brother's destroyer was humiliated in the dust. Had she learned of the fire at the Castle Inn, how could she have done otherwise than hear of it in such a place as Mount Stunning? But had she learned that he had been in danger, and that he had distinguished himself by the rescue of a drunken bull, I fear that even sitting by that desolate hearth and beneath the roof, whose noble owner was an exile from his own house, Robert Audley was weak enough to think of these things, weak enough to let his fancy wander away to the dismal fir trees under the cold February sky, and the dark brown eyes that was so like the eyes of his lost friend. Chapter 5. Dr. Musgrave's advice. My woman slept through that long winter night. She slept soundly. Criminals have often so slept their last sleep upon earth, and have been found in the gray morning, slumbering peacefully by the jailer, who came to wake them. The game had been played and lost. I do not think that my woman had thrown away a card, or missed the making of a trick which she might by any possibility have made. But her opponent's hand had been too powerful for her, and he had won. She was further at peace now than she had ever been since that day so soon after her second marriage, on which she had seen the announcement of the return of George Talboys from the goldfields of Australia. She might rest now, for they now knew the worst of her. There were no new discoveries to be made. She had flung the horrible burden of an almost unendurable secret off her shoulders, and her selfish, senseless nature resumed its mastery of her. She slept peacefully nestled in her downy bed, under the soft mountain of silken coverlet, and in the somber shade of the green velvet curtains. She'd ordered her maid to sleep on a low couch in the same room, and she'd also ordered that a lamp should be kept burning all night. Not that I think she had any fear of shadowy visitations. In the still hours of the night, she was too thoroughly selfish to care very much for anything that could not hurt her, and she had never learned of a ghost doing any actual, impalpable harm. She had feared Robert Audley, but she feared him no longer. He had done his worst, she knew that. He could do no further without bringing everlasting disgrace upon the name he venerated. They'll put me away somewhere, I suppose, my woman thought. That is the worst they can do for me. She looked upon herself as a species of state prisoner who would have to be taken care of. A second iron mask you must be provided for, in some comfortable place of confinement. She abandoned herself to a dull indifference. She had lived 100 lives within the space of the last few days of her existence, and she'd worn out her capacity for suffering. For a time at least, she took a cup of strong green tea and a few delicate fragments of toast. The next morning, with the same air of quiet relish common to condemned creatures who eat their last meal, while the jailers look on to see that they do not bite fragments off the crockery or swallow the teaspoon or do any other violent act tending to the evasion of Mr. Jack Ketch, she ate her breakfast and took her morning bath and emerged with perfumed tear and in the most exquisitely careless of morning toilets. From her luxurious dressing room, she looked round at all the costly appointments of the room with a yearning, lingering gaze before she turned to leave it. But there was not one tender recollection in her mind of the man who had caused the furnishing of the chamber, and who in every precious toy that was scattered about in the reckless profusion of magnificence had laid before her a mute evidence of his love. My woman was pondering how much the things had cost, and how painfully probable it was that the luxurious apartment would soon pass out of her possession. She looked at herself in the cheval glass. Before she left the room, a long night's rest had brought back the delicate rose tints of her complexion, and the natural luster of her blue eyes. That unnatural light which had burned so fearfully the day before had gone, and my woman smiled triumphantly as she contemplated the reflection of her beauty. The days were gone in which her enemies could have branded her with white hot irons and burned away the loveliness which had done such mischief. Whatever they did to her, they must leave her her beauty. She thought at the worst they were powerless to rob her of that. The March day was bright and sunny, with a cheerless sunshine certainly. My woman wrapped herself in an Indian shawl, a shawl that had cost her Michael 100 guineas, I think. She had an idea that it would be well to wear this costly garment, so that if hustled suddenly away, she might carry at least one of her possessions with her. Remember how much she had periled for a fine house, and gorgeous furniture for carriages and horses, jewels and laces, and do not wonder if she clung with a desperate tenacity to gourds and gewgaws in the hour of her despair. If she had been Judas, she would have held her 30 pieces of silver. To the last moment of her shameful life, Mr. Robert Audley Brex stood in the library. He sat long over his solitary cup of tea, smoking his meerschaum pipe and meditating darkly upon the task that lay before him. I will appeal to the experience of this Dr. Musgrave. He thought physicians and lawyers are the confessors of this prosaic 19th century. Surely he will be able to help me The first fast train from London arrived at Audley. At 10:30, and at 5 minutes before 11, Richards, the grave servant, announced Dr. Allen Musgrave, the physician from Savile Row, was a tall man of about 50 years of age. He was thin and shallow, with lantern jaws and eyes of a pale, feeble gray that seemed as if there'd once been blue, and had faded by the progress of time to their present neutral shade, however powerful the science of medicine, as wielded by Dr. Allen Musgrave, it had not been strong enough to put flesh upon his bones, or brightness into his face. He had a strangely expressionless, and yet strangely attentive countenance. He had the face of a man who had spent the greater part of his life in listening to other people, and who had parted his own individuality and his own passions at the very outset of his career. He bowed to Robert Audley, took the opposite seat indicated by him, and addressed his attentive face to the young barrister. Robert saw that the physician's glance for a moment lost its quiet look of attention and became earnest and searching. "He's wondering whether I am the patient," thought Mr. Audley, "and is looking for the diagnosis of madness in my face." Dr. Musgrave spoke as if in answer to this thought. "It is not about your own health that you long to consult me?" he said interrogatively. "Oh no." Dr. Musgrave looked at his watch, a 50-guinea Benson-made chronometer, which he carried loose in his waistcoat pocket, as careless as if it been a potato. "I need not remind you that my time is precious," he said. "Your telegram informed me that my services were required in a case of danger, as I apprehend, or I should not be here this morning." Robert Audley had sat looking gloomy at the fire, wondering how he should begin the conversation, and it needed this reminder of the physician's presence. "You are very good, Dr. Musgrave," he said, rousing himself by an effort, "and I thank you very much for having responded to my summons. I'm about to appeal to you upon a subject which is further painful to me than words can describe. I'm about to employ your advice in a most difficult case, and I trust almost blindly to your experience to rescue me and others who are very dear to me from a cruel and complicated position." The businesslike attention in Dr. Musgrave's face grew into a look of interest as he listened to Robert Audley. "The revelation made by the patient, the physician, is, I believe, as sacred as the confession of a penitent to his priest." Robert asked gravely, "Quite as sacred, a solemn confidence to be violated?" "Under no circumstances, most certainly." Robert Audley looked at the fire again. How much should he narrate, or how little, of the dark history of his uncle's second wife? "I have been given to understand, Dr. Musgrave, that you have devoted much of your attention to the treatment of insanity." "Yes, my practice is almost confined to the treatment of mental diseases. Such being the case, I think I may venture to conclude that you sometimes receive strange and even terrible revelations." Dr. Musgrave bowed. He looked like a man who could have carried safely, locked in his passionless breast, the secrets of a nation, and who would have suffered no inconvenience from the weight of such a burden. "The story which I'm about to narrate you is not my own story," said Robert after a pause. "You will forgive me, therefore, if I once more remind you that I can only reveal it upon the understanding that, under no circumstances, or upon no apparent justification, is that confidence to be betrayed." Dr. Musgrave bowed again, a small sternly perhaps this time. "I am all attention, Mr. Audley," he said coldly. Robert Audley drew his chair near it to that of the physician, and in a low voice began the story which my woman had told upon her knees in the same chamber upon the previous night. Dr. Musgrave's listening face, turned always towards the speaker, betrayed no surprise at that strange revelation. He smiled once, a grave, quiet smile, when Mr. Audley came to the part of the story which told her the conspiracy inventor, but he was not surprised. Robert Audley ended his story at the point at which Sir Michael Audley had interrupted. My lady's confession. He told nothing of the disappearance of George Talboys nor of the horrible suspicions that had grown out of that disappearance. He told nothing of the fire at the Castle Inn. Dr. Musgrave grasped his head gravely. When Mr. Audley came to the end of his story, "You have nothing further to narrate me," he said. "No. I do not think there's anything further that need be told," Robert answered rather evasively. "You would long to prove that this woman is mad, and therefore irresponsible for her actions," Mr. Audley said the physician. Robert already stared wondering at the mad doctor. By what process had he so rapidly arrived at the young man's secret desire? "Yes, I would rather, if possible, think her mad. I should be glad to find that excuse for her, and to save the escalantra of a chancery suit, I suppose, Mr. Audley," said Dr. Musgrave. Robert shuddered as he bowed an assent to this remark. It was something worse than a chancery suit that he dreaded with a horrible fear. It was a trial for murder that so long had haunted his dreams. How often he had awoken in an agony of shame from a vision of a crowded courthouse and his uncle's spouse in a criminal dock, hemmed in on every side by a sea of eager faces. "I fear that I shall not be of any use to you," the physician said quietly. "I will see the woman if you please, but I do not believe that she is mad." "Why not?" "Because there is no evidence of madness in anything that she has done. She ran away from her home because her home was not a pleasant one, and she left it in the hope of finding a better. There is no madness in that. She committed the crime of bigamy because by that crime she obtained fortune and position. There's no madness there. When she found herself in a desperate position, she did not grow desperate. She employed intelligent means, and she carried out a conspiracy which required coolness and deliberation. In its execution there is no madness in that, but the taints of hereditary insanity may descend the third generation and appear in the lady's children. If she have any madness, is not necessarily transmitted from mother to daughter. I should be glad to help you if I could, Mr. Audley, but I do not think there's any proof of insanity in the story you've told me. I do not think any jury in England would accept the plea of insanity. In such a case as this, the best thing that you can do with the lady is to send her back to her first husband, if you will have her." Robert started at this sudden mention of his friend. "Her first husband is dead," he answered. "At least he has been missing for some time, and I have reason to believe that he is dead." Dr. Musgrave saw the startled movement and learned the embarrassment in Robert Audley's voice. As he spoke of George Talboys, "The lady's first husband is missing," he said with a strange emphasis on the word. "You think that he is dead?" He paused for a few moments and looked at the fire. As Robert had looked before Mr. Audley, he said presently, "There must be no half-confidences between us. You have not told me all." Robert, looking up suddenly, plainly expressed in his face the surprise he felt at these words. "I should be very poorly able to meet the contingencies of my professional experience," said Dr. Musgrave, "if I could not perceive where confidence ends and reservation begins. You have only told me half this lady's story, Mr. Audley. You must narrate me further before I can offer you any advice. What has become of the first husband?" He asked this question in a decisive tone, as if he knew it to be the keystone of an arch. "I have already told you, Dr. Musgraves, that I do not understand." "Yes," answered the physician, "but your face has told me what you would have withheld from me. It has told me that you suspect." Robert Audley was silent. "If I am to be of use to you, you must trust me, Mr. Audley," said the physician. "The first husband disappeared. How and when? I want to understand the history of his disappearance." Robert paused for some time before he replied to this speech, but by and by he lifted his head which had been bent in an attitude of earnest thought, and addressed the physician. "I will trust you, Dr. Musgrave," he said. "I will confide entirely in your honor and goodness. I do not ask you to do any wrong to society, but I ask you to save our stainless name from degradation and shame, if you can do so conscientiously." He told the story of George's disappearance and of his own doubts and fears. Heaven knows how reluctantly Dr. Musgrave listened. As quietly as he had listened before, Robert concluded with an earnest appeal to the physician's best feelings. He implored him to spare the generous old man, whose fatal confidence in a wicked woman had brought such misery upon his declining years. It was impossible to draw any conclusion, either favorable or otherwise, from Dr. Musgrave's attentive face. He rose when Robert had finished speaking and looked at his watch once more. "I can only spare you 20 minutes. He said, "I will see the woman if you please. You say her mother died in a madhouse." "She did. Will you see woman Audley alone?" "Yes, alone, if you please, Robert. Rank my lady's maid, and under convoy of that smart young damsel." The physician found his way to the octagon antechamber and the fairy boudoir with which it communicated. 10 minutes afterwards he returned to the library, in which Robert sat awaiting for him. "I have talked to the lady," he said quietly, "and we understand each other very well. There is latent insanity which might never appear, or which might appear only once or twice in a lifetime. It will be dementia in its worst phase, perhaps acute mania, but its duration would be very brief, and it would only rise under extreme mental pressure. The woman is not mad, but she has the hereditary taint in her blood. She has the cunning of madness, with the prudence of intelligence. I will narrate you what she is. Mr. Audley, she is dangerous." Dr. Musgrave walked up and down the room. Once or twice before he spoke again. "I will not discuss the probabilities of the suspicion that distresses you, Mr. Audley," he said presently. "But I will narrate you this much. I do not advise Nesglandra. This Mr. George Talboys has disappeared, but you have no evidence of his death. If you could produce evidence of his death, you could reduce no evidence against this lady beyond the one fact that she had a powerful motive for getting rid of him. No jury in the United Kingdom would condemn her upon such evidence as that." Robert Audley interrupted Dr. Musgrave hastily. "I assure you, my dear sir," he said, "that my greatest fear is an excessive. Any exposure, any disgrace, certainly, Mr. Audley," answered the physician coolly, "but you cannot expect me to assist you to condone one of the worst offenses against society. If I saw adequate reason for believing that a murder had been committed by this woman, I should refuse to assist you in smuggling her away out of the reach of justice. Although the honor of 100 noble families might be saved by my doing so. But I do not see adequate reason for your suspicions, and I will do my best to help you." Robert already grasped the physician's hands in both his own. "I will thank you, and I'm better able to do so," he said with emotion. "I will thank you in my uncle's name, as well as in my own. I have only 5 minutes more, and I have a correspondence to write," said Dr. Musgrave, smiling at the young man's energy. He seized himself at a writing table in the window, dipped his pen in the ink, and wrote rapidly for about 7 minutes. He had filled 3 sides of a sheet of notepaper when he threw down his pen and folded his letter. He put this correspondence into an envelope and delivered it, unsealed, to Robert Audley. The address, which had bore, was Moesje Val Vielbrumers, Belgium. Mr. Audley looked rather doubtfully from this address to the doctor, who was putting on his gloves as deliberate as if his life had never known a further solemn purpose than the proper adjustment of them. "That correspondence," he said, in answer to Robert Audley's inquiring look, "is penned to my friend Monsieur Val, the proprietor and medical superintendent of a very excellent Mazan de Santi in the town of Vielbremers. We've known each other for many years, and he will no doubt willingly receive Lady Orty into his establishment and charge himself with the full responsibility of her future life. It will not be a very eventful one. Robert Aldi would have spoken. He would have once more expressed his gratitude for the help which had been given to him, but Dr. Musgrave checked him with an authoritative gesture. From the moment in which woman Audley enters that house, he said, her life, so far as life is made up of action and variety, will be finished. Whatever secrets you may have will be secrets forever. Whatever crimes she may have committed, she will be able to commit no more if you were to dig a grave for her in the nearest churchyard and bury her alive in it. You could not further safely shut up from the world and all worldly associations, but as a physiologist and as an honest man, I believe you could do no better service to society than by doing this, for physiology is a lie. If the woman I saw 10 minutes ago is a woman to be trusted at large, if she could have sprung at my throat and strangled me with her small hands, as I sat talking to her just now, she would have done it. She suspected your purpose then. She knew it. You think I'm mad like my mother, and you have come to question me. She said you are watching for some sign of the dreadful taint in my blood. Good day to you, Mr. Audley. The physician added airily, my time was up 10 minutes ago. It is much as I shall do to catch the train. Chapter 6. Buried alive. Robert Audley sat alone in the library, with the physician's letter up on the table before him, pondering of the work which was still to be done. The young barrister had constituted himself the denouncer of this wretched woman. He had been her judge, and he was now her jailer. Not until he had delivered the letter which lay before him to its proper address, not until he'd given up his charge in for safekeeping of the foreign madhouse doctor, not until then, would the dreadful burden be removed from him, and his duty done. He wrote a few lines to my lady, telling her that he was going to carry her away from Audley Court to a place from which she was not likely to return, and requesting her to lose no time in preparing for the journey. He wished to start that evening if possible, he told her. Miss Susan Martin, the lady's maid, thought it a very hard thing to have to pack her mistress's trunks in such a hurry, but my woman assisted in the task. It seemed a pleasant excitement to her, this folding and refolding of silks and velvets, this gathering together of jewels and millinery. They were not going to rob her of her possession, she thought. They were going to send her away to some place of exile, but even exile was not hopeless, for there was ghastly any spot upon this wide earth in which her appearance would not constitute a small royalty. And when her liege knights and willing subjects, she toiled resolutely and directing, assisting her servant, who scented bankruptcy and ruin and all this, packing up and hurrying away, and was therefore rather languid and indifferent in the discharge of her duties, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, she sent her attendant to narrate Mr. Orley that she was ready to depart as soon as he pleased. Roberto consulted the volume of Bradshaw, and had discovered that Vielbromers lay out of the track of all railway traffic, and was only approachable by diligence from Brussels. The mail for Dover left London Bridge at 9 o'clock, and could be easily caught by Robert in his charge, as the 7 o'clock up train from Audley reached Shoreditch at 8:15 traveling by the Dover and Calais route. They would reach Vielbromers by the following afternoon or evening. What need have we to follow him upon that dismal night journey? My woman lay on one of the narrow cabin couches, come to be wrapped in her furs. She had not forgotten her favorite Russian sables. Even in this last hour of shame and misery, her mercenary soul hankered greedily after the costly and beautiful things of which she had been mistress. She had hidden away fragile teacups and covered vases of Severn Dresden among the folds of her silken dinner dresses. She had secreted jeweled and golden drinking cups amongst her delicate linen. She would have taken the pictures from the walls and the gabelle and tapestry from the chairs. Had it been possible for her to do so, she had taken all she could, and she accompanied Mr. Audley with a silky submission. That was the despondent obedience of despair. Robert Audley paced the deck of the steamers. The Dover clocks was striking 12, and the town glimmered like a luminous crescent. Across the widening darkness of the sea, the vessel flew swiftly through the rolling waters towards the friendly Gallic shore, and Mr. Audley sighed a long sigh of relief as he remembered how soon his work would be done. He thought of the wretched creature lying forlorn and friendless in the cabin below, but when he pitied her most, and he could not but sometimes pity her, for her womanhood and her helplessness, his friend's face came back upon him, bright and hopeful as he had seen it only on that first day of George's return from the Antipodes, and with that memory, there returned his horror of the shameful lie that had broken the husband's heart. Can I ever forget it, he thought. Can I ever forget his blank, white face as he sat opposite me at the coffee house, with the Times newspaper in his hand? There are some crimes that can never be atoned for, and this is one of them. If I could bring George Talboys back to life tomorrow, I could never heal that horrible heart wound. I could never make him the man he was before he read that printed lie. It was late in the afternoon of the next day when the diligence bumped and raffled over the uneven paving of the principal street in Velibromer's, the old ecclesiastical town. Always darling dreary, seemed further than ordinarily dreary. Under the gray evening sky, the twinkling lamps, lighted early and glimmering feebly, long distances apart, made the place seem darker rather than lighter, as glowworms intensify the blackness of a hedge by their shining presence. The remote Belgian city was a forgotten old world place, and bore the dreary evidence of decay upon every facade in the narrow streets. On every dilapidated roof and feeble pile of chimneys, it was difficult to imagine for what reason the opposite rows of houses has been built so close together as to cause the lumbering diligence to brush the foot passengers off the wretched trottoir unless they took good care to scrape the shop windows with their garments, for there was building room enough and to spare upon the broad expanse of flat country that lay behind the old city. Hypercritical travelers might have wondered why the narrowest and most uncomfortable streets were the busiest and most prosperous, while the nobler and broader thoroughfares were empty and deserted. But Robert Audley thought of none of these things. He sat in a corner of the moldy carriage, observing my woman in the opposite corner, and wondering what the face was like that was so carefully hidden beneath her veil. They had had the coupe of the diligence to themselves for the whole of the journey, for there were not many travelers between Brussels and Velibromer's, and the public conveyance was supported by the force of tradition rather than by any great profit attaching to it. As a speculation, my woman had not spoken during the journey, except to decline some refreshments, which Robert had offered her at a halting place upon the road. Her heart sank when they left Brussels behind, for she had hoped that city might have been the end of her journey, and she turned with the feeling of sickness and despair. From the dull Belgian landscape, she looked up at last, as the vehicle jolted into a great stony quadrangle, which had been the approach to a monastery once, but which was now the courtyard of a dismal hotel, in whose cellars legions of rats skirmished and squeaked. Even while broad sunshine was bright in the chambers above, Woman oddly shattered as she lighted from the diligence and found herself in that dreary courtyard. Robert was surrounded by chattering quarters, who clamored for his baggages and disputed amongst themselves as to the hotel at which she was to rest. One of these men ran away to fetch a hackney coach at Mr. Orty's behest and reappeared, presently urging on a pair of horses which was so small as to suggest the idea that they'd be made out of one ordinary-sized animal, with wild shrieks and whoops that had a demoniac sound. In the darkness, Mr. Audy left my woman in a dreary coffee room, in the care of a drowsy attendant, while he drove away to some distant past, the quiet city. There was official business to be gone through before Sir Michael's spouse could be quietly put away. In the place suggested by Dr. Musgrave, Robert had to see all manner of important personages, and to take numerous oaths, and to exhibit the English physician's letter, and to go through much ceremony of signing and countersigning before he could take his lost friend's cruel wife to the home which was to be her last upon earth. Upwards of 2 hours elapsed before this was arranged, and the young man was free to return to the hotel, where he found his charge staring absently at a pair of wax candles, with a cup of untasted coffee standing cold and stagnant before her. Robert handed my woman into the hired vehicle and took his seat opposite her once more. "Where are you going to take me?" she asked at last. "I am tired of being treated like some naughty child who is put into a dark cellar as a punishment for its offenses. Where are you taking me? To a place in which you will have ample leisure to repent." The past Mrs. Talboys, Robert answered gravely. They left the paved streets behind them and had emerged out for Great Gaunt Square, in which there appeared to be about half a dozen cathedrals, into a small boulevard, a broad lamplit road, on which the shadows of the leafless branches went and came tremblingly, like the shadows of paralytic skeletons. There were houses here and there upon this boulevard, stately houses on tracherijata and with plaster vases of geraniums. On the stone pillars of the ponderous gateways, the rumbling hackney carriage drove upwards of 3/4 of a mile along this smooth roadway, before it drew up against the gateway, older and further ponderous than any of those they had passed. My woman gave a small scream as she looked out of the coach window. The gaunt gateway was lighted by an enormous lamp, a great structure of iron and glass, in which one poor little shivering flame struggled with the March wind. The coachman rang the bell, and a small wooden door at the side of the gate was opened by a gray-haired man who looked out at the vehicle and then retired. He reappeared 3 minutes afterwards behind the folding iron gates, which he unlocked and threw back to their full extent, revealing a dreary desert of stone-paved courtyard. The coachman led his wretched horses into this courtyard and piloted the vehicle to the principal doorway of the house, a great mansion of gray stone, with several long ranges of windows, many of which were dimly lighted, and looked out like the fair eyes of weary watchers upon the darkness of the night. My lady, watchful and quiet as the cold stars in the winter sky, looked up at these casements with an earnest and scrutinizing gaze. One of the windows was shrouded by a scanty curtain of faded red, and upon this curtain there went and came a dark shadow, the shadow of a woman with a fantastic headdress, the shadow of a restless creature who paced perpetually back and forwards. Before the window, Sir Michael Audley's wicked wife laid her hand suddenly upon Robert's arm and pointed with the other hand to this curtain window. "I understand what you have brought me," she said. "This is a madhouse." Mr. Audy did not answer her. He'd been standing at the door of the coach when she addressed him, and he quietly assisted her to alight and led her up a couple of shallow stone steps and into the entrance hall of the mansion. He handed Dr. Musgrave's correspondence to a neatly dressed, cheerful-looking middle-aged woman, who came tripping out of a small chamber, which opened out the hall, and was very much like the bureau of a hotel. This person smilingly welcomed Robert in his charge, and after dispatching a servant with the letter, invited them into her pleasant small apartment, which was gaily furnished with bright amber curtains and heated by a tiny stove. "Madame finds herself very much fatigued," the French woman said interrogatively, with the look of intense sympathy, as she placed an armchair. "My woman." Madame shrugged her shoulders wearily and looked around the small chamber, with a sharp glance of scrutiny that betokened no very great favor. "What is this place, Robert Tortley?" she cried fiercely. "Do you think I'm a baby, that you may juggle with and deceive me? What is it? It is what I said just now, is it not? It is a maison de santé, my lady," the young man answered gravely. "I have no long to juggle with or to deceive you." My woman paused for a few moments, looking reflectively at Robert. "Amazon de santé," she repeated. "Yes. They manage these things better in France. In England we should call it a madhouse. This is a house for mad people. This is it not, madame," she said in French, turning upon the woman and tapping the Polish floor with her foot. "Ah, but no, madam," the woman answered with a shrill scream of protest. "It is an establishment of the most agreeable, where one amuses oneself." She was interrupted by the entrance of the principal of disagreeable establishment, who came beaming into the room with a radiant smile illuminating his countenance, and with Dr. Musgrave's correspondence open in his hand. It was impossible for him to say how enchanted he was to make the acquaintance of Monsieur. There was nothing upon earth which he was not ready to do for Monsieur and his own person, and nothing under heaven which he would not strive to accomplish for him. As the friend of his acquaintance, so very much distinguished, the English doctor, Dr. Musgrave's letter had given him a brief synopsis of the case. He informed Robert in an undertone, and he was quite prepared to undertake the care of the charming and very interesting Madame. He rubbed his hands politely and looked at Robert. Mr. Audie remembered, for the first time, that he had been recommended to introduce his wretched charge under a feigned name. He affected not to hear the proprietor's question. It might seem a very easy matter to have hit upon a heap of names, any one of which would have answered his purpose. But Mr. Audley appeared suddenly to have forgotten that he had ever learned of any mortal appellation except that himself and his lost friend. Perhaps the provider received and understood his embarrassment. He at any rate relieved it by turning to the woman who had received them and muttering something about "No, 14 piece." The woman took a key from a long range of others that hung over the mantelpiece and a wax candle from a bracket in the corner of the room, and having lighted the candle, led the way across the stone-paved hall and up a broad, slippery staircase of polished wood. The English physician had informed his Belgian colleague that money would be of minor consequence in any arrangements made for the comfort of the English lady, who was to be committed to his care. Acting upon this hint, Monsieur Val opened the outer door of a stately suite of apartments, which included a lobby paved with alternate diamonds of black and white marble, but of a dismal and cellar-like darkness, a saloon furnished with gloomy velvet draperies, and with a certain funereal splendor which is not peculiarly conducive to the elevation of the spirits, and a bed-chamber containing a bed so wondrously made as to appear to have no opening whatever in its coverings, unless the counterpane had been slit asunder with a penknife. My woman stared dismally round at the range of rooms, which looked dreary enough in the one light of a single wax candle. This solitary flame, fair and ghost-like in itself, was multiplied by paler phantoms of its ghostiness, which glimmered everywhere about the rooms, in the shadowy depths of the Polish floors and wainscot, all the window panes in the looking glasses, or in those great expanses of glimmering, something which adorned the rooms, and which my woman mistook for costly mirrors, but which were, in reality, wretched mockeries of burnished tin. Amid all the faded splendor of shabby velvet and tarnished gilding and polished wood, the woman dropped into an armchair and covered her face with her hands. The whiteness of them, and the starry light of diamonds trembling about them, glittered in the dimly lighted chamber. She sat quiet, motionless, despairing, sullen, and angry, while Robert and the French doctor retired into an outer chamber and talked together in undertones. Mr. Audley had very small to say that had not already been said. For him, with a far better Grayson, he himself could have expressed it by the English physician. He had, after great trouble of mind, hit upon the name of Taylor as a safe and simple substitute for that other name to which alone my woman had a right. He told the Frenchman that this Mrs. Taylor was distantly related to him, that she had inherited the seeds of madness from her mother, as indeed Dr. Musgrave had informed Monsieur Val, and that she had shown some fearful tokens of the lurking taints that was latent in her mind, but that she was not to be called mad. He begged that she might be treated with all tenderness and compassion, that she might receive all reasonable indulgences, but he impressed upon Monsieur Val that, under no circumstances, was she to be permitted to leave the house and grounds without the protection of some reliable person who should be answerable for her safekeeping. He had only one other point to urge, and that was that Mr. Val, who, as he had understood, was himself a Protestant, the doctor bowed, would make arrangements with some kind and benevolent Protestant clergyman through whom spiritual advice and consolation might be secured for the invalid woman who had special need. Robert added gravely of such advantages, this, with all necessary arrangements as to pecuniary matters, which were to be settled from time to time between Mr. Audie and the doctor. Unassisted by any agents whatever was the extent of the conversation between the two men, and occupied about a quarter of an hour. My woman sat in the same attitude. When they re-entered the bed-chamber in which they had left her, with her ringed hand still clasped over her face, Robert bent over her to whisper in her ear. "Your name is Madame Taylor here," he said. "I do not think you would long to be known by your real name." She only grasped her head and answered him, and did not even remove her hands from over her face. "Madame will have an attendant entirely devoted to her service," said Monsieur Val. "Madame will have all our wishes obeyed." "Are reasonable wishes, but that goes without saying," must you add to the quaint shrug. "Every effort will be made to handle Madame Suger, network boomers. Agreeable and as much profitable as agreeable, the inmates dying together. When it is wished I dine with the inmates, sometimes my subordinate a clever and a worthy man. Always I reside with my spouse and children in a small pavilion in the Crowns. My subordinate resides in the establishment Madame may rely upon, our utmost efforts being exerted to ensure her comfort." Mysterious say a great deal further to the same effect, rubbing his hands and beaming regently upon Robert and his charge, when Madame rises suddenly, erect and furious, and dropping her jeweled fingers from before her face, tells him to hold his tongue. "Leave me alone with the man who has brought me here," she cried between her set teeth. "Leave me." She points to the door with a sharp, imperious gesture so rapid that the silken drapery about her arm makes a swooping sound as she lifts her hand. The sibilant French syllables hiss through her teeth as she utters them, and seemed better fitted to her mood and herself than the familiar English she has spoken hitherto. The French doctor shrugs his shoulders as he goes out in the dark lobby, and matters something about a beautiful devil, and a gesture worthy of the Mars, my woman walked with a rapid footstep. The door between the bed chamber and the saloon, closed it, and with the handle of the door still in her hand, turned and looked at Robert Audley. "You have brought me to my grave, Mr. Audley," she cried. "You have used your power basely and cruelly, and have brought me to a living grave. I have done that which I thought just to others, and merciful to you," Robert answered quietly. "I should have been a traitor to society. Had I suffered you to remain at liberty after disappearance of George Talboys in the fire at the Castle Inn, I have brought you to a place in which you will be kindly treated by people who have no knowledge of your story, no power to taunt or to approach you. You will lead a quiet and peaceful life, my woman, such a life as many a good and holy woman in this Catholic country freely takes upon herself and happily endures unto the end. The solitude of your existence in this place will be no greater than that of a king's daughter who, flying from the evils of the time, was glad to take shelter in a house as tranquil as this. Surely it is a small atonement which I ask you to render for your sins, a light penance which I call upon you to perform. Live here and repent. Nobody will hassle you. Nobody will torment you. I only say to you, repent. I cannot," cried my lady, pushing her hair fiercely from her white forehead and fixing her dilated eyes upon Robert Audley. "I cannot. Has my appearance brought me to this? Have I plotted and schemed to shield myself and laid awake in the long, deadly night trembling to think of my dangers? For this I had better given up at once, since this was to be the end. I had better revealed it to the curse that was upon me, and given up when George Talboys first came back to England." She plucked at the delicate golden curls. If she would have torn them from her head, it had served her so little. After all that gloriously glittering hair, that beautiful nimbus of yellow light, that it contrasted so exquisitely with the melting azure of her eyes, she hated herself and her beauty. "I would laugh at you and defy you if I did," she cried. "I would kill myself and defy you if I did. But I am a poor, pitiful coward and have been so from the first. Afraid of my mother's horrible inheritance, afraid of poverty, afraid of George Talboys, afraid of you." She was quiet for a small while, but she still held her place by the door, as if determined to detain Robert, as long as it was her pleasure to do so. "Do you understand what I'm pondering of?" she said presently. "Do you understand what I'm pondering of as I look at you? In the dim light of this room, I am pondering of the day upon which George Talboys disappeared." Robert started as she mentioned the name of his lost friend. His face turned fair in the dusky light, and his breathing grew quicker and louder. "He was standing opposite me as you are standing now," continued my woman. "You said that you would raze the old house to the ground, that you would root up every tree in the gardens. To find your dead friend, you would have no need to do so much. The body of George Talboys lies at the bottom of the old well, in the shrubbery beyond the lime walk." Robert Audley flung up his hands and clasped them above his head. With one loud cry of horror, "Oh my God," he said after a dreadful pause, "have all the ghastly things that I thought prepared me so small for the ghastly truth that it should come upon me like this?" "At last he came to me in the lime walk," resumed my woman in the same hard, dogged tones as that in which she had confessed the wicked story of her life. "I knew that he would come, and I prepared myself as well as I could to meet him. I was determined to bribe him, to control him, to defy him, to do anything sooner than abandon the wealth in the position I had won and go back to my old life. He came, and he reproached me for the conspiracy adventure. He declared that so long as he lived, he would never forgive me. For the lie that had broken his heart, he told me that I plucked his heart out of his breasts and trampled upon it, and that he had no heart in which to feel one sentiment of mercy for me, that he would have forgiven me any wrong upon earth, but that one deliberate and passion was wrong that I had done him. He said this the great deal more, and he told me that no power on earth should turn him from his purpose, which was to take me to the man I had deceived, and make me narrate my wicked story. He did not understand the hidden taint that I had sucked him with my mother's milk. He did not understand that it was possible to drive me mad. He goaded me as you have goaded me. He was as merciless as you have been merciless. We were in the strawberry at the end of the lime walk. I was seated upon the broken mazery at the mouth of the well. George Talboys was leaning upon the disused windlass, in which the rusty iron spindle raffled loosely whenever he shifted his position. I rose at last and turned upon him to defy him, as I had determined to defy him at the worst. I told him that if he denounced me to Sir Michael, I would declare him to be a madman or a liar, and I defied him to convince the man who loved me, blindly as I told him, that he had any claim to me. I was going to leave him after having told him this, when he caught me by the wrist and detained me by force. You saw the bruises that his fingers made upon my wrist, and noticed them, and did not believe the account I gave of them. I could see that Mr. Robert Audley, and I thought that you were a person I should have to fear. She paused as if she'd expected Robert to speak, but he stood quiet and motionless, awaiting for the end. George Talboys treated me as you treated me, she said presently. He swore that if there was but one witness of my identity, and that witness was removed from Audley Court by the width of the whole earth, he would bring him there to swear to my identity and to denounce me. It was then that I was mad. It was then that I drew the loose iron spindle from the shrunken wood and saw my first husband sink with one horrible cry into the black mouth of the well. There is a legend of its enormous depth. I do not understand how deep it is. It is dry, I suppose, for I learned no splash, only a dull thud. I looked down, and I saw nothing but black emptiness. I knelt down and listened, but the cry was not repeated. So I waited for nearly a quarter of an hour. God knows how long it seemed to me, by the mouth of the well. Robert Audley uttered no word of horror. When the story was finished, he moved a small nearer, toward the door against which Helen Talboys stood. Had there been any other means of exit from the room, he would have gladly availed himself of it. He shrank from even a momentary contact with this creature. "Let me pass you a few, please," he said in a nicey voice. "You see, I do not fear to make my confession to you," said Helen Talboys, "for two reasons. The first is that you dare not use it against me, because you know, would kill your uncle to see me in a criminal dog. The second is that the law could pronounce no worse sentence than this, a lifelong imprisonment in a madhouse. You see, I do not thank you for your mercy, Mr. Robert Audley, for I understand exactly what it is worth." She moved away from the door, and Robert passed her without a word, without a look. Half an hour afterwards, he was in one of the principal hotels at Vielbromer's, sitting at a neatly ordered supper table, with no power to eat, with no power to distract his mind even for a moment from the image of that lost friend who had been treacherously murdered in the thicket at Audley Court. Chapter 7. Ghost Haunted. No feverish sleeper traveling in a strange dream ever looked out further wonderingly upon a world that seemed unreal than Robert Audley as he stared absently at the flat swamps and dismal poplars between Vielbromer's and Brussels. Could it be that he was returning to his uncle's house without the woman who had reigned in it for nearly 2 years? As queen and mistress, he felt as if he'd carried off my lady and had made away with her secretly and darkly, and must now render up an account to Sir Michael of the fate of that woman whom the baronet had so dearly loved. What shall I narrate him, he thought. Shall I narrate him the truth, the horrible, ghastly truth? No, that would be too cruel. His generous spirit would sink under the hideous revelation, yet in his ignorance of the extent of this wretched woman's wickedness. He may think perhaps that I have been hard with her. Brooding thus, Mr. Robert Audley absently watched the cheerless landscape from his seat in the shabby coupe of the diligence, and thought how great a leaf had been torn out of his life. Now that the dark story of George Talboys was finished, what had he to do next? A crowd of horrible thoughts rushed into his mind as he remembered the story that he had heard from the white lips of Helen Talboys. His friend, his murdered friend, lay hidden amongst the moldering ruins of the old well at Audley Court. He had lain there for 6 long months unburied, unknown, hidden in the darkness of the old convent well. What was to be done? To institute a search for the remains of the murdered man was to inevitably bring about a coroner's inquest. Should such an inquest be held, it was next to impossible that the history of my lady's crime could fail to be brought to light to prove that George Talboys met with his death at Audley Court, was to prove almost as certainly that my lady had been the instrument of that mysterious death. For the young man had been known to follow her into the lime walk on the day of his disappearance. My God, Robert exclaimed, as the full horror of the position became evident to him. Is my friend to rest in his unhallowed burial place because I have condoned the offenses of the woman who murdered him? He felt that there was no way out of this difficulty. Sometimes he thought that it small matter to his dead friend whether he lay entombed beneath a marble monument whose workmanship should be the wonder of the universe, or in that obscure hiding place in the thicket at Audley Court. At another time he would be seized with a sudden horror. The wrong that had been done the murdered man, and would fain have traveled even further rapidly than the express between Brussels and Paris could carry him, in his eagerness to reach the end of his journey, that he might set right this cruel wrong. He was in London at dusk on the 2nd day after that on which he had left Audley Court, and he drove straight to the Clarendon to inquire after his uncle. He had no intention of seeing Sir Michael, as he had not yet determined how much or how small he should narrate him, but he was very anxious to ascertain how the old man had sustained the cruel shock he had so lately endured. I will see Alicia, he thought. She will narrate me all about her father. It is only 2 days since he left Audley. I can scarcely expect to hear of any favorable change. But Mr. Audley was not destined to see his cousin that evening, for the servants of the Clarendon told him that Sir Michael and his daughter had left by the morning mail for Paris on their way to Vienna. Robert was very well pleased to receive this intelligence. It afforded him a welcome respite, for it would be decidedly better to narrate the baronet nothing of his guilty wife until he returned to England, with his health unimpaired and his spirits re-established. It was to be hoped Mr. Audley drove to the Temple. The chambers which had seemed dreary to him ever since the disappearance of George Talboys were doubly so tonight for that which had been only a dark suspicion had now become a horrible certainty. There was no longer room for the palest ray, the most transitory glimmer of hope. His worst terrors had been too well-founded. George Talboys had been cruelly and treacherously murdered by the spouse he had loved. And more, there were 3 letters awaiting for Mr. Audley at his chambers. One was from Sir Michael and another from Alicia. The third was addressed in a hand the young barrister knew only too well, though he had seen it but once before. His face flushed readily at the sight of the superscription. and he took the correspondence in his hand, carefully and tenderly, as if it had been a living thing. And sentient to his touch, he turned it over and over in his hands, looking at the crest upon the envelope, at the postmark, at the color of the paper, and then put it into the bosom of his waistcoat. With a strange smile upon his face, "What a wretched and unconscionable fool I am," he thought. "Have I laughed at the follies of weak men all my life? And am I to be further foolish than the weakest of them, at last the beautiful brown-eyed creature? Why did I ever see her? Why did my relentless nemesis ever point the way to that dreary house in Dorsetshire?" He opened the first 2 letters. He was foolish enough to keep the last. For delicious morsel of fairy-like dessert, after the commonplace substantialities of a dinner, Alicia's correspondence told him that Sir Michael had borne his agony with such a persevering tranquility that she had become at last far further alarmed by his patient calmness than by any stormy manifestation of despair in this difficulty. She had secretly called upon the physician who attended the Audley household in any cases of serious illness, and had requested this gentleman to pay Sir Michael an apparently accidental visit. He had done so, and after stopping half an hour with the baronet, had told Alicia that there was no present danger of any serious consequence from this quiet grief, but that it was necessary that every effort should be made to arouse Sir Michael, and to force him, however unwillingly, into action. Alicia had immediately acted upon this advice, had resumed her old empire as a spoilt child, and reminded her father of a promise he had made, of taking her through Germany with considerable difficulty. She had induced him to consent to fulfilling this old promise, and having once gained her point, she'd contrived that they should leave England as soon as it was possible to do so, and she told Robert in conclusion that she would not bring her father back to his old house until she had taught him to forget the sorrows associated with it. The baronet's correspondence was very brief. It contained half a dozen blank checks on Sir Michael Audley's London bankers. "You will require money, my dear Robert," he wrote, "for such arrangements as you may think fit to make for the future comfort of the person I committed to your care. I need scarcely narrate you that those arrangements cannot be too liberal, but perhaps it is as well that I should narrate you now, for the first and only time, that it is my earnest wish never again to hear that person's name. I have no long to be told the nature of the arrangements you may make for her. I'm sure that you will act conscientiously, and mercifully I seek to understand no more. Whenever you want money, you will draw upon me for any sums that you may require, but you will have no occasion to narrate me for whose use you want that money." Robert Audley breathed a long sigh of relief. As he folded this correspondence, it released him from a duty which it would have been most painful for him to perform, and it forever decided his course of action with regard to the murdered man. George Talboys must lie at peace in his unknown grave, and Sir Michael Audley must never learn that the woman he had loved bore the red brand of murder on her soul. Robert had only the 3rd correspondence to open, the correspondence which he had placed in his bosom. While he read the others, he tore open the envelope, handling it carefully and tenderly. As he had done before, the letter was as brief as Sir Michael's. It contained only these few lines: "Dear Mr. Audley, the rector of this place has been twice to see Marks, the man you saved in the fire at the Castle Inn. He lies in a very precarious state at his mother's cottage near Audley Court, and is not expected to live many days. His spouse is attending him, and both he and she have expressed a most earnest desire that you should see him before he dies. Pray come without delay. Yours very sincerely, Clara Talboys." Mount Stunning Rectory, March the 6th, Robert Audley. folded this correspondence very reverently and replaced it underneath that part of his waistcoat, which might be supposed to cover the region of his heart. Having done this, he seated himself in his favorite armchair, filled and lighted a pipe and smoked it out, staring reflectively at the fire as long as his tobacco lasted. The lazy light that glimmered in his handsome, gray eyes told of a dreamy reverie that could have scarcely been either gloomy or unpleasant. His thoughts wandered away upon the blue clouds of hazy tobacco smoke and carried him into a bright region of unrealities, in which there was neither death nor trouble, grief nor shame, only himself and Clara Talboys in a world that was made all their own by the great omnipotence of their loves. It was not till the last shred of pale Turkish tobacco had been consumed and the gray ashes knocked out upon the topmost bar of the grate that this pleasant dream floated off into the great storehouse, in which the visions of things that never have been and never ought to be are kept, locked and guarded by some stern enchanter, who only turns the keys now and then and opens the door of his treasure house. Small way for the brief delight of mankind, but the dream fled, and the heavy burden of dismal realities fell again upon Robert. Shoulders further tenacious than any old man of the sea. What can that man Marx want with me? Thought the barrister. He is afraid to die until he has made a confession. Perhaps he wishes to narrate me that which I understand already, the story of my lady's crime. I knew that he was in the secret. I was sure that, even upon the night on which I first saw him, he knew the secret and he traded on it. Robert oddly shrank strangely from returning to Essex. How should he meet Clara at all, boys, now that he knew the secret of her brother's fate? How many lies he should have to tell, or how much equivocation he must use, in order to keep the truth from her? Yet would there be any mercy in telling her that horrible story, the knowledge of which must cast a blight upon her youth, and blot out every hope she had ever secretly cherished? He knew by his own experience how possible it was to hope against hope, and to hope unconsciously, and he could not bear that her heart should be crushed, as it had been by the knowledge of the truth. Better that she should hope vainly to the last. He thought better that she should go through life seeking the clue to her lost brother's fate, than that I should give that clue into her hands and say our worst fears are realized. The brother you loved has been foully murdered in the early promise of his youth, but Clara Talboys had penned to him, imploring him to return to Essex without delay. Could he refuse to do her bidding, however painful its accomplishment might be? And again the man was dying perhaps, and had implored to see him. Would it not be cruel to refuse to go, to delay an hour unnecessarily? He looked at his watch. It wanted only 5 minutes to 9. There was no train to Audley after the Ipswich mail, which left London at 8:30, but there was a train that left Shoreditch at 11 and stopped at Brentwood between 12 and 1. Robert decided upon going by this train and walking the distance between Brentwood and Audley, which was upwards of 6 miles. He had a long time to wait before it be necessary to leave the temple. On his way to Shoreditch, and he sat brooding darkly over the fire and wondering at the strange events which had filled his life within the last year and a half, coming like angry shadows between his lazy inclinations and himself, and investing him with purposes that were not his own. Good heavens, he thought as he smoked his second pipe, how can I believe that it was I who used to lounge all day in this easy chair reading, pulled a cock and smoking mild Turkish, who used to drop in at half price, to stand amongst the pressmen at the back of the boxes and see a new burlesque, and finish the evening with the trough and crow, and chop some fair ale at Evans? Was it I to whom life was such an easy merry-go-round? Was it I who was one of the boys who sit at ease upon the wooden horses, while other boys run barefoot in the mud and work their hardest, in the hope of a ride when their work is done, heaven knows. I have learned the business of life since then, and now I must need cascade in love and swell the tragic chorus, which is always being sung by the poor addition of my pitiful sighs and groans. Clara Talboys. Clara Talboys, is there any merciful smile latent beneath the earnest light of your brown eyes? What would you say to me if I told you that I love you as earnestly and truly as I have mourned for your brother's fate? That the new strength and purpose of my life, which has grown out of my friendship for the murdered man, grows even stronger as it turns to you and changes me, until I wonder at myself, what would she say to me? Heaven knows, if she happened to like the color of my hair or the tone of my voice, she might listen to me perhaps, but would she hear me anymore? Because I love her truly and purely, because I would be constant and honest and faithful to her. Not she, these things might move her, perhaps to be a small pitiful to me, but they would move her no more. If a girl with freckles and white eyelashes adored me, I should only think her a nuisance. But if Clara Talboys had a fancy to trample upon my uncouth person, I should think she did me a favor. I hope poor small Alicia may pick up with some fair head Saxon in the course of her travels, I hope. His thoughts wandered away wearily and lost themselves. How could he hope for anything or think of anything, while the memory of his dead friend's unburied body haunted him like a horrible specter? He remembered a story, a morbid, hideous yet delicious story, which had once pleasantly congealed his blood. On a social winter's evening, the story of a man, a monomaniac perhaps, who had been haunted at every turn by the image of an unburied kinsman, who could not rest in his unhallowed hiding place. What if that dreadful story had its double in reality? What if you were henceforth to be haunted by the phantom of murder? George Talboys, he pushed his hair away from his face with both his hands and looked rather nervously around the snug, small apartment. There were lurking shadows in the corners of the room that he scarcely liked. The door opening in his small dressing room was ajar. He got up to shut it and turned the key in the lock with a sharp click. I haven't read Alexander, Dumas, and Wilkie Collins for nothing. He muttered, I'm up to their tricks. Sneaking in at a door behind a fellow's back and flattening their white faces against window panes and making themselves all eyes in the twilight. It's a strange thing that your generous-hearted fellow, who never did a shabby thing in his life, is capable of any meanness the moment he becomes a ghost. I'll have the gas laid on tomorrow and engage Mrs. Maloney's eldest son to sleep under the letterbox. In the lobby, the youth plays popular melodies upon a piece of tissue paper and a small tooth comb, and will be quite pleasant company. Mr. Audley walked wearily up and down the room, trying to get rid of the time. It was no use leaving the temple until 10 o'clock. And even then he would be sure to reach the station. Half an hour too early. He was tired of smoking. The soothing narcotic influence might be pleasant enough in itself, but the man must be of a singularly unsocial disposition. Who does not, after half a dozen lonely pipes, feel the need of some friendly companion, at whom he can stare dreamily at, thwart the fair gray mists, and who will stare kindly back at him in return? Do not think that Robert Aldie was without friends, because he so often found himself alone in his quiet chambers. The solemn purpose, which had taken so powerful a hold upon his careless life, had separated him from old associations, and it was for this reason that he was alone. He had dropped away from his old friends. How could he sit amongst them at social wine parties, perhaps, or at pleasant small dinners that were washed down with nonparade and Shambhala pomade and champagne? How could he sit amongst them listening to their careless talk of politics, and opera, literature, and racing theaters and science, scandal and theology, and yet carrying his mind a horrible burden of those dark terrors and suspicions that were with him. By day and night he could not do it. He had shrunk from these men as if he had indeed been a detective police officer, stained with vile associations, and unfit company for honest gentlemen. He had drawn himself away from all familiar haunts, and had shut himself in his lonely rooms with the perpetual trouble of his mind for his sole companion, until he had grown as nervous as habitual solitude will eventually make the strongest and the wisest man. However he may have warned himself of his strength and wisdom, the clock of the Temple Church and the clocks of St. Dunstan's, St. Clement Danes, and a crowd of other churches, whose steeples uprear themselves above the house, tops by the river, struck 10 at last, and Mr. Audley, who would put on his hat and overcoat nearly half an hour before, let himself out of the small lobby and locked his door behind him. He mentally reiterated his determination to engage Patrick as Mrs. Maloney's eldest son was called by his devoted mother. The youth should enter upon his functions the very next night after, and if the ghost of hapless George Talboy should invade these gloomy apartments, the phantom must make its way across Patrick's body before it could reach the inner chamber in which the proprietor of the premises slept. Do not laugh at Paul Robert, because he grew hypochondriacal after hearing the horrible story of his friend's death. There's nothing so delicate, so fragile as the invisible balance, upon which the mind is always trembling. Mad today and sane tomorrow. Who can forget that almost terrible picture of Dr. Samuel Johnson, the awful disputant of the clubroom, solemn, ponderous, severe and merciless, the admiration and the terror of humble Bozzy, the stern monitor of gentle Oliver, the friend of Garrick and Reynolds tonight, and before sunset tomorrow, a weak, miserable old man discovered by good Mr. and Mrs. Thrale kneeling upon the floor of his lonely chamber, in an agony of youthful terror and confusion, and praying to a merciful God for the preservation of his wits. I think the memory of that dreadful afternoon, and of the tender care he then received, should have taught the doctor to keep his hands steady. At Stretton, when he took his bedroom candlestick, from which it was his habit to shower rivulets of molten wax upon the costly carpet of his beautiful protectress, and might have even had a further enduring effect, and taught him to be merciful when the brewer's widow went mad in her turn and married that dreadful creature, the Italian singer, who has not been, or is not to be, mad in some lonely hour of life, who is quite safe from the trembling of the balance. Fleet Street was quiet and lonely at this late hour, and Robert Audley, being in a ghostying mood, would have been scarcely astonished had he seen Johnson set come roistering westward in the lamplight, or blind John Milton groping his way down the steps before St. Bride's Church. Mr. Audley hailed a hansom at the corner of Farrington Street, and was rattled rapidly away across tenantless Smithfield Market and into a labyrinth of dingy streets that brought him out upon the broad grandeur of Pinsbury pavement. Nobody ever saw a ghost in a hansom cab, Robert thought, and even Duma hasn't done that as yet, not but that he's capable of doing it. If the idea occurred to him, I'm Revenor or Fiacre upon my word. The title doesn't sound bad. The story would be something about a dismal gentleman in black who took the vehicle by the hour and was consummatious upon the subject of fares, and beguiled the driver into lonely neighborhoods beyond the barriers, and made himself otherwise unpleasant. The hansom rattled up the steep and stony approach to the Shoreditch station, and deposited Robert at the doors of that unlovely temple. There were very few people going to travel by this midnight train. and Robert walked up and down the long wooden platforms, reading the huge advertisements, whose gaunt lettering looked worn and ghastly in the dim lamplight. He had the courage in which he sat all to himself did I say. Had he not lately summoned his side, that ghostly company, which of all companionship is the most tenacious? The shadow of George Talboys pursued him, even in the comfortable first-class carriage, and was behind him when he looked out of the window, and was yet far away ahead of him in the rushing engine, in that thicket towards which the train was speeding by, the side of the unhallowed hiding place, in which the mortal remains of the dead man lay, neglected and uncared for. I must give my lost friend decent burial, Robert thought, as a chill wind swept across the flat landscape and struck him with such frozen breath as might have emanated from the lips of the dead. I must do it, or I shall die of some panic like this, which has seized upon me tonight. I must do it at any peril, at any cost, even at the price of that revelation, which will bring the mad woman back from her safe hiding place and place her in a criminal dock. He was glad when the train stopped at Brentwood. At a few minutes after 12, only one other person got out at the small station. A burly grazier who had been to one of the theaters to see a tragedy. Country people always go to see tragedies. None of your flimsy vaudevilles for them. None of your pretty drawing room, moderator lamp, and French window pieces with a confiding husband, a frivolous spouse, and a smart lady's maid, who is always accommodating, enough to dust the furniture, and announce visitors no such gauzy productions, the good monumental 5-act tragedy, in which their ancestors have seen Garrick and Mrs. Abington, and in which they themselves can remember the O'Neill, the beautiful creature whose lovely neck and shoulders became suffused with a crimson glow of shame and indignation when the actress was Mrs. Beverley, and insulted by Stockley in her poverty and sorrow. I think our modern O'Neills scarcely feel their stage wrong so keenly, or perhaps those brightly indignant blushes of today struggle ineffectually against the new art of Madame Rochelle, and are lost to the public beneath the lily purity of priceless enamel. Robert Audley looked hopelessly about him as he left the pleasant town of Brentwood and descended the lonely hill into the valley, which lay between the town he had left behind him and that other hill upon which that frail and dismal tenement, the castle inn, had so long struggled with its enemy. The wind only to succumb at last, and to be shriveled and consumed away like a withered leaf by the alliance of that old adversary with a newer and a fiercer foe. It's a dreary walk, Mr. Audley said, as he looks across the smooth, high road that lay before him. Lonely as a track across a desert, it's a dreary walk for a dismal wretch to take, between 12 and 1 upon a cheerless March night, with not so much moonlight in all the black skies. Might serve to convince one of the existence of such a luminary. But I'm very glad I came, thought the barrister. If this poor creature is dying and really wishes to see me, I should have been a wretch had I held back. Besides, she wishes it. She wishes it, and what can I do but obey her? Heaven help me. He stood by the wooden fence, which surrounded the gardens of Mount Standing Rectory, and looked across the laurel hedge towards the lattice windows of that simple habitation. There was no glimmer of light in any of these windows, and Mr. Audley was fain to go away, after having had no better satisfaction than such cold comfort as was to be obtained from a long, lingering contemplation of the house that sheltered the one woman before whose invincible power the impregnable fortress of his heart had surrendered. Only a heap of black and ruin stood upon the spot on which the castle inn had once done battle. With the winds of heaven, the cold night breezes had their way with the few fragments that the fire had left, and whirled them hither and thither as they would, scattering a wave of dust and cinders and crumbling morsels of charred wood Upon Robert Audley as he passed, it was 1:30, when the night wanderer entered the village of Audley. And it was only there that he remembered that Clara Talboys had omitted to give him any direction by which he might find the cottage in which Luke Marks lay. It was Dawson who recommended that the poor creature should be taken to his mother's cottage. Robert thought by and I dare say, Dawson has attended him ever since the fire. He'll be able to narrate me the way to the cottage. Acting upon this idea, Mr. Audley stopped at the house in which Helen Talboys had lived before her second marriage. The door of the small surgery was ajar, and there was a light burning within. Robert pushed the door open and peeped in. The surgeon was standing at the mahogany counter, mixing a draught in a glass measure, with his head closed behind him. Late as it was, he'd evidently only just come in. The harmonious snoring of his assistant sounded from the small room within the surgery. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Dawson," Robert said apologetically, as the surgeon looked up and recognized him. "But I've come down to see Marks, who are here, is in a very bad way, and I want you to narrate me the way to his mother's cottage. I'll show you the way, Mr. Audley," answered the surgeon. "I'm going there this minute. The man is very bad, then so bad that he can be no worse. The only change that can happen is that change which will take him beyond the reach of any earthly suffering." "Strange," exclaimed Robert. "He did not appear to be much burnt." "He was not much burnt had he been. I should never recommend it as being removed from Mount. Stunning, it is the shock that has done the business. His health has been long undermined by habits of intoxication, and has completely given way under the sudden terror of that night. He has been in a raging fever for the last 2 days. But tonight he is much calmer, and I'm afraid before tomorrow night we should have seen the last of him." "He has asked to see me, I am told," said Mr. Audley. "Yes," answered the surgeon carelessly. "A sick man's fancy, no doubt. You dragged him out of the house and did your best to save his life. I dare say, rough and boorish as that poor fellow is, he thinks a good deal of that." They'd left the surgery, the door of which Mr. Dawson had locked behind him. There was money in the till, perhaps, for surely the village apothecary could not have feared that the most daring housebreaker would imperil his liberty in the pursuit of blue pill and colizant or sultan senna. The surgeon led the way along Silent Street, and presently turned into a lane, at the end of which Robert Audley saw the one glimmer of a light which told of the watch that is kept by the sick and dying. A fair melancholy light, which always has a dismal aspect when looked upon. In this quiet hour betwixt night and morning, it shone from the window of the cottage, in which Luke Marks lay watched by his spouse and mother. Mr. Dawson lifted the latch and walked into the common room of the little tournament, followed by Robert Audley. It was empty, but a feeble tallow candle, with a broken back and a long cauliflower-headed wicks, fluttered upon the table. The sick man lay in the room above. "Should I narrate him? You are here?" asked Mr. Dawson. "Yes, yes, if you please, but be cautious how you narrate him. If you think the news likely to agitate him, I'm in no hurry, I can wait. You can call me when you think I can safely come upstairs." The surgeon nodded and softly ascended the narrow wooden stairs leading to the upper chamber. Mr. Dawson was a good man, and indeed, a parish surgeon has need to be good and tender, and kindly and gentle o'er the wretched patients, who have no neatly folded fees or gold and silver to offer. They suffer petty slights and insignificant cruelties, not easily to be proved before a board of well-to-do, poor law guardians, but not the less bitter to bear. In the fretful and feverish hours of sickness and pain, Robert Audley seated himself in a Windsor chair by the cold hearthstone, and stared just constantly about him, small as the room was. The corners were dusky and shadowy in the dim light of the cauliflower-headed candle. The faded face of an 8-day clock, which stood opposite Robert Audley, seemed to stir him out of countenance. The awful sounds, which can emanate from 8-day clocks after midnight, are too generally known to need description. The young man listened in awe-stricken silence to the heavy, monotonous ticking, which sounded as if the clock had been counting out the seconds which yet remained for the dying man, and checking them off with gloomy satisfaction. Another minute gone, another minute gone, another minute gone, the clock seemed to say, until Mr. Audley felt inclined to throw his hat at it, in the wild hope of stopping that melancholy and monotonous noise. But he was relieved at last by the low voice of the surgeon, who looked down from the top of the small staircase to narrate him that Luke Marks was awake and would be glad to see him. Robert immediately obeyed the summons. He gripped softly up the stairs and took off his hat before he bent his head to enter. At the low doorway of the humble, rustic chamber, he took off his hat in the presence of this common peasant man, because he knew that there was another and a further awful presence hovering about the room. And eager to be admitted, Phoebe Marks was sitting at the foot of the bed, with her eyes fixed upon her husband's face, not with any very tender expression in their fair light, but with a sharp, terrified anxiety which showed that it was the coming of death itself, that she dreaded rather than the loss of her husband. The old woman was busy at the fireplace, airing linen and preparing some mess of broth, which was not likely the patient would ever eat. Sick man lay with his head propped up by pillows, his coarse face deadly pale, and his great hands wandering, uneasy about. The coverlet Phoebe had been reading to him for an open testament lay amongst the medicine and lotion bottles upon the table near the bed. Every object in the room was neat and orderly, and bore witness of that delicate precision which had always been a distinguishing characteristic of Phoebe. The young woman rose as Robert Audley crossed the threshold and hurried towards him. "Let me speak to you for a moment, sir. Before you talk to Luke," she said in an eager whisper. "Pray let me speak to you first." "What's the girl is saying there?" asked the invalid in a subdued drawl, which died away hoarsely on his lips. He was feebly savage. Even in his weakness, the dull glaze of death was gathering over his eyes, but they still watched Phoebe with a sharp glance of dissatisfaction. "What's she up to there?" he said. "I won't have no plot and no action again me. I want to speak to Mr. Audley my own self, and whatever I done, I'm gonna answer for it. If I done any mischief, I'm gonna try and undo it." "What's she saying?" "She ain't saying nothing, lovey," answered the old woman, going to the bedside of her son, who, even when made further interesting than usual by illness, did not seem a very fit subject for this tender appellation. "She's only a-telling the gentleman how bad you've been." "My pretty, what am I gonna tell? I'm only gonna narrate him, remember," growled Mr. Marks, "and catch me a-telling of it to him, if it won't for what he done for me the other night." "To be sure not, lovey," answered the old woman soothingly. Her intellect was rather limited in its scope, and she attached no further importance to her son's eager words now than she had attached to the wild ravings of delirium, that horrible delirium in which Luke had described himself as being dragged through miles of blazing brick and mortar and flung down wells, and dragged out of deep pits by the hair of the head, and suspended in the air by giant hands that came out of the clouds to pluck him from off the solid earth and hurl him into chaos, with many other wild terrors and illusions which ran riot in his distempered brain. Phoebe Marks had drawn Mr. Audley out of the room and onto the narrow landing at the top of the small staircase. This landing was a platform of about 3 feet square, and it was as much as the two could manage to stand upon it, without pushing each other against the white, washed wall or backwards down the stairs. "Oh, sir, I wanted to speak to you so badly," Phoebe whispered eagerly. "You understand what I told you when I found you safe and well. Upon the night of the fire. Yes, yes, I told you what I suspected. What I think still, yes, I remember. But I never proved a word of it to anybody but you, sir. And I think that Luke has forgotten all about that night. I think that what went before the fire was gone clean. Out of his altogether. He was tipsy, you know, when she came to the castle, and I think he was so dazed and scared, like by the fire, that it all went out of his memory. He doesn't suspect what I suspect at any rate. Or he just spoken of it to anybody and everybody. But he's dreadful spiteful against my lady, for he says, if she have let him have a place at Brentwood or Chelmsford, this wouldn't have happened. So what I wanted to beg of you, sir, is not to let a word drop before Luke. Yes, yes. I understand. I will be careful. My woman has left the court. I hear, sir. Yes, never to come back, sir. Never to come back, but she's not gone. Where she be cruelly treated, where she be ill-used, no. She be very kindly treated. I'm glad of that, sir. I beg your pardon for troubling you with the question, sir, but my woman was a kind mistress to me. Luke's voice, husky and feeble, was learned within the small chamber at this period of the conversation, demanding angrily when that girl would have done during, upon which Phoebe put her finger to her lips and led Mr. Audley back into the sick room. I don't want you, said Mr. Marks decisively as his spouse re-entered the chamber. I don't want you. You've no call to hear what I got to say. I only want Mr. Wardley, and I want to speak to him all alone, with none of your sneaking, listening at doors, do you hear? So you may go downstairs and keep that till you wanted. You may take Mother, no, Mother may stay, I shall want her presently." The sick man's feeble hand pointed to the door, through which his spouse departed, very submissively. "I've no long to hear anything, Luke," she said, "but I hope you won't say anything against those that have been good and generous to you." "I shall say what I like," answered Mr. Marks fiercely. "And I'm not going to be ordered by you. You ain't the person as I've ever learned of. Nor the lawyer neither." The landlord of the Castellan had undergone no moral transformation by his deathbed. Sufferings fierce and rapid as they had been, perhaps some faint glimmer of a light that had been far off from his life now, struggled feebly through the black obscurities of ignorance that darkened his soul. Perhaps a half-angry, half-sullen penitence urged him to make some rugged effort to atone for a life that had been selfish and drunken and wicked. Beard how it might, he wiped his white lips and, turning his haggard eyes earnestly upon Robert Audley, pointed to a chair by the bedside. "You've made gaming me in a general way, Mr. Audley," he said presently, "and you drooled me out, and you've tumbled and tossed me about, like in a gentlemanly way, till I was nothing and anything in your hands. And you've looked me through and turned me inside out, till you thought you knowed as much as I knowed. I had no particular call to be grateful to you, not before the fire of the castle toughened night, but I am grateful to you for that. I'm not grateful to folks in a general way. Perhaps because the things, as general folks have given me, have almost always been the very things I didn't want. They give me soup and tracts and flannel and coals, but lords, they've made such a precious noise about it. But I'd have been glad to send them all back to him. When a gentleman goes and puts his own life in danger to save a drunken brute like me, the drunkenest brute as ever was, feels grateful like to that gentleman, and wishes to say before he dies, which he sees in the doctor's face, as he ain't got long to live. Thank you, sir. I'm obliged to you." Luke Marks stretched out his left hand. The right had been injured by the fire and was wrapped in linen. and groped feebly for that of Mr. Robert Audley. The young man took the coarse, but shrunken hand in both his own, and pressed it cordially. "I need no thanks, Luke Marks." He said, "I was very glad to be of service to you." Mr. Marks did not speak immediately. He was lying quietly upon his side, staring reflectingly at Robert Audley. "It was uncommon fond of that. Jeanne has disappeared at the core. Weren't you, sir?" he said at last. Robert starched at the mention of his dead friend. "You was uncommon fond of this." "Mr. Tallboys, I've learned say, sir," repeated Luke. "Yes." "Yes," answered Robert rather impatiently. "He was my very dear friend. I've learned the servants at the court say. How you took on when you couldn't find him. I've learned the landlord of the Sun Inn say how cut up you was when you first missed him, if the two gents have been brothers. The landlord said our gent, meaning you, sir, couldn't have been further cut up when he missed the other." "Yes, yes, I understand, I know," said Robert. "Pray, do not speak any further of this subject. I cannot narrate you how much it distresses me. Was he to be haunted forever by the ghost of his unburied friend? He came here to comfort this sick man, and even here he was pursued by that relentless shadow. Even here he was reminded of the secret crime which had darkened his life. Listen to me, Marks," he said earnestly. "Believe me that I appreciate your grateful words, and that I'm very glad to have been of service to you. But before you say anything more, let me make one most solemn request. If you have sent for me that you may narrate me anything of the fate of my lost friend, I entreat you to spare yourself, and to spare me that horrible story. You can narrate me nothing which I do not already know. The worst that you can narrate me, if the woman who was once in your power has already been revealed to me by her own lips. Pray then be quiet upon this subject. I say again, you can narrate me nothing which I do not know." Luke Marks looked musingly at the earnest face of his visitor, and some shadow expression, which was almost like a smile, flitted feebly across the sick man's haggard features. "I can't narrate you nothing you don't know." "He asked nothing, then it ain't no good for me to try," said the invalid thoughtfully. "Did she narrate you?" he asked. After a pause, "I must beg, Mark, that you will drop the subject." Robert answered almost sternly, "I've already told you that. I do not long to hear it spoken of. Whatever discoveries you made your market out of them. Whatever guilty secrets you got possession of, you were paid for keeping silence. You had better keep silence to the end." "Had I?" cried Luke Marks in an eager whisper. "Had I really now better hold my tongue to the last?" "I think so, most decidedly. You traded on your secret, and you were paid to keep it. It would be further honest to hold to your bargain, and keep it still, would it now?" said Mr. Marks with a ghastly grin. "But suppose my woman had one secret and I another? How then? What do you mean? Suppose I could have told something all along, and would have told it, perhaps if I'd been a small better treated, if what was give to me had been give, a small further liberal like, and not flung at me as if I was a dog, and was only give it to me to be kept from biting. Suppose I could have told something, and would have told it but for that. How then? It is impossible to describe the garthiness of the triumphant grin that lighted up the sick man's haggard face. His mind is wandering. Robert thought I had need to be patient with him. Poor fellow, it would be strange if I could not be patient with a dying man. Luke Marks lay staring at Mr. Audley for some moments, with that triumphant grin upon his face. The old woman, wearied out with observing her dying son, had dropped into a doze and sat, nodding her sharp chin over the handful of fire, upon which the broth was never to be eaten. Still bubbled and simmered. Mr. Audley waited very patiently until it should be the sick man's pleasure to speak. Every sound was painfully distinct. In that dead hour of the night, the dropping of the ashes on the hearth, the ominous crackling of the burning coals, the slow and ponderous ticking of the sulky clock. In the room below, the low moaning of the March wind, which might have been the voice of an English banshee, screaming, had dismal warning to the watchers of the dying. The hoarse breathing of the sick man, every sound held itself apart from all other sounds, and made itself into a separate voice, loud with a gloomy portent. In the solemn stillness of the house, Robert sat with his face shaded by his hands, pondering what was to become of him. Now the secret of his friend's fate had been told, and the dark story of George Talboys and his wicked spouse had been finished. In the Belgian madhouse, what was to become of him? He had no claim upon Clara Talboys, for he had resolved to keep the horrible secret that had been told to him. How then could he dare to meet her with that secret held back from her? How could he ever look into her earnest eyes and yet withhold the truth? He felt that all power of reservation would fail before the searching glance of those calm, brown eyes. If he was indeed to keep this secret, he must never see her again. To reveal it would be to embitter her life. Could he, for any selfish motive of his own, narrate her this terrible story? Or could he think that if he had told her, she would suffer her murdered brother to lie unavenged and forgotten in his unhallowed grave, hemmed in on every side by difficulties which seemed utterly insurmountable, with the easy temperament which was so natural to him, embittered by the gloomy burden he had borne so long? Robert Audley looked hopelessly forward to the life which lay before him, and thought that it would have been better for him had he perished among the burning ruins of the Castle Inn. Who would have been sorry for me? No one but my poor small Alicia, he thought, and hers would have only been an April sorrow. Would Clara Talboys have been sorry? No, she would have only regretted me as a lost link in the mystery of her brother's death. She would only chapterate that which the dying man had to tell. Heaven knows whether Mr. Audley's thoughts might have wandered, had he not been startled by a sudden movement of the sick man, who raised himself up in his bed and called to his mother. The old woman woke up with a jerk and turned steeply enough to look at her son. "What is it, Luke dearie?" she asked soothingly. "It ain't time for the doctor's stuff yet," Mr. Dawson said, as "you weren't to have it till 2 hours after he went away. And he ain't been gone an hour yet. Who said it was the doctor's stuff I wanted?" cried Mr. Marks impatiently. "I want to ask you something, Mother. Do you remember the 7th of last September?" Robert started and looked eagerly at the sick man. Why did he have on this forbidden subject? Why did he insist upon recalling the date of George's murder? The old woman grasped her head. In feeble confusion of mind, "Lord Luke," she said, "how can he ask me such questions? My memory's been a failure me this 8 or 9 year, and I never was one to remember the days of the month. The water, that sort. How should a poor working woman remember such things?" Luke Marks shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "You're a good and to do what's asked your mother," he said previously. "Didn't I narrate you to remember that day? Didn't I narrate you was the time might come when you'd be called upon to bear witness about it and put upon your Bible oath about it? Didn't I narrate you that, Mother?" The old woman grasped her head hopelessly. "If you say so, I make no doubt you did, Luke," she said with a conciliatory smile, "but I can't call it to mind, lovey. My memory's been failing me this 9 years, sir," she added, turning to Robert Audley and umber to Paul Critter. Mr. Audley laid his hand upon the sick man's arm. "Marks," he said, "I narrate you again. You have no cause to worry yourself about this matter. I asked you no questions. I have no long to hear anything. But suppose I want to narrate something," cried Luke with feverish energy. "Suppose I feel that I can't die with a secret on my mind, and have asked to see you on purpose, that I might narrate you. Suppose that, and you'll suppose nothing but the truth. I'd have been burned alive before I'd have told her. He spoke these words between his set teeth, and scowled savagely as he uttered them. I'd have been burned alive first. I made her pay for her pretty insolent ways. I made her pay for airs and graces. I'd never have told her never. Never. I have my power over her and I kept it. I had my secret and I was paid for it. And there wasn't a petty, sly as she ever put upon me or mine. I didn't pay her out for 20 times over marks, for heaven's sake. Be calm, said Robert earnestly. What are you talking of? What is it that you could have told? I'm gonna narrate you, answered Luke, wiping his dry lips. Give us a drink, mother. The old woman poured out some cooling drink into a mug and carried it to her son. He drank it in an eager hurry, as if he felt that the brief remainder of his life must be a race with the pitiless. Pedestrian time. Stop where you are, he said to his mother, pointing to a chair at the foot of the bed. The old woman obeyed and seated herself meekly. Opposite to Mr. Audley, she took out her spectacle case, polished her spectacles, put them on, and beamed placidly upon her son, as if she cherished some faint hope that her memory might be. Assisted by this process, I'll ask you another question, mother, said Luke. And I think it'll be strange if you can't answer it. Do you remember when I was at work, born at Kinson's farm before I was married? You understand, and when I was living down here along of you? Yes, yes, Mrs. Marks answered, nodding triumphantly. I remember that, my dear. It will last full just about. As the apples was being gathered in the orchard, across our lane, and about the time as you had your new sprig whiskey. I remember, Luke, I remember. Mr. Audley wondered where all this was to lead to, and how long he would have to sit by the sick man's bed, hearing a conversation that had no meaning to him. If you remember that much, maybe you'll remember more. Mother, said Luke, can you call to mind by bringing someone home here? One night, while Atkinson's was stuck in the last of their corn. Once further, Mr. Audley started violently, and this time he looked up earnestly at the face of the speaker and listened with a strange, breathless interest that he scarcely understood himself to what Luke Marks was saying. I recollect you bringing home Phoebe. The old woman answered with great animation. I recollect your bringing Phoebe home to take a cup of tea or a small snack, a supper. A multa times bother Phoebe, cried Mr. Marks. Who's the talking of Phoebe? What's Phoebe? That anybody should go to put themselves out about her. Do you remember my bringing home a gentleman? After 10 o'clock one September night, a gentleman was wet through to the skin, and was covered with mud and slush, and green slime and black muck, from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, and that his arm broke, and his shoulders swelled up awful, and was such an object that nobody would have known him. A gentleman has had to have his clothes cut off him, in some places, and sat by the kitchen fire staring at the coals. If he got mad or stupid like, and didn't understand where he was or who he was, and he had to be cared for like a baby, and dressed and dried and washed, and fed with spoonfuls of brandy, that had to be forced between his locked teeth, before any life could be got into him. Do you remember that, mother? The old woman nodded and muttered something to the effect that she remembered all these circumstances most vividly. Now that Luke happened to mention them, Robert Audley uttered a wild cry and fell down upon his knees by the size of the sick man's bed. My God, he ejaculated. I thank thee for the high wondrous mercies. George Talboys is alive. Wait a bit, said Mr. Marks. Don't you beat a fast, mother. Give us down that tin box on the shelf. Over against the chest of drawers, will you? The old woman obeyed, and after fumbling amongst broken teacups and milk jugs, lidless wooden cotton boxes, and a miscellaneous litter of rags and crockery. Produced a tin snuff box with a sliding lid. A shabby, dirty-looking box enough. Robert Aldie still knelt by the bedside. With his face hidden by his clasped hands, Luke Marks opened the tin box. "There ain't no money in it. Move's the pity," he said. "Or if there had been, it wouldn't have been let stop very long. But there's something in it that, perhaps you'll think quite as valuable as money. And that's what I'm gonna give you. As a proof that a drunken, broke can feel thankful to them." As is kind to him, he took out 2 folded papers, which he gave into Robert Audley's hands. They were 2 leaves torn out of a pocketbook, and they were penned upon in pencil, and in a handwriting that was quite strange. To Mr. Audley, a cramped, stiff, and yet scrawling hand, such as some plowman might have written. "I don't understand this writing," Robert said, as he eagerly unfolded the first of the 2 papers. "What has this to do with my friend? Why do you show me these? I suppose you read them first," said Mr. Marks, "and ask me questions about them afterwards." The first paper, which Robert Audley had unfolded, contained the following lines, penned in that cramped yet scrolling hand, which was so strange to him: "My dear friend, I write to you in such utter confusion of mind, as perhaps no man ever before suffered. I cannot narrate you what has happened to me. I can only narrate you that something has happened, which will drive me from England, a broken-hearted man, to seek some corner of the earth in which I may live and die. Unknown and forgotten, I can only ask you to forget me. If your friendship could have done me any good, I would have appealed to it. If your counsel could have been of any help to me, I would have confided in you. But neither friendship nor counsel can help me. And all I can say to you is this: God bless you for the past, and teach you to forget me in the future. GT." The second paper was addressed to another person, and its contents were brief than those of the first. "Helen, may God pity and forgive you for that which you have done today. As truly as I do, rest in peace. You shall never hear of me again, to you into the world. I shall henceforth be that which you long me to be. Today you need fear no molestation from me. I leave England, never to return." GT. Robert Audley sat staring at these lines in hopeless bewilderment. They were not in his friend's familiar hand, and yet they purported to be penned by him and was signed with his initials. He looked scrutinizing at the face of Luke Marks, pondering that perhaps some trick was being played upon him. This was not penned by George Talboys. He said it was, answered Luke Marks. It was penned by Mr. Talboys. Every line of it he wrote it with his own hand, but it was with his left hand, for he couldn't use his right because of his broken arm. Robert Audley looked up suddenly, and the shadow of suspicion passed away from his face. "I understand," he said. "I understand. Narrate me all. Narrate me how it was that my poor friend was saved." He could scarcely realize himself yet that what he had learned could be true. He could scarcely believe that this friend, who he'd so bitterly regretted, might still clasp him by the hand in a happy future. When the darkness of the past should have cleared away, he was dazed and bewildered at first, and not able to understand this new hope, which had dawned so suddenly upon him. "Narrate me all," he cried. "For mercy's sake, narrate me everything and let me try to understand it. If I can. I was at work up Atkinson's farm last September," said Luke Marks, "help him to stack the last of the corn. And as the nicest way from the farm to my mother's cottage was through the meadows. At the back of the court I used to come that way, and Phoebe used to stand at the gate in the garden wall beyond the lime walk, sometimes to have a chat with me, knowing my time are coming home. Sometimes she wouldn't be there, and sometimes I've let the dry motors pass the kitchen gardens from the meadows alongside of them, and have dropped in at the servants' hall to have a glass of ale or bit of supper, as it might be. I don't understand what Phoebe was doing. Upon the evening of September 7th, I recollect the date, because Farmer Atkinson paid me my wages, all of a lump on that day, and I'd had to sign a bit of a receipt for the money. He gave me I don't understand what she was doing, but she went at the entrance again, the lime walk so. I went round the other side of the gardens and jumped across the dry ditch for. I won't particular to see her that night, as I was going away to work upon a farm beyond Chelmsford the next day. Oldley church clock struck 9 as I was crossing the meadows between Atkinson and the court, and it must have been about 9:15 when I got into the kitchen garden, across the garden and went into the lime walk, the nice way to the servants. All took me through the Schroeper, past the dry well. It was a dark night, and I knew my way well enough about the old place and the light in the window. The servants all looked red and comfortable through the darkness. I was close against the mouth of a dry well, when I learned a sound that made my blood creep. It was a groan of a man in pain, as was lying somewhere hidden among the bushes. I weren't afraid of ghosts, and I weren't afraid of anything in a general way, but there was something here in this groan, has chilled me to the very heart, and for a minute, I was struck all of a heap and didn't understand what to do. But I learned the groan again, and then I began to search amongst the bushes. I found a man lying hidden under a lot of laurels, and I thought at first he was up to no good, and I was going to color him and take him to the house. When he caught me by the wrist, without getting up from the ground, but looking at me very earnest, as I could see by the way his face was, turned towards me in the darkness and asked me who I was and what I was, and what I had to do with the folks at the court. There was something in the way he spoke that told me he was a gentleman, though I didn't understand him from Adam and couldn't see his face, and I answered his questions civil. "I want to get away from this place," he said without being seen by any living creature. "Remember that I've been lying here since 4 o'clock today, and I'm half dead, but I want to get away without being seen." Mind that I told him that was easy enough, but I began to think. My first thoughts of him might have been right enough, after all, and he couldn't have been up to no good. To want to sneak away so precious quiet. "Can you take me to any place where I can get a change of dry clothes?" he says without half a dozen people knowing it. He'd got up into a sitting attitude by this time, and I could see that his right arm hung loose by his side and that he was in pain. I pointed to his arm and asked him what was the matter with it, but he only answered very quiet, like broken, "My lad, broken. Not that that's much," he says in another tone, speaking to himself like further than to me. "There's broken hearts as well as broken limbs, and they're not so easy mended." I told him I could take him to Mother's cottage, and that he could dry his clothes there. "And welcome, can your mother keep a secret?" he asked. "Well, she could keep one well enough if she could remember it," I told him, "but you might narrate her the secrets of all the Freemasons, and foresters and buffaloes and odd fellas as ever was tonight, and she'd have forgotten all about them tomorrow morning." He seems satisfied with this, and he got himself up by holding on to me, for it seemed as if his limbs were so cramped. The use of them was almost gone. I felt as he came again me, but his clothes were wet and mucky. "You haven't been and fell into the fish pond, have you, sir?" I asked. He made no answer to my question. He didn't seem even to have learned it. I could see now, standing upon his feet, that he was a tall, fine-made man, head and shoulders higher than me. "Take me to your mother's cottage," she said, "and get me some dry clothes if you can. I'll pay you well for your trouble." I knew that the key was mostly left in the wooden gate in the garden wall, so I led him that way. He could scarcely walk at first, and it was only by leaning heavily upon my shoulder that he managed to get along. I got him through the gate, leaving it unlocked behind me, and trust into the chance of the not being noticed by the undergardener, who had the care of the key and was a careless chap enough. I took him across the meadows and brought him up here. Still keep him away from the village and in the fields, where there wasn't a creature to see us at that time of night. And so I got him into the room downstairs. Where Mother was sitting over the fire, getting my bit of supper ready for me. I put the strange chap in a chair against the fire, and then for the first time I had a good look at him. I never see anybody in such a state before. He was all over green damper muck, and his hands were scratched and cut to pieces. I got his clothes off him. How I could free was like a child in my hands, and sat staring at the fire as helpless as any baby, only giving a long heavy sigh now and then, as if his heart wasn't gonna burst. He didn't seem to understand where he was. He didn't seem to hear us nor to see us. He only sat staring straight before him, with his poor broken arm hanging loose by his side. Pondering he was in a very bad way, I wanted to go and fetch Mr. Dawson to him, and I said something about it to Mother, but queer as he seemed in his mind, he looked up quickly as sharp as possible and said no. No, nobody was to understand if he's being there except us two. I asked if I should run and fetch a drop of brandy, and he said yes. I might do that. It was close upon 11 o'clock when I went into the public house, and it was striking 11 as I got back home. It was a good thing I fetched the brandy. He was shivering awful, and the edge of the mug rattled against his teeth. I had to force the spirit between them. They were so tight-locked before he could drink it at last. He dropped into a kind of doze, a stupid sort of sleep, and began to nod over the fire. So I ran and got a blanket and wrapped him in it, and got him to lie down upon the press beds. Dead in the room under this, I sent Mother to bed, and I sat by the fire and watched him, and kept the fire up till it was just upon daybreak, when he woke up all of a sudden with a start, and said he must go directly that minute. I begged him not to think of such a thing and told me, won't fit to move forever so long. But he said he must go when he got up, and though he staggered like, and at first could hardly stand steady, 2 minutes together he wouldn't be beat. And he got me to dress him in his clothes, as I dried and cleaned as well as I could. While he laid asleep I did manage it at last, but the clothes was awful spoil, and he looked a dreadful object, with his fair face and a great cut on his forehead, that I'd washed and tied up with an handkerchief. He could only get his coat on, but button it on round his neck, for he couldn't put a sleeve upon his broken arm. But he held out again everything, so he groaned every now and then. And what with the scratches and bruises on his hands, and a cut on his forehead, and his stiff limbs and his broken arm, he plenty of cool to groan, and by the time it was broad daylight, he was dressed and ready to go. What's the nearest town to this upon the London road? He asked me. I told him as the nearest town was Brentwood. Very well then, he said, if you'll go with me to Brentwood, and take me to some surgeons, or set my arm, I'll give you a £5 note for that, and all your other trouble. I told him that I was ready and willing to do anything, as he wanted done, and asked him if I shouldn't go and see if I could borrow a car from some of the neighbors to drive him over in it for. I told him it was a good 6 miles walk. He grasped his head. No, he said. He didn't want anybody to understand anything about him. He'd rather walk it. He did walk it, and he walked it like a good and two. Though I understand as every step he took on him. 6 mile he took him pain, but he held out as he told out before. I never see such a trap to hold out in all my blessed life. He had to stop sometimes and lean again. A gateway to get his breath, but he held out still till at last. We got into Brentwood, and then he says, "Take me to the nice surgeons," and I took him. And I waited while he had his arm set in splints, which took a precious long time. The surgeon wanted him to stay in Brentwood till he was better, but he said it weren't to be learned on. He must get up to London without a minute's loss of time. So the surgeon made him as comfortable as he could. Considering, and tied up his arm in a sling, Robert Audley started a circumstance. Connect with his visit to Liverpool flashed suddenly back upon his memory. He remembered the clerk who had called him back to say that there was a passenger who took his berth on board the Victoria Regia. Within an hour or so of the vessel sailing, a young man with his arm in a sling, who had called himself by some common name, which Robert had forgotten. When his arm was dressed, continued Luke, he says to the surgeon, "Can you give me a pencil to write something?" Before I go away, the surgeon smiles and shakes his head. "You'll never be able to write without their hand today," he says, pointing to the arm as it just being dressed. "Perhaps not." The unchap answers, "Quite enough. I can write with the other." "Can't I write it for you?" says the surgeon. "No, thank you. I'll just the other. What I've got to write is private. If you give me a couple of envelopes, I'll be obliged to you with that." The surgeon goes to fetch the envelopes, and the young chap takes a pocketbook out of his coat pocket with his left hand. The cover was wet and dirty, but the inside was clean enough, and he tears out a couple of leaves and begins to write upon him, as you see. And he writes dreadful awkward with his left hand, and he writes slow, but he contrives to finish what you see, and then he puts the bits of writing in the envelopes. As the surgeon brings him, and he seals him up, and he puts a pencil cross upon one of him, and nothing on the other. And then he pays the surgeon for his trouble, and the surgeon says, "Ain't there nothing further he can do for him, and Connie? Persuade him to stay in Brentwood till his arm's better?" He says, "No, it ain't possible." And then he says to me, "Come along me to the railway station. I'll give you what I promised." So I went to the station with him. We was in time to catch the train, and stops at Brentwood at 8:30. And we had 5 minutes to spare, so he takes me into a corner of the platform, and he says, "I want you to deliver these letters for me," which I told him I was willing very well. Then he says, "Look here. You understand Oldley caught?" "Yes," I says. "I ought to, for my sweetheart lives lady's maid there." "Who's lady's maid?" he says. So I tells him my lady. The new woman was that governess at Mr. Dawson's. "Very well then," he says. "This year correspondence," with a cross upon the envelope, "is for Lady Oldley, but you ought to be sure to give it into her own hands. And remember to take care as nobody sees you give it." I promises to do this, and he hands me the first letter. And then he says, "Do you understand Mr. Audley as his nevy to Sir Michael?" And I said yes. I've hear narrate on him, and I'd hear that he was a regular swell. But I forgot him free-spoken, for I had hear narrate on you. You understand, Luke added parenthetically. Now look here, the young chap says, "You ought to give this other correspondence to Mr. Robert Audley, who's staying at the Sun Inn in the village, and that tells him it's all right, as I've known the Sun ever since I was a baby." So then he gives me the second letter. What's got nothing great upon the envelope, and he gives me a £5 note according to promise. And then he says, "Good day, and thank you for all your trouble." And he gets into a second-class carriage, and the last I sees of him is a face as white as a sheet of writing paper, and a great patch of sticking plaster crisscrossed upon his forehead. Poor George, poor George. I went back to Oldley, and I went straight to the Sun Inn and asked for you. meaning to deliver both letters faithful. So help me God then, but the landlord told me she'd started off that morning for London, and he didn't understand when you'd come back, and he didn't understand the name of the place where you lived in London, though he said he thought it was in one of them law courts, such as Westminster Hall or Doctors' Commons or something like that. What was I to do? I couldn't send the correspondence by post, not knowing where to direct to, and I couldn't give it into your own hands. And I've been told particular not to let anybody else understand of it. So I had nothing to do but to wait and see if you come back, and bide my time for giving off it to you. I thought I'd go over to the court in the evening and see Phoebe and find out from her. When there'd be a chance of my seeing her lady, for I understand she could manage if she liked. So I didn't go to work that day, though I ought to her done and the lounge, and idled about until it was nigh upon dusk, and then I goes down to the meadows behind the court, and there I find Phoebe sure enough awaiting again, the wooden door in the wall on the lookout for me, while I went into the Strawberry River. And I was a-turning towards the old well, for we'd been in the habit of sitting upon the brickwork. About it often of a summer's evening, the baby comes over as fair as a ghost all of a sudden, and says, not there, not there. So I asked, why not there? And she answers as she don't know, but she feels nervous like this evening, and she's heard as the well's haunted. I narrate her as that's all a pack of gammon. But she says whether it is or whether it isn't, she won't go again the well, so he goes back to the gate. As she leans upon it talking to me, I haven't been talking to her long before. I see there was something wrong with her, and I told her as much. Well, she says I ain't quite myself this evening, for had an upset yesterday, and I ain't got over it yet. An upset, I says, you had a call with your missus. I suppose she didn't answer me directly, but she smiled the queerest smiles ever, I see, and presently she says, no, Luke, it weren't nothing of that kind, and what's more, nobody could be friendlier towards me than my lady. I think she'd do anything for me the most, and I think, whether it was a bit of farming stock and furniture, or such like, or whether it was a goodwill of a public house, she wouldn't refuse me anything, 'cause I asked her I couldn't make out this. It was only a few days before she told me, and Mrs. was selfish and extravagant, and we might wait a long time before we could get what we wanted from her. So I said to her, why, this is rather sudden, like Phoebe, and she says, yes, it is sudden, and she smiles again, just the same sort of smile as before. Upon that turns around upon a sharp and says, I'll narrate you what it is, my girl, you're keeping something from me. Something you've been told or something you found out. And if you think you're gonna try that game on with me, you'll find you're very much mistaken. And so I give you warning. She laughed it off like and says, small Luke, what could have put such fancies into your head? I says, if I've got fancies in my head, it's that you have put them there. And I'll narrate you once more. I won't stand no nonsense. And if you want to keep secrets from the man, as you're gonna marry, you better marry somebody else and keep secrets from him. But you won't do it from me, and so I narrate ya. Upon which she begins to whimper a bit, but takes no notice of that, and begins to question about my lady. I had the correspondence marked with the pencil, crossing my pocket, and I wanted to find out. I was to deliver it. Perhaps other people can keep secrets as well as you, I said, and perhaps other people can make friends as well as you. There was a gentleman came in to see your missus yesterday. Weren't there a tall young gentleman with a brown beard? Instead of answering me like a Christian, my cousin Phoebe burst out crying and wrings her hands and goes on awful, until I'm dashed if I can make out what she's up to. By little, I got it out of her for wouldn't stand no nonsense. And she told me she'd been sitting at work, at the window of a small room, which was at the top of the house, right up in one of the gables, and overlooked the lime walk and the strawberry in a well, when she see my woman walking with a strange gentleman. And they walked together for a long time, until by and by they stopped. Cried Robert Audley, I understand the rest. Well, Phoebe told me all about what she see, and she told me as she'd met a woman almost directly afterwards, and something had passed between them. Not much, but enough to let her missus understand that the servant which she looked down upon had found out that, as we put her in that servant's power, to the last day of her life, and she is in my power, Luke says Phoebe, and she'd do anything in the world for us, if we keep her secret. So you see, both my Lady Audley and her maid thought, as the gentleman, as I'd seen safe off by the London train, was lying dead at the bottom of the well. If I was to give the letter, they find out the contrary of this. And if I was to give the letter, Phoebe and me would lose the chance of getting started in life. By her missus, so I kept the correspondence and kept my secret, and my woman kept hern. But I thought, if she acted liberal by me and gave me the money, I wanted free like I narrate her. Everything can make her mind easy, but she didn't whatever she give me. She throwed me as if I'd been a dog. Whenever she spoke to me, she spoke as she might have spoken to a dog, and a dog she couldn't abide the sight on. There was no word in her mouth that was too bad for me. There was no tosser she could give her head that was too proud and scornful for me, and my blood biled. Beginner, and I kept my secret and let her keep her. I opened the 2 letters and I read them. I couldn't make much sense out of him, and I hid him away. And not a creature but me as see him until this night. Luke Marks had finished his story, and lay quietly enough, exhausted by having taught so long. He watched Robert Audley's face, fully expecting some reproof, some grave lecture, for he had a vague consciousness that he had done wrong. But Robert did not lecture him. He had no fancy for an office, which he did not think himself fitted to perform. The clergyman will talk to him and comfort him when he comes tomorrow morning, Mr. Audley thought, and if the poor creature needs a sermon, it will come better from his lips than from mine. What should I say to him? His sin has recoiled upon his own head. For had my lady's mind been set at ease, the castle would not have been burnt down. Who shall dare to try and order his own life after this? Who can fail to recognize God's hand? In this strange story, he thought very humbly of the deductions he had made and acted upon. He remembered how implicitly he had trusted in the pitiful light of his own reason, for he was comforted by remembering also that he had tried simply and honestly to do his duty, faithfully alike to the dead and to the living. Robert Audley sat until long after daybreak with the sick man, who fell into a heavy slumber short time after he finished his story. The old woman had dozed comfortably throughout her son's confession. Phoebe was asleep on the press bedstead in the room below, so the young barrister was the only watcher. He could not sleep. He could only think of the story he had heard. He could only thank God for his friend's preservation, and pray that he might be able to go to Clara Talboys and say your brother still lives and has been found. Phoebe came upstairs at 8 o'clock, ready to take her place at the sick bed, and Robert Audley went away to get a bed at the Sun Inn. He had had no further comfortable rest, in such odd snatches of sleep as are to be got in railway carriages and on board steamers during the last 3 nights, and he was completely worn out. It was nearly dusk when he awoke out of a long, dreamless slumber and dressed himself before dining in the small sitting room in which he and George had sat together. A few months before, the landlord waited upon him at dinner, and told him that Luke Marks had died. At 5 o'clock that afternoon he went off rather sudden. Like the man said, but very quiet, Robert Orley wrote a long correspondence that evening, addressed to Madame Taylor, care of Monsieur Valville Ramos. A long correspondence in which he told the wretched woman, who had borne so many names and was to bear a false one for the rest of her life, the story that the dying man had told him. It may be some comfort to her to hear that her husband did not perish in his youth by her wicked hand, he thought. If her selfish soul can hold any sentiment of pity or sorrow for others. Chapter 9 restored. Clara Toolboys returned to Dorsetshire to narrate her father that his only son had sailed for Australia upon September 9th, and that it was most probable he yet lived and would return to claim the forgiveness of the father he had never very particularly injured, except in the matter of having made that terrible matrimonial mistake which would exercise so fatal influence upon his youth. Mr. Harcourt Talboys was fairly nonplussed. Juniors, Brutus, had never been placed in such a position as this, seeing no way of getting out of this dilemma. By acting after his favorite model, Mr. Talboys was fain to be natural for once in his life, and to confess that he had suffered much uneasiness and pain of mind about his only son since his conversation with Robert Audley, and that he would be hardly glad to take his poor young lad to his arms whenever he should return to England. But when was he likely to return, and how was he to be communicated with? That was the question. Robert Audley, remember the advertisement which he had caused to be inserted in the Melbourne and Sydney papers? If George had re-entered either city alive, how was it that no notice had ever been taken of that advertisement? Was it likely his friend would be indifferent? His uneasiness, but then again, it was just possible that George Talboys had not happened to see this advertisement, and as he had traveled under a feigned name, neither his fellow passengers nor the captain of the vessel would have been able to identify him with the person advertised for. What was to be done? Must they wait patiently till George grew weary of his exile and returned to the friends who loved him? Or were there any means to be taken by which his return might be hastened? Robert Orley was at fault, perhaps in the unspeakable relief of mind which had experienced upon the discovery of his friend's escape. He was unable to look beyond the one fact of that providential preservation. In this state of mind he went down to Dorsetshire to pay a visit to Mr. Talboys, who had given way to a perfect torrent of generous impulses, and had gone so far as to invite his son's friend to share the prim hospitality of the square red brick mansion. Mr. Talboys had only two sentiments upon the subject of George's story. One was a natural relief and happiness in the thought that his son had been saved. The other was an earnest long that my woman had been his wife, and that he might thus have had the pleasure of making a signal example of her. It is not for me to blame you, Mr. Audley, he said, for having smuggled this guilty woman out of the reach of justice, and thus, as I may say, paltered with the laws of your country. I can only remark that, had the woman fallen into my hands, she would have been very differently treated. It was in the middle of April when Robert Audley found himself once more under those black fir trees beneath which his wandering thoughts are so often strayed since his first meeting with Clara Talboys. There were primroses and early violets in the hedges, now in the streams, which upon his first visit had been hard and frostbound as the heart of Harcourt Talboys, had thawed like that gentleman and ran merrily under the blackthorn bushes. In the capricious April sunshine, Robert had a prim bedroom and an uncompromising dressing room allotted him in the square house, and he woke every morning upon a metallic spring mattress which always gave him The idea of sleeping upon some musical instrument. To see the sun glaring in upon him through the square. White blinds lighting up the two lacquered urns, which adorned the foot of his blue iron bedstead, until they blazed like two tiny, brazen lamps of the Roman period. A visit to Mr. Harcourt Talboys was perhaps rather more like a return to boyhood and boarding school than is quite consonant with the sybarite view of human enjoyment. There were the same curtainless windows and narrow strips of bedside carpet, the same clanging bell in the early morning, the same uncompromising servants filing into a long dining room to assist at perhaps the same prayers, and there was altogether rather too much of the private academy for the sons of gentlemen, preparing for the church and the army in the Talboys' establishment. But if the square-built, red-brick mansion had been the palace of Armida, and the prim, linen-jacketed man represented by a legion of hurries, Robert Audley could have scarcely seemed better. Satisfied with his entertainment, he awoke to the sound of the clanging bell, and made his toilet in the cruel early morning sunshine, which is bright without being cheerful, and makes you wink without making you warm. He emulated Mr. Harcourt Talboys in the matter of shower, baths, and cold water, and emerged prim and blue as that gentleman himself, as the clock in the hall struck 7, to join the master of the house in his breakfast constitutional, under the fir trees in the stiff plantation. But there was generally a third person who assisted in these constitutional promenades, and that third person was Clara Talboys, who used to walk by her father's side. Further beautiful than the morning, for that was sometimes darling cloudy, while she was always fresh, and bright in a broad-leafed straw hat, and flapping blue ribbons, 1/4 of an inch of which Mr. Audley would have esteemed a prouder decoration than ever, adorned a favored creature's buttonhole. Absent, George was often talked off in these morning walks, and Robert Audley seldom took his place at the long breakfast table without remembering the morning upon which he had first sat in that room, telling his friend's story, and hating Clara Talboys for her cold self-possession. He knew her better now, and knew that she was one of the most noble and beautiful of women, but had she yet discovered how dear she was to her brother's friend? Robert used to wonder sometimes if it were possible that he had not yet betrayed himself. If it could be possible that the love, which made her very presence a magical influence to him, had failed to make itself known by some inadvertent glance, by some unconscious tremble in the voice that seemed to take another tone when he addressed her. The dull life in the square-built house was only relieved now and then by a stiff dinner party, at which a few country people assembled to bore each other by mutual consent, and by occasional inroads of morning callers, who took the drawing-room by storm and held it for about an hour, to the utter discomfiture of Mr. Audley. That gentleman nourished sentiments of peculiar malevolence upon the subject of the fresh-colored young country squires, who generally appeared with their mammas and sisters. Upon these occasions, it was impossible, of course, that these young men could come within the radius of Clara's brown eyes without falling wildly in love with her, and it was impossible, therefore, that Robert Audley could do otherwise and furiously hate them. As impertinent rivals and interlopers, he was jealous of anybody and everybody who came into the region inhabited by those calm brown eyes, jealous of a fat widower of 48, of an elderly baronet with purple whiskers, of the old women about the neighborhood whom Clara Talboys visited and ministered to, of the flowers in the conservatory which occupied so much of her time and distracted her attention from him. At first they were very ceremonious towards each other, and were only familiar and friendly upon the one subject of George's adventures. But small by little, a pleasant intimacy arose between them. And before the first 3 weeks of Robert's visit had elapsed, Miss Talboys made him happy by taking him seriously in hand and lecturing him on the purposeless life he had led so long, and the small use he had made of the talents and opportunities that had been given to him. How pleasant it was to be lectured by the woman he loved. How pleasant it was to humiliate himself and appreciate himself before her. How delightful it was to get such splendid opportunities of hinting that, if his life had been sanctified by an object, he might indeed have striven to be something better than an idle flanner upon the smooth pathways that have no particular goal, that blessed by the ties which would have given a sole purpose to every hour of his existence, he might indeed have fought the battle earnestly and unflinchingly. He generally wound up with a gloomy insinuation to the effect that it was only likely he would drop quietly over the edge of the temple garden some afternoon when the river was bright and placid in the low sunlight and the small children had gone home to their tea. Do you think I can read French novels and smoke mild Turkish until I'm 3? Scoring 10, Mr. Boys, he asked. Do you think that there will not come a day in which my Mercians will be foul and the French novels further than usually stupid, and life altogether such a dismal monotony that I shall want to get rid of it somehow or other? I'm sorry to say that while this hypocritical young barrister was holding forth in this despondent way, he had mentally sold up his bachelor possessions, including all Michel Levy's publications, and half a dozen solid silver-mounted Mereshams. Pensioned off Mrs. Maloney, I laid out £2,000 or £3,000 in the purchase of a few acres of verdant, shrubbery and sloping lawn, embosomed amid which there should be a fairy cottage, or nay whose rustic casements should glimmer out of bowers of myrtlen clematis to see themselves reflected in the purple bosom of a lake. Of course Clara Talboys was far from discovering the drift of these melancholy lamentations. She recommended Mr. Audley to read hard and think seriously of his profession, and begin life in real earnest. It was a hard, dry sort of existence, perhaps, which she recommended, a life of serious work and application in which he should strive to be useful to his fellow creatures, and win a reputation for himself. Mr. Audley almost made a wry face at the thought of such a barren prospect. I do all that, he thought, and do it earnestly, if I could be sure of a reward for my labor. If she would accept my reputation when it was won, and support me in the struggle by her beloved companionship. But what if she sends me away to fight the battle, and marry some hulking country square while my back is turned, being naturally of a fascinating and dilatory disposition? There's no saying how long Mr. Audley might have kept his secret, fearful to speak and break the charm of that uncertainty, which, though not always hopeful, was very seldom quite despairing, had not he been hurried by the impulse of an unguarded moment into a full confession of the truth. He had stayed 5 weeks at Grange Heath, so he had packed his portmanteau one pleasant May morning, and had announced his departure. Mr. Talboys was not the sort of man to utter any passionate lamentations at the prospect of losing his guest, but he expressed himself with a cool cordiality which served with him as the strongest demonstration of friendship. "We've got on very well together, Mr. Audley," he said, "and you have been pleased to appear sufficiently happy in the quiet routine of our Audley household. Nay more, you have conformed to our small domestic regulations in a manner which I cannot refrain from saying I take as an special compliment to myself." Robert bowed. How thankful he was to the good fortune which had never suffered him to oversleep the signal of the clanging bell, or led him away beyond the ken of clocks. At Mr. Talboys' luncheon hour, I trust as we have got on so remarkably well together. Mr. Talboys resumed, you will do me the honor of repeating your visit to Dorsetshire whenever you feel inclined. You will find plenty of sport amongst my farms, and you will meet with every politeness and attention from my tenants. If you like to bring your gun with you, Robert responded. Most harshly to these friendly overtures, he declared that there was no earthly occupation that was further agreeable to him than partridge shooting, and that he should be only too delighted to avail himself of the privilege so kindly offered to him. He could not help glancing towards Clara as he said this. The perfect lids drooped a small over the brown eyes, and the faintest shadow of a blush illuminated the beautiful face. But this was the young barrister's last day in Elysium, and there must be a dreary interval of days and nights, and weeks and months before September 1st would give him an excuse for returning to Dorsetshire. A dreary interval which fresh, colored young squires or fat widowers of 1840 might use to his disadvantage. It was no wonder, therefore, that he contemplated this dismal prospect with moody despair, and was bad company for Miss Talboys that morning. But in the evening after dinner, when the sun was low in the west, and Harcourt Talboys closeted in his library, upon some judicial business, with his lawyer and a tenant farmer, Mr. Audley grew a small further agreeable. He stood by Clara's side, in one of the long windows of the drawing room, observing the shadows deepening in the sky, and the rosy light growing every moment rosier. As the day died out, he could not help enjoying that quiet tete-a-tete, though the shadow of the next morning's express, which was to carry him away to London, loomed darkly across the pathway of his joy. He could not help being happy in her presence. Forgetful of the past, reckless of the future, they talked of the one subject which was always a bond of union between them. They talked of her lost brother George. She spoke of him in a very melancholy tone this evening. How could she be otherwise than sad, remembering that if he lived, and she was not even sure of that, he was a lonely wanderer, far away from all who loved him, and carrying the memory of a blighted life, wherever he went, in the somber twilight stillness. She spoke of him thus with her hands clasped, and the tears trembling in her eyes. I cannot think how Papa can be so resigned to my poor brother's absence, she said, for he does love him, Mr. Audley. Even you must have seen lately that he does love him, but I cannot think how he can so quietly submit to his absence. If I were a man, I would go to Australia and find him and bring him back. If you were still to be found among the living, she added in a lower voice. She turned her face away from Robert and looked out at the darkening sky. He laid his hand upon her arm. It trembled in spite of him, and his voice trembled too as he spoke to her. Shall I go to look for your brother? He said. She turned her head and looked to him earnestly. Through her tears, you, Mr. Audley, do you think that I could ask you to make such a sacrifice for me or for those I love? And do you think, Clara, that I should think any sacrifice too great and one? If it were made for you, do you think there is any voyage I would refuse to take? If I knew that you would welcome me when I came home, and thank me for having served you faithfully, I will go from one end of the continent to Australia to the other, to look for your brother, if you please, Clara, and will never return alive unless I bring him with me, and will take my chance. Of what reward you shall give me for my labor. Her head was bent, and it was some moments before she answered him. You are very good and generous, Mr. Audley, she said at last, and I feel this offer too much to be able to thank you for it. But what you speak of could never be. By what right could I accept such a sacrifice? By the right which makes me your bound and slave forever and ever, whether you will or no. "By the right of the love I bear you," Clara cried Mr. Audley, dropping on his knees rather awkwardly. It must be confessed, and covering a soft, small hand that he had found, half hidden among the folds of his silken dress. With passionate kisses, "I love you, Clara." He said, "I love you. You may call for your father, and have me turned out of the house this moment, if you like, but I shall go on loving you all the same. And I shall love you forever and ever, whether you will or no." The small hand was drawn away from his, but not with a sudden or angry gesture, and it rested for one moment, lightly and tremulously upon his dark hair. "Clara, Clara," he murmured in a low, pleading voice, "shall I go to Australia to look for your brother?" There was no answer. "I don't understand how it is, but there's scarcely anything further delicious than silence in such cases. Every moment of hesitation is a tacit avowal. Every pause is a tender confession. Shall we both go, dearest? Shall we go as man and wife? Shall we go together, my dear love, and bring our brother back between us?" Mr. Harcourt Talboys, coming into the lamplit room a quarter of an hour afterwards, found Robert Audley alone, and had to listen to a revelation which very much surprised him. Like all self-sufficient people, he was tolerably blind to everything that happened under his nose, and he had fully believed that his own society and the Spartan regularity of his household had been the attractions which had made Dorchika delightful to his guest. He was rather disappointed, therefore, but he bore his disappointment pretty well, and expressed a placid and rather stoical satisfaction at the turn which affairs had taken. "I have only one further point upon which I long to obtain your consent, my dear Sir Robert," said, when almost everything had been pleasantly settled. "Our honeymoon trip, with your permission, will be to Australia." Mr. Talboy was taken aback by this. He brushed something like a tearful mist away from his hard, gray eyes as he offered Robert his hand. "You are going to look for my son," he said. "Bring me back my boy, and I will freely forgive you for having robbed me of my daughter." So Robert Audley went back to London to surrender his chambers in Fig Tree Court, and to make all due inquiries about such ships as sailed from Liverpool for Sydney in the month of June. He went back a new man, with new hopes, new cares, new prospects, new purposes, with a life that was so entirely changed that he looked out upon a world in which everything wore a radiant and rosy aspect, and wondered how it could ever have seen such a dull, neutral-tinted universe. He had lingered until after lunch at Grange Heath, and it was in the dusky twilight that he entered the shady Temple Courts and found his way to his chambers. He found Mrs. Maloney scrubbing the stairs, as was her wont upon a Saturday evening, and he had to make his way upward amidst an atmosphere of soapy steam that made the banisters greasy under his touch. "There's lots of letters, Your Honor," the laundress said as she rose from her knees and flattened herself against the wall to enable Robert to pass her. "And there's some parcels, and there's a gentleman which is called ever so many times and is awaiting tonight for, I told him you'd threatened me to say your rooms were to be aired." "Very good, Mrs. M. You may get me some dinner and a pint of cherry as soon as you like. And see that my luggage is all right, if you please." He walked quietly up to his room to see who his visitor was. He was not likely to be anybody of consequence, Adam perhaps, who had left his affairs in the worldest confusion when he ran off in answer to Mr. Talboy's invitation, and had been much too high up in the sublime heaven of love to remember any such sublunary matters as unsettled tailor's bills. He opened the door of his sitting room and walked in. The canaries were singing their farewells, the setting sun and the faint yellow light was flickering upon the geranium leaves. The visitor, whoever he was, sat with his back to the window and his head bent upon his breast, but he started up as Robert Audley entered the room. and the young man uttered a great cry of delight and surprise and opened his arms to his lost friend, George Talboys. Mrs. Maloney had to fetch further wine and further dinner from the tavern, which she honored with her patronage, and the two young men sat deep into the night. By the hearth which had so long been lonely, we understand how much Robert had to tell. He touched lightly intently upon that subject, which he knew was cruelly painful to his friend. He said very small of the wretched woman, who was wearing out the remnant for wicked life. In the quiet suburb of the forgotten Belgian city, George Talboys spoke very briefly of that sunny 7th of September upon which he had left his friends, sleeping by the trout stream, while he went to accuse his false wife, of that conspiracy which had well and why broken his heart. God knows that. From the moment in which I sank into the black pit, knowing the treacherous hand that had sent me to what might have been my death, my chief thought was of the safety of the woman who had betrayed me. I fell upon my feet upon a massive slush in mire, but my shoulder was bruised and my arm broken. Against the side of the well, I was stunned and dazed for a few minutes, but I roused myself by an effort, for I felt that the atmosphere I breathed was deadly. I had my Australian experiences to help me in my peril, and I could climb like a cat. The stones of which the well was built were rugged and irregular, and I was able to work my way upwards by planting my feet in the interstices of the stones and resting my back at times against the opposite side of the well, helping myself as well as I could with my hands, though one arm was crippled. It was hard work, Bob, and it seems strange enough that a man who had long professed himself weary, if his life should take so much trouble to preserve it. I think I must have been working upwards of half an hour. Before I got to the top, I understand the time seemed an eternity of pain and peril. It was impossible for me to leave the place until after dark without being observed. So I hid myself behind a clump of laurel bushes and laid down on the grass, faint and exhausted, to wait for nightfall. The man who found me there told you the rest, Robert. Yes, my poor old friend. Yes, he told me all. George had never returned to Australia. After all, he had gone on board the Victoria Regia, but had afterwards exchanged his berth for one in another vessel, belonging to the same owners, and had gone to New York, where he had stayed as long as he could support the weariness of his exile, as long as he could endure the loneliness of an existence which separated him from every friend he had ever known. Jonathan was pretty kind to me, Bob, he said. I had enough money to enable me to get on pretty well, in my own quiet way, and I meant to have started on the Californian gold fields. To get further, and that was gone. I might have made plenty of friends had I pleased, but I carried the old bullet in my breast, and what sympathy could I have with men who knew nothing of my grief? I yearned for the strong grasp of your hand, Bob, the friendly touch of the hand which had guided me through the darkest passage of my life. Chapter 10. At Peace. 2 years have passed since the May twilight, in which Robert found his old friend, and Mr. Audley's dream of a fairy cottage has been realized. Between Teddington Lock and Hampton Bridge, where amid a small forest of foliage, there's a fantastic dwelling place of rustic woodwork, whose latticed windows look out upon the river. Here, amongst the lilac and the rushes on the sloping bank, a brave young lad of 8 years old plays with a toddling baby, who peeps wonderingly from its nurse's arms at that other baby in the purple depth of the quiet water. Mr. Audley is a rising man upon the home circuit by this time, and has distinguished himself in the great breach of promise case of Hobbes versus Nobbs, and has convulsed the court by his deliciously comic rendering of the faithless Nobbs's amateur correspondence. The handsome dark-eyed young lad is Master George Talboys, who declines Musa at Eton and fishes for tadpoles in the crystalline water, under the spreading umbrage, beyond the ivy walls of his academy. But he comes very often to the fairy cottage, to see his father who lives there with his sister, and his sister's husband, and he is very happy, with his Uncle Robert, his Aunt Clara, and the pretty baby who has just begun to toddle, on the smooth lawn that slopes down to the water's brink, upon which there is a small Swiss boathouse and landing stage, where Robert and George further the slender worries. Other people come to the cottage near Teddington, a bright merry-hearted girl and a gray-bearded gentleman, who has survived the trouble of his life and battled with it as a Christian should. It is further than a year since the black edge letter, penned upon foreign paper, came to Robert Audley to announce the death of a certain Madame Taylor, who had expired peacefully at Villebromer's, dying after a long illness, which Monsieur Val described as a maladata. Longer, another visitor comes to the cottage, in this bright summer of 1861. A frank, generous-hearted young man who tosses the baby and plays with Georgie, and is especially great in the management of the boats, which are never idle. When Sir Harry Towers is at Teddington, there is a pretty, rustic smoking room over the Swiss boathouse, in which the gentlemen sit and smoke in the summer evenings, and when they are summoned by Clara and Alicia to drink tea and eat strawberries and cream upon the lawn. Audley Court is shut up, and a grim old housekeeper reigns paramount in the mansion, which my lady's ringing laughter once made musical. A curtain hangs before the pre-Raphaelite portrait, and the blue mold which artist dread gathers upon. The Wouvermans and Pucans, the Coipes and Tintorettos. The house is often shown to inquisitive visitors, though the baronet is not informed of that fact, and people admire my lady's rooms, and ask many questions about the pretty, fair-headed woman who died abroad. Sir Michael has no fancy to return to the familiar dwelling place, in which he once dreamed a brief dream of impossible happiness. He remains in London until Alicia shall be Lady Towers, when he is removed to a house he has lately bought in Hertfordshire, on the borders of his son-in-law's estate. George Talboys is very happy with his sister and his old friend. He is a young man, yet remember, and is not quite impossible that he may by and by find someone who will be able to console him for the past. That dark story of the past fades small by little every day, and there may come a time in which the shadow my lady's wickedness has cast upon the young man's life will utterly vanish away. The meerschaums and the French novels have been presented to a young Templar, with whom Robert Audley had been friendly in his bachelor days, and Mrs. Maloney had a small pension, paid her quarterly, for her care of the canaries and geraniums. I hope no one will take objection to my story, because the end of it leaves the good people all happy and at peace. If my experience of life has not been very long, it has at least been manifold, and I can safely subscribe to that which a mighty king and a great philosopher declared, when he said that neither the experience of his youth nor of his age had ever shown him the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging their bread.